Oh, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Anks. Notification heads rise up. Oh, and it is a rise up situation. It's early morning, and I have risen. It'd be awesome if I told you who the next uncoachable guest right now. Haha. There's only a few of us here. Could I say it? Could I say it if you guys don't tell anyone? Don't know. Analog Stone. Some morning Bruces. Oh. An interesting day ahead of us. Goddamn Korea. Give us the leaks. Let's see, maybe if I told you they played in Overwatch League, but they also coached in Overwatch League. That probably makes it... Maybe that's too obvious. I might have just given it away. Woke up at 2 AM? Fuck. Jake? Gravy again? There's a new thing where Gravy's just on the whole time. He's just on every week now. Jake? I don't know. Do you think Jake would do it, really? Think we could infiltrate a Plat Chat alumni? Oh, wow. Music sign. We'll just play the trailer. It's clearly Fletter. Yep, it's Big Fletsy. Oh, morning. Morning, Jake. I guess what we actually need to do is some form of predictions for today. Both for the first game and overall. Because some of the games might not be interesting today. But some of them might be. Especially this FTG game at the end. I think what I should do as well, actually, is we've had a few more VOD heads overnight as well. So I want to thank the VOD heads. Dubai World for the sub. Kobe the Cookie. Red Knight. Zakharov Zero. And Merit OW. I don't know why Merit subbed. Why would Merit sub? He subbed as a tier 1 as well, so he paid out of his own money. I'm bleeding every penny out of this Toronto organisation, both from the management and directly from the players. I will have it all. But thanks, Merit. Cheers, mate. He has access to the scrims, though. He played in them. Why would Merit be a VOD head? It doesn't make any sense. But I shouldn't complain, right? I shouldn't complain. A sub's a sub, as they say. A sub is a sub. Maybe that reminds me I should sort out these goals, I guess. What's the next goal? Fuck. Like 450? Ooh. Merit City needs to see if even flaming him. He wants my valuable coaching. Maybe. That would be nice. What a nice compliment that would be. Yeah, my suspicion or my worry is maybe that he's actually just a bit of a... Why does it stop playing? Hold on, let me refresh. I'm going to get an advert. I need to hide the advert, otherwise I'm going to get DMCA'd. Yeah, my worry is now he's like... Because I don't think Merit played that well yesterday, so my worry is maybe he's getting a little bit worried and he wants to check it out. And check he's not getting too hard flamed. But where was I going? I was going to Korea. I was going to do some predictions. Alright, we've got... This is live. Okay. The sound not working? Hold up. Hold up. What, have we got no sound? We'll watch it on YouTube mainly anyway, I guess, so it's not the end of the world. Have I just got no sound in general? Hold on. Let me give you go back to me. Let me see if I can figure this out. Let me see if I can figure this out. I think I have the ability. Why is everything stopped? I'll figure it out. FTG versus WAC? Yeah, well, that's the big one, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know why I won't get any sound now on YouTube. No sound? Oh, it's them! It's them! They tricked me! It was them! Bastards. They tricked me. Alright, let's go back then. Let's go back and let's go to Korea and let's figure it out. Now we've stopped being tricked. I mean, at some point they'll get Wolf and Achilles some sound, I'm sure. I'm sure they're working on it right now. Alright, so where we go in, let's get our predictions. I've gone past it. Let's get our predictions for today. So, I guess there's a question to be asked of, can I really convince myself that that Prisa will beat YETI? Do I think YETI are that much of a bin? What if it's a Malga meta? What if it's an Orisa meta and 2U just goes hard? Are humans playing today? Oh yeah, FTG versus WOC. The last game of the day is the big one. Last game of the day is the big one. The first lot of games, I mean, maybe Falcons are going to play, so it might be interesting just to see what Falcons are doing. But I don't actually know. They're only playing Genesis, who have really been shitting the bed as far as things go. So I actually don't know if Falcons will be in a situation where they have to take that game all that seriously. And then FTG versus WAC. That's the big one. Do I think... Surely WAC win this, right? Maybe it's like a 3-1? A 3-2? I don't know about the first game, though, actually. I feel like YETI should just win, but I don't know. I have a terrible feeling it's going to be like this horrendous dogfight or something. Let me put it up. Can you see that all right? Having so much fun playing Malgan Ranked, stomping on heads. I mean, it does look goofy as fuck, but I can also see why that would be fun as fuck. Scared of the Falcons in an Orisa meta? Any good matches today? We'll get to see Falcons play in the second game, which will be interesting just to see how well Falcons do. But the big game is going to be FTG WAC, which is the last game of today. So we're probably still like, honestly, like 2 or 3 hours out from that one, depending how close these games are. But that's the big one. I think FTG are the team that are closest to these sort of like WAC and Falcons top 2 that people always talk about. Can't see the prez on the screen. Oh, wait. Yeah, hold on. I forgot to press the transition button to update it. But there we go. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not locked in on all of it, though. I feel like FTG WAC is not going to be that close. I'm trying to think. It'll be like Burner versus... what's everyone going to play? It'll be good for Heesang. It'll be fine for Lip. It'll be good for Alpha Yi. Fine for Flora. Finn and Violet will be fine. Shu will be fine, I guess. Maybe not like Shu's strongest hero pool. Jumpin and Max. I don't know about Jumpin and Max if they have like if you are going to like an Orisa Malga route, are they any good at that? I don't really know. Could they just be playing dive?
Because obviously it's been 3-0, but you look at their past opponents. Genesis,
here we go. We've got sound.
Prisa Gaming, who's rounding out there in that 8th place position.
All right.
Then YETI, then Vesta, but they start off today versus FTG. Then they've got Poker.
Yeah, FTG versus WAC. It's really hard when we don't know what the meta is because we also have to bear in mind that it's yeah, it's
cycle here for the side of WAC. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they perform.
Hopefully that's an okay balance between me and the casters. Let me know if it's not. But what we also got to factor in as well is, as much as we've seen like a bit of a meta from scrims in a bit of Europe and America, what if they just don't agree at all in Korea? What if they just like, what if it's just Anna Brig or something crazy, right? I mean, that's probably actually the least crazy suggestion out of all the possible ones. But what if it's just gone a completely different way? Yeah, it's possible they're really fine at it as well. Burner, obviously, we have seen play some Orisa in the final as well against Florida. So I feel like WAC are probably more well-rounded in this sense than FTG are. Yeah, it's a time thing as well. Over under 0.5 Malgasine today. I think we're going over. We're going over for sure. There's a big argument as well now, like what a lot of teams were initially using the Malga for and having the most success against was actually against the dive comps. Oh, I should get a prediction going. Let's get a prediction going. Who will win map 1? And we're going to do a bit of a walkout. Here we go. Ooh, new hoodies? New hoodies? Maybe these are just their own hoodies they brought from home. These might just be their own hoodies. Bow, average. Average bow. Alright, let's see what we got. We used to have we got hands in the middle? We got a little wave. What we got? Oh, okay. Okay. Not great. Not great. These guys are cringe. Yeah, I'm sure Spray Check have a pretty clean walkout and wave and everything planned. All right, here we go. Matching jerseys, always a good start. All right, one supportive brave. Oh, cool glasses, cool glasses. 2 pairs of cool glasses. Bowers okay. Didn't lose our glasses. Are the glasses going to be factored into our little team thing? Here we go. Oh, he's Terra Surge. I get it. I get it. He's the Orisa player. He's the Orisa player. He's done a Terra Surge. It wasn't the most confident Terra Surge I've ever seen. But the thing is, do they just win by default because they were more ambitious with their scope here? It wasn't. If we're being honest, it wasn't the greatest, but the ambition was there, right? Right? And should we reward ambition? Maybe we should. Maybe you'll go back to bed. Why did TU swap his baggy jeans? Well, maybe they just have one pair between them, and everyone gets a day with the baggy jeans, you know? All in on team with jerseys. But actually, I feel like it's in theory, it'd still be a huge upset for Prisa. In theory, because they are currently sitting bottom of the table winless. Whereas I think Yeti got 1 win? Fact check myself. Yeah, Yeti have 1 win. I think it was over Vesta. Yeah, it's really not impossible, especially like actually impossible it suits to you. Possible it's also nicer for Ade, right? Because he can just play hit scans, he can just play a cast or something. That's the attitude you need to have coming to this one because it was like it was a real throwback walkout, wasn't it, Oblivion? What's my opinion of the best warm-up pre-game stuff you can do 24 hours before an important game? I know, just sleep normally is a big one. Sleep normally, make sure you eat beforehand. All we would do in London is make sure we're all up at reasonable time, make sure we have breakfast ready to go and something to eat, and then just make sure we have like warm-up scrim. We just try and make the day as sort of like quite structured, so there's not too much time to overthink anything or overanalyze. And then a lot of the players, it would be a lot of individual stuff, you know? Some of them would listen to music, some of them would be like, Haddy would obviously do like a little bit of a workout or something beforehand. So whatever version of that is. Mame did literally nothing. Yeah, I don't think you need to do anything like special. It's probably like for it's more if a player's having like an individual routine or something, it's probably more important. But just don't do anything that would add to the stress or make it weird. Hands in the middle, choked every time. All right. Can we hear? I want to speak to Fate.
전에 각 팀 한 분씩 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자,
There we go.
먼저 예티 팀 자기 소개 부탁드려요.
네, 예티 팀 코치를 맡고 있는 페이트라고 합니다.
Any recommended player routines? Not for like specific roles. It would more just be like a mentality thing. You know, like if they want to, whatever they need to do to like compose themselves.
PG에서 코치를 맡고 있는 원수민이라고 합니다.
All right, I am back.
모두 반갑습니다.
Sorry, there was a little bit of a.
I was worried I
audio
was going to have to do
issue
the
on our end, so we
translation then, and it was not
apologize
going to go well.
기록하고 있는 만큼 오늘
Both
승리가
teams
정말
are on
값지게
a losing
작용될
streak, so
것
today's
같은데
win is critical.
오늘 승리 자신감 어떤가요?
How confident are you today?
좀 저희 준비해 온 대로 하면은 쉽게 이길 수
I
있어요.
Same
think
fate.
that we'll be able to easily win as long as we stick to our game plan.
Okay, easy win. Easy win. All right, Fate.
오늘 경기 얼마나 자신 있으신가요?
What are we saying?
How about you, SGG?
최근에 패치가 돼가지고
With the new recent patch,
이제는 좀 진짜 1승을 오늘 할 것
I think that
같습니다.
we'll be able to get a win on the scoreboard today.
Oh, he thinks the patch favours him.
자신만만하게 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면
Thanks for
양
patch
팀 누구에게
favours him.
이 질문 해보고 싶은데요.
Both teams.
이번 경기
This next question goes to both
서로의
teams.
지금 단두대 매치입니다. 어떤 약점을 서로가
Let's
갖고
see.
있을지
What are we saying, Fate?
So-
평가 부탁드려요.
What are some of the weaknesses do you think
개개인
the other
체급이
team
좀
has?
낮지 않나
오,
생각합니다.
I think that the synergy
체급은
isn't
우리가
there for
못
SPG.
줍니다.
Bad
says
synergy.
Fate.
네, 맞습니다.
SPG도 질 수 없죠.
I can't believe he's gone after their
이렇게
synergy.
도발하셨는데?
How about you, SPG? 원수민?
솔직히 경기 보니까 체급인 그렇게 차이 안 난다 생각하고
I think that in terms of
저희가
performance
올해 맞춘
level,
팀인
I
만큼
think
팀합으로
there
그냥
isn't really
찢을
much
것
difference.
같습니다.
But I think
Ooh.
that
찢어버리겠다까지
our teamwork
나왔습니다.
is far
자, 이렇게
superior
경기
than
시작
Yeti's.
전부터 살벌한 멘트
Oh, he disagrees. He thinks their teamwork is better.
보여줄 것인가 기대되지 않으신가요?
Oh,
자,
fuck.
예티팀의 페이트님 그리고 SPG의 원수미님과
They don't look at her when she's
That is
speaking.
it for our team rep interview. And
All right.
Before we
All right,
go into
well,
the map veto, we'll
It's clear to say sparks are flying pre-match between the two coaches.
Thank you very much for the translations. I mean, you know,
If I'm a jack of all trades, how do I decide what role to play for OWCS?
play that we've seen on
I mean,
display.
if you're at the sort of level where, I don't know,
It has been,
if you can play a bit of everything, it depends how many options you have. If you got a lot of teams open,
once again,
then just pick the best team. If you can play, if you feel confident playing a lot of roles, just try and get on the best team possible. That's probably the easiest one. Other than that, I would just play what you enjoy. Ultimately, like if you want to get better at Overwatch, you probably have to play a lot of Overwatch. So you should probably find something, try and find the role you enjoy the most. But if you feel confident and happy to play different ones, then just try and find the most open spot on the best team. That's probably the best bet. Has that SPG been together longer? I mean, potentially. It doesn't mean you have good synergy. Right? That Vancouver Titans core from like Season 4 and Season 5, they were together quite a long time. Didn't help.
I'd say you could somewhat reliably
Why don't they look at her when she's speaking? Maybe they don't like her.
I mean, we saw him limit testing so much.
See, she comes across as a nice lady, but maybe behind the scenes she's just horrible to him. You never know. Never presume anyone's nice. Always presume secretly they're evil. That would be my advice in this situation. Korean interviews are always like that for some reason. Yeah, there's an element of, I don't know if it's because they often, I don't know if they're sort of factoring in the translator a little bit when they do it, but they're often very like, I don't know. I mean, I guess all interviews are question answer based, but they're often quite like wooden or quite structured. I feel like a lot of the time if I watch like, I guess like when they have the players on the desk afterwards, the casters and so we all try and be a little bit more like, a little bit more fun or try and crack a joke. But they're meant to look at the audience, right? I guess, yeah, I guess they are kind of talking to the audience, but yeah, it feels like there should, it's okay to look at the audience, but I feel like it should just be like, some looking at her when she's speaking, a bit of like looking at the audience would probably be like optimal. She can smell the fear on it, yeah. Just want to let you know you've officially taken up the mantle of a bold, educational Overwatch coach, which was previously held by Jane. Which I think is actually, maybe not, I feel like that's not a compliment. The next EMEA games are Saturday.
Well, no, I was maybe a little overzealous. I thought we were going in.
I feel like,
Seems like maybe.
I don't know if he's ever talked about it on Uncoachable.
Oh, there it is.
But Chris
They
hates
pressed the
Jane.
button. They pressed the button. Okay, as soon as
Not bold and proud. I'm fine with being bold, but yeah, maybe not the biggest Jane head going is probably more of a situation. In those EMEA games, will SSG be playing? No, SSG have already qualified through. Well, Chris is biased. Yeah, well, I think Jane came after Chris, maybe specifically Chris in Philadelphia, during after the chips are signing. So I think ever since then, Chris very much perceives Jane to be a big old client. I should close these predictions. And predictions. So it's pretty Yeti favoured, so Goomba's 2k could actually become quite a lot of money here. Donghack is on the Mauga. So we were questioning what kind of meta it would be, and the answer just seems to be Mauga. Alright, it's an old stomp off. It's an old stomp off. It should be said as well now, I imagine scrim-wise, Yeti and Prisa are probably towards the bottom of the pile in terms of results. And generally, if you're at the bottom of the pile, you probably find yourselves copying more often than not. That's maybe a typical trait of a bottom team. So we're just going to get, I guess, a bit of a weird mirror. Like Yeti playing the Genji Sojin. Really don't know about how the Genji fits into this. I feel like Tracer's surely just better, right? Can trigger that DPS passive more onto the Mauga. Can get a load of pulse bombs off him as well. Morning, Claire. Checking in. I'm okay. Let's see. Window comes in now. They're going to try and go through the window. I'm going to deep-peek it. Knife's going to have a hard time. Oh, no. Viper does get out of there. Knife even gets the pick. Yo, yeah, Viper does have a hard time getting out of there. Trying to push in here. Yeah, the Sim May. I mean, they both have been buffed as well. It really feels a little bit like Sim Priest to have just picked the 3 heroes that had positive patch notes next to them and tried to say, this is the comp. Is Mauga actually good now? Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard, right? I don't know if it's like, if it's really meta to this degree, but it's definitely hard to play into. I don't know if we're at like a must-pick territory. Yeah, it's only been a couple of days, but it's certainly strong. TP in, they're going to drop the wall as well. Have to give loads of space to this wall, actually. They're going to try and cage on top of all. Cage and Blizzard. Oh, but Donghack just gets out of a Blizzard. He just leaves. He just leaves. All of the ults from Yeti are actually not that good. I'm going to trade. Viper with a blade to finish. At least he can shut him down. Oh, it's a backline gap, actually. They're low. Don't push. Oh, you can't really push him. Don't push. Just keep him at the choke. Keep him in the choke. There we go. He's got the beam. Oh, they've not killed him. Why is Bliss in like this? Tu's gonna drop a cage. Oh, fuck. Mauga 1v1s. You think everyone is gonna play Mauga? Yeah, I guess. The problem is with some of these heroes, if they are just like, what would you call it? Like the lowest room for error type, well, no, the highest room for error type comps, where it's just a lot easier, a lot more straightforward. You don't have to try and outplay things constantly. It might just end up being the direction people goes, and then I guess the question becomes, what's the optimal comp? Yeah, just good versus both comps. I mean, yeah. Alright, gonna clean up. Sim Prisa, not looking too bad. Yeah, I always thought Bliss was actually one of the more decent Lucios, but every game I seem to watch him hit in his career in OWCS, he just seems to go in. And just kind of in. Viper's now gonna go Sim as well. TP and wall, and wow, they've hit the overrun into the stomp. Viper gets one shot. Blizzard is avoided by Bliss, but Hyuncho is 1 HP. They might be able to trade here, but no, Blizzard's good.
going the way of Sin Prisa.
I guess if we go into a brawl meta, does actually... I know it's control center and everything, but does actually Sim Prisa's comp start to make more sense, right? If we're just going to run the Sim. Sim can get pretty good beam just constantly off Mauga. And then we're just playing like a full brawl mirror? Is that going to be better than just playing like a Tracer Sojourn? Really?
Where you have so much damage output as well
don't know.
as the additional CC the Mei is going to offer the slows. Very frustrating to play into an approach, especially
Beno's prescription of these pred.
like that makes it
Don't know why they all in with 95% beat.
Symmetra for the last fight to try to get in there and close
Unsure as well.
they had such an ult disadvantage after they stayed in this fight where they decided, okay, don't have
I hope it won't be all Mauga, but it would be spot on for Blizzard to throw in a patch introducing a terribly boring... Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that one, it's playing a patch, changing the patch mid-groups is rough as fuck for all the teams. And if it becomes a Mauga only patch, maybe not so hot either. Well, yeah, like when did the patch come out? Tuesday? It would have come out actually late as well, because it comes out Tuesday American time. So realistically for the Korean teams, they would have had Wednesday practice, Thursday practice, and now it's Friday and they have matches. They've had 2 days to figure it out, which is a really unreasonably short amount of time to figure out a new patch on all these maps.
For Night Market in particular, but I can see it coming through once more for Gardens for sure.
Yeah, I think Night Market is
He thinks he's got the whole script. Fuck.
Fighting in the neutral does feel fairly weak, and then you might just get bowled over there and have to rely.
What's happening with the lights? They're flashing the lights?
Still then try to control
Why are they... Is the audience having a rave? What's going on with these lights? Thought I was losing my mind. Yeah, Pacific and Japan don't have time to prepare at all. Yeah, that's really true.
Very, very popular. Symmetra giving you the
Default to the easiest comp? Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can't blame them, right? If you got a match in 2 days, you need a quick fix. You don't have time to figure out like the perfect thing. Like maybe we saw like a lot of these teams experimenting. Like Toronto were experimenting around quite a lot. We saw Spray Check, we saw SSG trying a few different things. But all of those teams don't have games this weekend. They all have like a week and a half to figure out the patch. So it's if they can find a better solution, it's probably in their interest as well.
Very nice fan art here
But
in the audience. Big irony fan out there showing off the
you think Luminosity not going to make top 3 after the new patch?
Yeah, that's
Don't know. I don't think I've ever seen Dante play Orisa. I've not seen any of their scrims for the last couple of days, but I feel like it'd be a hero he's good at.
It says the reason why YETI fans have the reason why you have to be a YETI fan.
What's all this Mauga hate? Yeah, well, I think the idea is he's just boring. I don't think Mauga is inherently boring. I think maybe a Mauga mirror is boring. Because I think even like if you play a Rhine mirror or like I guess some people are just anti-brawl mirror in general, but I'm not really anti-brawl mirror in general. But I feel like in like a Rhine mirror or a Ram mirror, there's lots more plays and individual like I guess I don't know what you call it like individual plays and I guess skill moments a Ram can have in terms of finding a good slow or finding a good aggressive push timing around the other Ram or something like this. But with Mauga, I don't know what the version of that is because you're just like I don't like heavy weapons guy in TF2. You're just spinning up and going for it. So I think Mauga into dive or Mauga into like some of the other ones is quite interesting because he becomes like a bit of a mini boss type thing.
But all right, we are in game.
Ram would be more boring though. I actually really like. I think Rams are actually quite interesting to watch, even in the mirror. I think there's a lot of chance for like skill expression and outplay between the both Rams in terms of the value they can find. I guess maybe we can start seeing that more with Mauga, right? It's like a stomp gap. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to just look for the stomp gap here, because obviously Donghak and Tuyu are probably going to both hit shots into each other. But we're looking for a stomp gap. So here's the interesting thing now. Now Sim Prisa are just on Tracer Sojourn, which I guess is what most people would expect to be. Maybe Cat in some places, but YETI have the Sim. So in theory, Argon can maybe just take over. All stomp backwards here from Tuyu. He's going to go back. Donghak with a push. Cardiac overdrive in place. Sim over him, and the Sim's really bullying that frontline battle. They do trade for Sim, but I feel like you need more pressure on that Sim earlier. Argon was like on a big, long go all the way around flank, but I feel like that's not really the play with Tracer. I feel like you kind of just want to be almost with the core, just your own angle type thing.
I feel like there was definitely a window of opportunity for Prisa to play a little bit.
Does Zarcast go into Malga well? We've not seen it, but I imagine Vazario just gets kind of run over.
Fight, so YETI got positional advantage. The knife, he's going to utilize it incredibly well. Now they can use the teleporter
okay.
to circumvent SPG on their approach.
Trying to come through, stomp through. Easy way to get through the choke. Now they're going to overdrive on him. Counter overdrive back from 2U. He's not already got himself great cover in all of this. They do get on top of the Casfo and the Sim. This is a little bit more like it. And that should be the theory, right? Because even though having a Sim and a Cas means they should hard win the frontline trade here, they got more direct damage onto the enemy Malga. Ade and Argon should be able to just put these DPS under more pressure. The cage is a miss as well. It's actually a big cage. What do you can cage flux? Alright, now overclock over top. Beat's gonna come through. Later beat from Hyunjai. Alright. Knife's gonna drop for High Noon as well. Probably quite hard to kill him through all of this. Wall's gonna be available for Viper soon. He's not gonna get a chance to use it. Ade finds the kill. Such an important timing there, because if that Sim Wall comes, it's actually such a difficult fight into Sim Wall. A K-Jax. There we go. It wasn't actually a K-Jax, to be fair. He just beefed it, I think. I don't know if you can actually have your cage cancelled like that. A huge stomp gap. Alright. Now they have Symbol. Symbol should be a really big one. Are they gonna... Yeah, they want to stomp and cage in. They've caged everyone. Suzu is out, but 2U's taken so much damage. They're just going to focus him down. Bliss with the boot gap as well. Okay, so I guess it didn't really feel like the cage helped him fight with that Symbol at all. It can get cancelled by stuns and dying. I guess you get hacked out of it as well, potentially. You can cancel it. Okay, so K-Jax is possible. I'm learning all about Malga today. Donghack just forgot that Malga can run from the cage. Can the Malga do the same thing the Orisa can, where she can just leave then? Like, her overrun just means he just dips out of it. Is that what I saw? Alright, coming around the corner here. They actually take so much damage to all these beams, and it's just going to be a quick reset. Oh, we can TP people out as well. That's a good shout. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the TP out's interesting as well. The Sim Wall is obviously like a really good ult to fight with it. Same as last one. It's like Mayop's actually a really good ult to fight in cage. Alright, trying to come over. Cage is going to be dropped. They don't find anything initially with the cage at least. But they will clean up from it, and maybe they're okay now. Yeah, nowhere to go. Alright. Is Zen Lucio Sig or Zen Briggs Sig do into Malga? Yeah, I mean, in theory, obviously the Zen will be good into it, but the worry is that if you go Zen, I mean, we've seen even when teams run like Ana and stuff, that the Malga can actually bully the Ana quite a lot with his overrun. But I think the biggest worry, if you just go like a double flex comp, if I look at like a comp like Simprises, I'm like, oh, they've gone double flex. I just swap my Malga to a D.Va or a Winston or something, and then I feel really comfortable playing into double flex. And then if I swap back to a Kiri Lucio, I just swap my D.Va back to a Malga and my Winston back to a Malga, and I'm just sort of one swap between those two comps. So yeah. First round win without a tracer in OWCS so far. Don't know if that's technically true, but we'll see. Alright. Sim cast again. So again, sort of very frontline heavy here from YETI. Interesting that's a Kiri as well. I feel like BAP should be relatively livable into Malga and should be able to do quite a lot as well. Don't know if the Suzu's just really good, obviously, versus the what do you call it? Versus the overrun. Why would you get Cass over Sojourn here? I think there is like Cass is obviously in a pretty good spot. And if you can get like the range gap, like some of these points, like when they're fighting on point here, Cass probably does outvalue the Sojourn. Because the Sojourn can obviously farm a lot of rails, but the Cass can just do a lot of damage as well because he's just dinking this Malga constantly. So I think it's probably a lot more even pick between the two. I think if we were to see like a different map, like a Blizzard World or something, then something like the Sojourn starts to see like it should be more value. But in these kind of cough points, I think playing both is reasonable. Ooh, think as that Kitsune Rush comes round, trying to hold on to it here now as well. It's tricky. Kitsune Rush obviously really good with Malga as well. I guess that's another good reason for the Kitsune, right? Or for the Kiriko. Beat over top. Ade's not going to get it. Oh! Bliss only gets 2, actually. He only gets 2. The beat doesn't hit everyone. Maybe a problem with this beat as this overclock comes in, but 2U's going to get focused down, and now we're going to take over, and it's Knife hits all the kills, and yeah, it just seems like 2U's having a much harder time living in these. Obviously against the Sim and the Sim and the Cass, there's actually so much damage for him to try and work around. Cass right-click melts Malga. Yeah. We can get the beam going as well.
I feel like 8 is 1v9ing this game.
Feel like I'm the Tracer Sojourn. I have to do a lot of work to make sure this Cass and Sim can't really play the game, but it's awkward into a Cass. Because stuff like that will happen. Stuff like that happens. Alright, they're going to have Sim Wall. They're going to have Cage here. Oh, he's stomping. Doesn't get anyone. Drops the Cage. Pressure onto Hyunjai. Yep, nowhere for him to go. We'll get forced back. Will be an easy Cage win. Yeah, no great answers to the Cage, I guess, if you're the Sim Prisa comp as well. You're right.
So that's not going to be a stagger on him. He will have that Kitsune Rush.
Tink, angle cleared. Yep, Tracer contained. See, I can maybe convince myself a lot more on the Cass on some of these. The worry would be is like, what if the Malga starts putting like loads of pressure on the Cass? We saw that a bit yesterday. All right, Wall's going to come in, so they're sort of trapped in this cage. Going to try and right-click. Stuff is happening. Stuff is happening, and stuff is dying. Yeti's comp seems to be finding a way through. I mean, they did also just have, it was, what, Kitsune Cage versus Kitsune Simwall. So yeah, it feels like the Cage fights are never working versus the Simwall. Yeah, we saw a lot of Sombra to counter it as well. We saw some Orisa to counter it. I guess just having ults like a Mail or a Simwall just means you're also just similar as for Terror Surge, right? You're just like, oh, fuck it, we can actually fight in the Cage. TP High Noon from downtown. Dies for it, though. Does not work out. Chance to repush now with the Overclock. Trying to burn through all his health. No beat available for Hyunjai yet, and Viper's going to kill him. Now Viper's taken over. He's got the full beam. He's giving him the wiggle. 2U with the stomp. Oh my god. You think you have a Malga on the back foot, but you do not have a Malga on the back foot. Tracer only gets marked by 5 characters on the A side. What's going wrong? The turrets for Kiri, the Cass. Right click roll, right click roll. Yeah, I mean, it seems like they are doing a lot. I mean, that one there, it just feels like Ade gets the big pick. Alright, coming back now. Donghack does have Cage. B and Kiriot available. I mean, Kiriot's just charging so quickly, right? Viper's going to have this Sim Wall as well. Right, TP threatening the... Suzu gets him out of the overrun. Now the Cage beat is going to be used in response to. He's going to have Cage afterwards, but Ade dies in the midst of it all. And they're just going to burn him at the front. And yeah, it starts to feel like Argon's not really having any impact. Yeah, T's going to have to drop the Cage, but it's over. Maybe it's just a Malga gap. Fuck. Really hard touch now. Really hard touch. Yeah, Ade dies. She's gonna get one. Oh. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, you can TP out of, yeah, so like for counter plays to Cage then is what you can overrun out of it, you can TP out of it, you can Orisa Fortify out of it. Is that it? And there's the only, and you can EMP it, I guess, right? You can EMP it.
It didn't matter. The Cassidy damage was just way higher with Malga every time. Plus, of course, they have the Suzu.
Yeah, EMP it is like the other big one. Zarya cast into Malga. Now, I feel like Vazari would just get eaten up, right? She would just bubble once. For Malga can obviously have like pretty good discipline over not shooting the bubbles. And then
I will just smash your front line. It doesn't matter whether you have shields or not.
Hold on. You don't think you can start overrun while you're in Cage? So it's like if you're already overrunning when he presses Q, you'll get out, right? But if he presses Cage and then you press overrun, you're fucked. You won't be allowed to press the button. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's like you can outplay it, but it's not like Orisa, because Orisa can press fortify at any time and just walk out. So yeah. Yeah, Sombra 76 also builds it so fast. What if you don't want Tracer then? Do you just want like Sombra Cass? What about Sombra Cass? I'm just gonna start saying heroes. Sombra Cass. What about that?
I liked goats, but this is just beaming, and I'm not beaming. I'm frowning.
Well, goats was more like, and this is more.
Run at them and shoot them.
This is gonna be the conversation for a while. I feel like about this type of meta. Does Suzu negate the coach mobility for duration for Suzu? I don't think so. No. Or maybe it feels like it should, right? We'll be shocked if Lipid's not on Sombra. There's so much stuff on the screen too. I mean, the thing is and this was really true with goats as well. All of these brawl comps are actually way harder to watch through POV. Like if I want to watch like a brawl comp, what I want to see is like, okay, team A is going to have position, team B is going to try and take position. Team B is going to try and use their cooldowns to take some position. Team A is going to respond and then maybe push back with their own cooldowns. And this team will go back and then we'll have a repush. And you guys have all heard of like a push-pull type meta before and this type of thing. But this is so much easier to see when we just watch 5 people go forward, 5 people go back. It's so hard to get a read on that from POV and stuff. So yeah, so I could see why it's like a less popular one. Yeah. Yeah, there's less effects, but the effects aren't that bad. The effects aren't that bad from overhead. Like when we were watching it yesterday, it didn't feel like, it felt like I could clearly see when the Malga was using his overdrive and didn't have his overdrive. So yeah, I don't think it felt that bad watching the Malga yesterday. Even versus the Ram, it felt like, you know, when it's more of a brawl mirror, it felt like I could see what was going on. I think it's just first person makes everything feel, because first person, you got to remember, most people are being set on fire and stuff. Most people are being set on fire and stuff, which is making it like the POV way more hectic. Whereas an overhead, like the people getting set on fire by each Malga is not actually that distracting. It's not like a very big effect from overhead. You feel like a hit scan is super necessary in the Malga meta? Yeah, I think it's like, obviously Cass can put out a lot of damage. Sojin gets infinite rails against him. Why do they think overdrive was a good idea when they already made the same mistake with Ford? Oh, you mean the like his charge thing? Or do you mean the what's it called? There's overrun, which is his charge, and then there's cardiac overdrive, which is his like heal himself vampire thing. What's the overdrive timing in Brawl versus Brawl? Yeah, I don't know. My initial instinct, obviously, the later one is better, but it's hard to recover HP in this meta or in this like patch with a DPS passive. Yeah, I think there's some metas, like obviously watching POV is quite rewarding because you, likewise, the problem with going overhead is you also miss a lot of the detail as well because there's so much. You can see everything, but there's still a lot of stuff going on, you know? But I think that's the same if you watch like League of Legends or Dota, like, it's so hard not to miss something, right? There's no way you catch everything in those fights with all the abilities and items and everything going off between 10 people. The same's really true in Overwatch. Oh wait, did I put up... Let me put up a prediction. Map 2. What buffs would Pharah need to become viable? I don't know. I've not even seen her since the patch changed, to be honest. So I actually have no idea. No idea what would make Pharah viable. I'm gonna eat some noodles as well. Yeah, POV is great for pop-offs, yeah. There probably is a sweet spot somewhere. But it's really hard. So I guess I'm interested to see if we actually see... Do we still see the cast? Do we still see the sim? When it's not like a control center or a night market type one, which is like the go-to sim maps anyway.
This has been their map that they're really letting themselves towards. We've been seeing them basically go from Midtown every
Ian, just some noodles.
so I
Just some noodles. Just some cheap...
adapted the Malga style into this map itself.
Cheap noodles.
We're seeing more of
Noodles for breakfast.
so we'll just wait and see.
Well, I wanted something... I did make some, because I normally just make like some bacon and brie sandwiches, which is maybe
I would love to see it
a more classic breakfast.
right now. And looks really good around him.
But it felt too heavy to have immediately, but I wanted something to eat, and the noodles felt like
Obviously, there were
a light enough meal.
entire comp does fall apart when you end up losing your Cassidy, but it's so difficult to kill him, especially when the photon barrier is up. It feels like every single team fight for Viper.
A sponsored stream, exactly.
That is problematic. Who needs immortality field when you just have a big giant barrier that blocks every incoming piece of damage?
Yeah, I know, we've seen how much the
What is bacon brie a classic? Well, like a bacon sandwich is a classic, right?
it's like okay,
A bacon sandwich for breakfast is classic.
right, YETI are trying to retake the
Maybe the brie is not quite as classic.
just dies. So things have been a little bit rough.
Brie is so good though.
The meta looks like as we jump into
Could honestly just have brie with everything and that would be okay.
not YETI. Move up 2-0 or City.
Maybe I'll get some brie for these noodles next time.
All right. Well, for now, I think
I mean, that's like a full English breakfast, but if you eat a full English breakfast every day, you'll probably have cardiac overdrive. I think you will get some cardiac overdrive if you eat a full English breakfast every day. What is brie? Just like a, I don't know what word it is. It's like, well, it's like is it a soft cheese technically?
Very strong. Even if it is just the teleporter out, I think they will swap.
I think that's the official one.
Actually defending with some.
Yeah, I have never know the technical names for all the different cheeses.
flipping back to the Malga.
All right.
Oh, he's going for the Doomfist. Nope.
Oh, I do like some black pudding. You're right. Let's get some black pudding, some brie.
I don't think that's allowed. This is not allowed. Zarya, not gonna match the Symmetra damage.
I feel like black pudding's always such a divider, but I do like it.
Knife close enough to aid to win the fight.
Morning musket. School isn't stopping you. All right. It's now a sim mirror. Okay.
Aid has a lot of agency on this first push.
Great opening kill. Does get
Yeah, black pudding is really good.
finish him off here, but might be able to line up that shot. So 8 for now. Staying in it.
Okay.
Getting a quick exit with the overrun. As to you, but moving forward, trying to take some space. The rest of the team now joining in. Getting a rail shot.
Okay, so this is maybe good science in some ways, right? Because we got both sims, and we got Cass versus a
On for the side of Sim Prisa. Big
Cass versus a Sojourn. So maybe we'll get a good answer on the
all of Sim Prisa widely stuck up here.
hit scan side of things.
There, yeah, they're going to be looking to take this high ground away from them. Mag grenade goes in. Argon now going to be taken down aside, finding a kill. To you, desperately trying to backpedal, but the damage output is just so very high. Knife will be able to clean him up, and that's going to be YETI getting themselves over onto the point.
The heal debuff means that you just can't live long enough if your support is down. That
Betting pool is too small.
and I'm not entirely sure how he died or why he was that far.
No
forward.
early morning gamblers.
Breaks your entire defensive setup there, and
Oh, you still win a few K, wouldn't you?
of what YETI has is just superior to what Sin Prisa has, unless aid hits a railgun headshot from far away, and that's the difference in these comps. And
Whoa.
has been, and you can see here, watching his first-person view, he doesn't have line of sight for the moment. He's always hoping for an angle on that backline, because that is.
Yeah, well,
and like if
unlike the Ram or the Rhine or something, or a Zarya, there's no sort of in and out with this.
Capitalize. Trying to take the high ground without that cast.
Just TP and get him, now they're chasing him down. He's running. Oh, good. Oh! Big stomp. T's rolling. Alright, I've nearly finished these noodles, and then we're locking in. Then we're locking in, and we're figuring it out.
Still trying to up the ante here, up the aggression.
Yeah, just
Will
trying to
eventually have to pull back.
trying to delay. It's going to be a 10-0 fight potentially. This one starting with rushes. Out
Making
from
a mess.
YETI and Lee Soo-min. And
I got none on me.
if
Well done,
Knight
me.
can live,
Okay, Aid has got himself out.
Alright, let's see. Cage. Cage versus Cage.
Down now into the cage fight itself is Knife.
High Noon. I guess High Noon's really good against Malga as well, because he's got no real like cooldowns to avoid it.
Now committing to Kitsune Rush, but the moment too late. To you has been taken out. So
What time is it usually in Britain when you scrim NA? It's probably like... What time does it normally start? Like 7 or 8 it starts UK time.
Has his overclock, tosses in that AoE damage as well, where everyone on Yeti is standing, and then eventually, even though we had the cross...
They said they removed double shield. This is not the... Yeah, you thought you didn't like double shield? What about double cage? Double cage. Cage within a cage.
It's still decent, but, you know, the Prisa setup...
Do you think this meta will nerf Falcons? Maybe. I mean, I don't know which of the... I mean, it's a brawl meta, right, in theory, if it's something like this. So I don't know which of the Korean teams really sees themselves as the strongest and all of that. You got to bear in mind, historically, the team that has done so well in these metas in Korea was the Dallas core, which is Chio, Fielder, Hanbin. So it's really possible they actually do well again. Oh, I've got hiccups now. Oh. Alright, let's solve this meta. So in general, I guess you just want to use the... There's going to be a sort of mini game between both the sims here and trying to read what the other sim wants to do and TPing to try and get the aggressive position. You know, like if I'm YETI here, I'm really considering what if I go like right side and TP just onto the high ground above him, like in this... Oh, I paused it. This high ground here from here. I didn't mean to pause it. Alright. I'm going to TP the high noon out as well. Beat's going to come in. Cage is going to be used. Nowhere for Ade to go. He's in the cage. We're going to try and get him out of it. They're going to burst through it as well. I guess Sim just gets fucking charge off the cage, right? T's going to try and turn it. No good, though. I don't really know. I don't really know what's happening, if we're being honest. PGE level tracking with that Malga. Rush is getting an emergency call up. Yeah, they've hit Rush. Yeah, I guess that's interesting, right? How much of the brawl advantage was Rush's coaching and how much of it is now just inbuilt into Fielder, Chio, and Hanbin? Alright, so... Initially coming in. Overdrive used by both. Simwall going to come through here, so 2U's going to drop the cage. Catches Velucio. Bad time to be Bliss. They're going to try and TP out. They do TP out, but they don't get Bliss out. Now the Sim is all over a Donghack. They're going to focus him down. Alright, so in that situation, Cage did beat Simwall. So there is like a... There's got to be like a... If you can cage outside... If you can cage him outside for Simwall, right? Like the way Simwall goes is it's here. If you can cage him over here, though, it's good. But if you cage him here and the Simwall's right in the middle, you're going to have a bad time. So you don't want to Simwall first in theory then, right? Do you think this match will come to a U? Yeah. Yeah. I think it'll end up being a bit of a lowest common denominator comp for a lot of people. Soja Mirror now, you're right. Right, coming through. Now this Simwall is being used in the cage. So in theory, this is a really good Simwall from Prisa. They've got the beat advantage as well. Bliss doesn't have it. So Kitsune Rush and Simwall able to be used in the cage there. Now they're going to beat... And this should just be a pretty good hold from the SPG boys. Okay. No touch. All right. Not too bad a hold. Not too bad a hold. Now this is esports. Finally some good fucking Overwatch, eh? Eh? Finally some good Overwatch. Is Sim good? So Sim was buffed. She got a little bit of a damage buff and her teleporter now has more HP, which means it's a little bit more durable to do these sort of mid-fight TPs and get them both in and out. So yeah, I think the Sim's not the craziest take I've seen. Obviously, you got to bear in mind what we've been seeing a lot of in EU and NA is we're seeing teams who don't have to play games this weekend. So what we're seeing teams do in terms of like Toronto and Spray Check and SSG and No Scrims we've watched, we've seen them intentionally never mirror the Malga to try and break it, to try and find something that works against it as well. Whereas if you're in Korea, it's match day. You've got 2 days when you got a match, so you kind of just have to... What is the quickest thing that works and feels effective? And a lot of the buffed heroes, like the Mauga, like the Sim, might just fall into that category. Oh, you have the turrets as well. Good shout, Fry. Yeah, it's a very different. Well, it's a different type of skill expression, right? Like, it's going to be much more about this ult usage. Like, this is the thing to focus on now, because obviously maybe we'll see the occasional pop off with a good stomp or something. But it's mainly going to be about this ult usage and the macro. So there we saw Prisa get the advantage and break some of the ult economy in terms of the value they got out of Symbol and Kitsune Rush. I'm a huge sim head. So there's also mini games here. So we're going to TP through aggressively, going to flip the map. Early stomp, need to reposition now. Mauga's going to get in front of each other. Both going to trade. You see him just corner peeking here. Argon trying to get the most out. Ade actually went for the higher ground, but Knife's going to take it back, but he's low HP. They're going to flip to point now. They threaten a TP up top, actually. They go for it, but only 2 of them go. Mistake with the TP here from SPG, and Knife is going to be able to take over as a result. Yeah, there's a few things you can do with the Sim TP, where you can either, like, obviously TP and rotate the team, you can TP and flip the map, or you can just do a TP for a couple of people to, say, clear an angle. So sometimes a Lucio Sim can be a pretty good 2-man group to send on that TP, which I think is, it kind of looked like what Sim Prisa did there, but I don't know if it was, I don't think if it was either properly done or either, it looked like only Hyunjai took it. Is this an SSG buff? Potentially. If Sim is possible, then it will really suit SSG, that's for sure. Alright, let's see. So, TP to rotate from Sim Prisa. They want to try and flip out onto point. It means that Knife has this high ground, though, so they're trying to decide which way to go. TP out now to clear the high ground. Big position now. They're trying to pile in. Hyunjai's gone too deep, really, for this. Argon's going to try and pile in as well. They all try and pile onto the Sim there. I don't know if that's really the play. Because they've done the hard bit. Stomp comes in. Oh, he's going to cage to clean this one up as well. Kitsune Rush used from Lee Soo-min. They should clean this up though. Alright, 2 trades 1, but yeah, so in a very... That was a 5v3 and cage beat Kitsune. I think did Kitsune as well, actually. So it's still actually a net positive trade for Sim Prisa here. Is Hadi a Mauga head? And it's just I think Mauga's probably one of his heroes everyone can play, you know. You think Argon got booped while he was flying? Oh, okay. Potentially, yeah. Because, yeah, it felt like they ended up really trying to pile onto Knife there, which I don't think is the play. I think you're sort of forced to play a little bit front to back. The Sojin obviously doesn't have to. Now the cage is going to be, or the symbol is going to be used to try and walk in, and Ade doesn't get through. Knife actually pushes back and kills it. I feel like, in theory, Cage should be really good against Overclock, right? Because if the Overclock ever gets too close or tries to swing, you just cage her and then you fight her. So now Sim Prisa do have big ult advantage, though. They've gotten this cage. They've nearly gotten this symbol. It's actually a little bit really slow from Argon. The stomp to try and deny the TP is good. The cage is good, though, as well. No beat from Hyunjai. He doesn't get a chance to get it off. So they're just going to actually manage to kill him. Both Lucio seem to be dying so much at the moment. They disengage this symbol, and yes, have actually robbed the bank with that one. Absolutely robbed the bank. They'll come and clear these ones. TP threatening to come through. They're trying to go now. Beat advantage push as well. They have to try and disengage. Good boop from Bliss. And they're all out as well. And Sim Prisa have messed up all the ults. And now they have Kitsune Rush slight advantage. They need to go sooner rather than later. Trying to pile over top as well. Knife's gone through onto the Sojin. Oh yeah, they've just demolished him. No chance to use this Kitsune Rush. They'll save it for next fight. But now Irony's going to have Kitsune Rush. Donkhack's going to have Cage as well. Viper's going to have this quicker wall. Now it's really hard. Now it's really hard for Sim Prisa. Look, it should be a full hold if nothing goes wrong here. Okay, so coming back here. Oh, they're going to flip straight to point. They have to go back into this room here. Kitsune Rush to try and focus them out. They're going to try and go back inside. Wall on top now. They can't... Oh, they just focus down to you. Yeah, it's just too many ults. It's such a hard fight. Is there much merit to reacting to Wall with Cage or vice versa? So we've not... It's hard to get the exact read on it, but my initial theory with this... Let me just cash for votes first. Let's queue up the next one as well. I think we'll have a bigger break on this one so we can put a big time. So my initial thought so far is with the Cage and the thing is like if you sim wall first and then they manage to cage you like here, it's fucked, right? Because you can't use your sim wall at all. So I think if they cage you and then you sim wall over the top, it's really good. Like sim wall, I think beats cage in that sort of head-to-head in theory. Because it gives you, especially in this type of mirror, you get to play around it so much. So I think as long as you can get the sim wall in the cage, it works. But there's probably also like a play from the Malga if he can cage you away from sim wall as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this just continues to be a little bit of a...
Can TP out of cage? You can TP out of cage.
Yeah, they won the control map, so that was a solid start. But
Yep. So sim might be back on the table, Chris. If you've got any sim players in your team, you might be all right. Yeah, but Maui doesn't heal himself if he's shooting a shield. Yeah. Does it work as well? Does he get healing from the... You know when beat is on? Does he get healing from that? Like if he's shooting the beat over health? Does that scuff his healing as well? You don't think so? Who won map 2? YETI won. It was a full hold. Full hold. Sim Prisa had like a couple of clear like ult fight advantages, but messed it up. Wonder if London have a sim player. Balanced team pushing the agenda with no sim buffs.
Well, we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll see if YETI is going to be able to complete the 3-0. It'll be their second 3-0 win, actually. I was going to say their first, but no.
Who's London? But yeah, okay. So we just need to start looking through it through a different lens. It's all about the ult and the macro there. So now we see the mistake with the ults from Sim Prisa. We see good cages. We see Lucio's dying a lot, and we see some elements of Sim outplay. I think there's always there's such like a large skill ceiling on Sim and being able to outplay and out-rotate the other team. So especially if both teams are doing it as well, it's like a real Okay, if you crit, you get the health. Yeah. Yeah, this is the first match, G Mentor. So we'll get this one, and it feels like it might be over quite quickly. Yeah, my presumption is for Shield to block it, right? So he has to actually get in the cage, or he has to go like from out to in to beat everyone. So I think... Yeah, I mean, in this type of mirror, it actually feels like cage isn't that big an ult, actually. Like, it's still like a problem to deal with, but there's so many good ways to deal with it as well. What's the score? 2-0 to YETI right now, so it's looking very one-sided. Random question, but will Venture be out for Stage 2 of OWCS? I saw something saying it will be out mid-April now. It was originally going to come out on the 9th of April, which would have been right at the start of the second tournament. But now it's going to be the 16th of April, which means potentially what we're going to get is... You know how this patch has now arrived right in the middle of the tournament, in the middle of the group stage? It's possible Venture is going to arrive right in the middle of the next tournament, in the middle of the group stage. So you'll play your first group games without Venture, and then you'll get to Venture in your second half of the group games. Loving all the high-level Malga playing Korea. Hope he can stay in the meta until LAN to see the best Malgas in the world compete. Me too, Raspberry Racer fan. No, SPG are playing Vesta on... If I want to say, it's for last week, it'll be a Saturday maybe? For Friday. So this is where we are now. This is the Friday day. This is next week. So we got some good games. We got FTG versus WAC today. We got Runaway versus FTG tomorrow. And then, which one is it? Falcons v FTG will be good as well on... So we got like one good game a day this week, or one like properly good game. And then next week we get lots of the big games, right? YETI v Genesis should be a dogfight. SPG versus Vesta should be a dogfight. WOC versus Falcons should be the real showdown. So lots and lots of good games next week. Who have I got winning out of SPG and Vesta? I think I'm actually an SPG head. I know we're all Dart heads, but maybe go free him on. Maybe go free him on.
Alrighty, we are
what do you call him? On Malga would be alright. Venture looks interesting. Yeah, to be fair, I've not seen too much of it. Yeah, it's kind of sad how Genesis hasn't got a win. Yeah, I thought Genesis would be a lot better than they were, but they've really shit the bed. They've really underperformed. They've not looked that good, and it's obviously feels like such a waste with like the K-Nat team. Stop saying Gafor. You mean Gafrium? Can we make a Gafrium emote, the new Ajax? Like the Gafrium Rampage. Replace the Rhino Rampage with the Gafrium Rampage. Genesis is not in a dogfight. Genesis is in a dogfight with their self-esteem, I think. Like their self-worth. They really need that win. That's the dogfight Genesis is in. Yeah, no sign of Kellen. No sign of Kellen so far. It's been all Cali.
Certainly could. I mean, we see the movement here from the side of YETI. It was one of the things the coaches were talking
Yeah, you're right, Rav. Luckily, yeah, I can't imagine there's a KO Terry C or any kind of toxicity there. Ooh, pardon me. Ooh, early morning. I mean, maybe. I mean, to be fair, like, when they had that, like, tough loss, and Terry was crying and stuff, it felt like everyone sort of rallied around him. Maybe it's easy in that situation to rally around someone. But yeah, basically they just didn't look very good, like in terms of when we were watching them play, like the dive versus the double flex, they looked like they just had no clue. Just looked really poor, like poor understanding, poor like team play more than any like maybe like Choice One had a really bad week one, but other than that, I think it's more bad team play than individual mistakes. Yeah, oh yeah, Terry Dutch Vancouver. Yeah, I mean, some of those situations, maybe it's Terry being difficult and toxic, but also some of those situations are so fucking hard, you know? There's like two ways these things go, right? Because you also see situations where like Jumpin and Max and Heesang all don't do well on shock, and then they all leave for shock and they all look fine players again. Because the situation isn't so bad. They even got him Chantic to make him happy. Yeah. Wow. Unfortunately, those situations can be very far gone. You mean the shock situation, Enks? Well, they just started bad, right? They had all these problems with housing initially. They couldn't get out from Korea, so they were all scrimming on ping. And as a alumni of Season 4 Spitfire, scrimming on ping can do that to you. So I think they just had initially... they were struggling in scrims, they were having to play on ping, their housing wasn't sorted, they were going to have a slow start to the season. They didn't even want to play the Pro AM, but Blizzard forced them to play the Pro AM. And they just... I think they got a lot of internal strife and internal disagreement and tension during this period of bad results and bad whatever. And then they just sort of carried that into the season. Plug for 9K. Yeah, we spoke to 9K. He talks a little bit about it and more of the detail of like why it went so wrong and why it was so hard.
Necessary, but you know, showboating is, I think, going to be okay, and no one will speak ill of you if you crush 3-0 anyways.
I got traumatized, but he got a win though. Yeah, they did beat Boston in the end. As an observer from the outside, it's really hard to judge a player's personality and blaming someone for being toxic or a bad person for the other players calling him that's fucked up. I mean, maybe, but it's also, how else are you going to get that information, right? Everyone's sort of entitled to their opinion. It doesn't mean it's necessarily true, right? I guess that's the other caveat. It's just because a player says, this person's a fucking arsehole. It doesn't actually make it true. But it's the only insight you really get into these internal dynamics. And the internal dynamics are so important, really, in terms of how a team actually... How a team ends up doing well or badly. Do you think Eternal could have been competitive? Yeah, I think if you look back at that Eternal team, when they first went... when the Koreaning first happened for Vegas, they actually looked like a really good team. Well, not like maybe really good as like... maybe that's too strong a set of adjectives. But they looked a really competitive team, and it felt like every week they were getting closer and closer to getting their first win, until it didn't. So I think to use a player who I've always thought was good, like even on Soul Dynasty, I thought he looked really fine as an off-tank player. And Knife is obviously really high talent. So I think there's no surprise that they're both good, even if they're both going to end up having probably pretty disappointing seasons of OWCS. I base all my players on opinions on players from what I hear about them on Uncoachable. Yeah, Ashley was saying the other day on the stream that we essentially have too much power now. Everyone will just believe anything we say. That one Boston game made you an Eternal. Yeah, I mean, Eternal looked fine. Like when those changes happened, it really looked like maybe Avalor was right to kill everybody. It was the Western players' fault. We should have killed them. Is Uncoachable named after Yaki? No. No, it was originally going to be called something else, but then Unter came up with like we'd actually filmed the first episode with a different name on like all the graphics and stuff, and then Unter came up with a name because he thought, shouldn't it be more related to like us all being coaches or something like that? And Unter came up with a name, and we were immediately like, yeah, that's a better name. So we redid the branding and we edited the video to put it over the top. And I think it worked out good. I think it's a much better name than we had originally. So I think it was a good shout by Unter. All right, locked in. All right, we're going to understand it. Sim. What were the other names considered? The original one we had was called Talkover. Because it was a bit of a play on, obviously, Overwatch. We didn't want to call it Overtalk, but like it was like, Talkover, because maybe if we're arguing, we're like talking over each other kind of thing. So Talkover was the original name, but Uncoachable is 100% a better name. So I'm actually really glad we did that, even though it took like a bit of work to change it over. Yeah. Still 1080p? Hope so. Yep. Sure is. But yeah, Uncoachable was 100% better. So it was a good change to swap. That's awful. I thought it sort of made sense. It was originally mine and Chris's idea. But Uncoachable was actually just substantially better. What do you mean? It was my idea, Wilder. I thought it was okay. I thought it made sense. Because it's like talking. It was a play on. It was a play on. Do you know Talking Counter? I've been watching a couple of episodes of Talking Counter. So it was kind of like. So I think that was kind of on my mind as well. Like talking. So I was like, is it Talking Over? But Talking Over sounds too close to their name, right? I can't go. I can't just rip off Talking Counter. Should have named it Talkover. Thank you, Overshake. Should I do a rebrand? Did you request for clean feed in the coaching application? Yes, but clean feed isn't available for Korea. It's only an EU and NA thing. So the clean feed isn't available for Korea for anyone. All right, where are we? Okay, sim down. Talkover gives Passover vibes. Maybe that's the vibe we were looking for. I've not seen The Office. I've seen the UK one. I've not seen the American one. Big games in AIM this weekend? I think no. I think the way they've sort of done the scheduling, it actually means there's maybe not too many exciting games. We'll still do the co-stream. We'll have a good time, I think. There'll be some fun games, but there won't be any. None of the elite teams are really playing, or there's no like big matches in terms of like great teams. Oh, Office Space for movie? I've also not seen that. Maybe I'm out of touch. Oh yeah, the LFO Citrus match is actually the big one. That's the big one. That's the grudge match for rematch. But I kind of think it just won't be good though, right? M80 are playing? Yeah, but I don't think they're playing anyone good, right? Because they're just going to play like the other Timeless, probably. Has this been close at all? Yeah, the first map was really close. Second map was not so close. The worst Timeless. Yeah, what they call Timeless Obsidian. schedule for this weekend. So we're going to do Korea this morning, right now. That's where we are right now. Welcome to the present moment. Then we've got Scrim co-stream this evening. And it might actually be our last Scrim co-stream for a while because teams want to lock it down for the main event. And then we'll do Korea co-stream Saturday morning, EU co-stream Saturday evening, and then same on Sunday, Korea in the morning, Europe, and maybe America in the evening as well. And in between that, after today's broadcast, after the Korea ones ends, I'll actually be releasing my interview with Bailey, who is the esports product lead at Blizzard. So now I'll be going out after this. We talk about some of the rules and some of the things they've implemented this season, some of the problems they've run into. We have a bit of talk about the broadcast. So yeah, it should be an interesting interview. I didn't see the scrim drama. What happened, Jubiok? Did they TP out of their own cage? I actually super wasn't paying attention. The other problem with this meta is you actually need to lock in to pay attention to everything because it's like a big ult trade. But yeah, talk me through the drama, Jubiok. I'll pay attention to this. All right, over TP and overclock. Bliss in trouble. We'll be able to skate out of that one. Now it's just a Kyriot on point to force it through here, but it's Ada who finds the pick. Sojin gap. All right, now DPS advantage for 2 seconds. So much damage. They need to be careful. Disruptor onto the sim. That seems like a pretty reasonable way to use that disruptor. Both sims are full beam. Now Kitsune Rush comes through, and that should just push it over the edge. I wonder how disengageable it is with a Mauga. Like, normally you try and cheat a lot of these ults in, like, a Brawl Mirror or, like, disengage one. But I don't know how possible it is with a Mauga. Maybe you can just, what do you call it? You can, like, overrun out of it. Maybe you can TP disengage in some of these situations as well. I don't know. Let's see then. WD-40 refused to play until Hydron stopped streaming. They had a 50-minute standoff with Hydron screaming to his stream about having to turn it off. Eventually, Hydron left by telling WD-40 he was going to send the codes to the team they're playing. Hold on. It's was it? I guess it's all on Hydron's stream as well then, right? Because of that. Hold on, let me send it to the boys.
I just think that, you know, that last fight for Prisa Gaming, if 8 had gotten those kills and they had won the fight without the barrier, you feel great. But when you had to use the barrier, you know that Bliss is just going to barrier the rushing Donghak.
Client of the week. Yeah, maybe both. I don't know who. Is it a client of... Who's the client here, really? I mean, it's kind of his... I think it's also client to not want this... Why would they say... I guess they've got a match, right, tomorrow. Or Thursday. Do we have any FTG or WAC scrim bucks? It's Mauga? Nope. We're going in blind. He then immediately got Sam on a call. Yeah. Chris and Hunter already sent me the OG looking for job in esports tweet. So yeah. All right. Let's lock in. Where are we? Big advantage for YETI. Overclock first. Taking a step back. Symbol's going to go out. It's going to slide in. Take care of Knife. They lose High and Jai, but the wall should push them over the edge. It's a little bit messy here. We're actually 2v2. But one of those two is a Mauga, so the Mauga just wins, surely, in this. There's nowhere for this backline to go. Oh, he's 1 HP. Does he get the kills? Do they get out of this? How do they get out of this? They are stuck behind enemy lines. Irony and Bliss are behind enemy lines. They need significant help. Oh, the chase is on. Run! Run! Oh, he's not going to get another TP. They kill Ade! Oh, he doesn't get to TP out. Oh my god, Simfreeze are making a meal of this.
Let's see if Prisa learned from their last mistake. They need to hold this sound barrier for Blisses, otherwise they're going to have the same problem they had in the last fight.
I think the OG, I don't know, OG one, it just becomes like a classic, you know? We just need to like highlight that it's still happening. But alright, they get the retake off the Kitsune Rush. Yeah, OGE, as in the Korean old Dallas tank player.
This Bliss will be able to match now in this upcoming fight, so they're just gonna have to outfight YETI coming up here. But still, at least they have even tools here. It's not an unfair fight like it was the last.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like the scrim streaming is due to end. Like tomorrow should be the last scrim stream I think I'm gonna do, just because obviously the teams want to lock it down for the main event afterwards. So initial cage onto 2U, counter cage will come out, we'll go to overhead, beat over top. Big beam coming through, later beat now. Knives, they're going to kill 2U through all of this now as well. Kitsune rush advantage. I feel like some of these are just like, yeah, I feel like some of these are just, what do you call it? Like, they're just impossible ult situations for the team that's like one ult down to win. There's no, like, way to play around it. Well, you say everyone's codes are going to get leaked by someone, but, like, that's not actually what happens, you know, most of the time. Like, when we're talking on Coachable, you know the comps, but you don't get the codes normally. I don't know if it's, like, shared more, codes are shared more in NA, but in Overwatch League, we would know the comps, but we wouldn't always, like, the idea that we would have VODs or codes all the time is not true at all. Yeah, I don't know if, like, maybe, like, we've given the wrong impression here on Uncoachable. Like, people know the comps, 100% people know your comps. But I don't think we very rarely got codes or VODs. Like, even though we tell the mirror story, and it is funny as fuck, now, it only happened, like, twice. Like, maybe 3 times total in 3 years of Overwatch League in my experience. And there will be these stages early on where, like, you know when it's like scrims and you get the ones where like Haddy leaked our fucking codes by accident because people were accidentally leaking codes on stream and stuff. You get like periods like that, but these were still very short periods and very few codes in reality. The mirror stories is just about him having an argument with Ben where he thought he was right and he thought Ben was wrong, and then Mirror storms out of the fucking practice and says, fine, cancel the scrim then. And then he sends the VOD of that argument to other teams to try and point out what an idiot his team and Ben are. But he's the one who just comes across like the arsehole, innit? Which I guess can happen. Simfreeze are actually making their way back into this one. It's going to be cage. Donghack's in a counter cage as well. Both teams have beat. Coming through. Overclock. Doesn't actually do enough. They're going to sim wall. They have to try and win this fight. It's just over, though. I think it's going to be a YETI world. Is the replay code that valuable to an enemy team? I mean, yeah, it's useful. You have to bear in mind, like, most replay codes don't get leaked. Like, most comps will get leaked, but most replay codes won't. Toronto codes got posted in Applies Discord last patch. But yeah, again, but think about, like, when you say Toronto codes, how many are we talking, though? Let me cash this one out. So another YETI win. Minimum 8. Yeah, but that's not... You have to bear in mind that some of these teams are playing like 3 blocks a day. So 8 is not even half of a day. A lot of the time. For those who are upset about missing Pelican from M80 to find 2, Hydron said he only played the script because Pelly was feeling sick. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think the presumption at the time was he was either just asleep or not available for whatever reason, rather than it being like a tactical change. Hi, Thunder Shadow.
The story of what this meta is looking like, at least in our first 3 maps of it here in week 3. I'm not 100% sure if we'll see it all day long, but if that's...
I don't know, I'm not sure you guys are on the right... I don't know. I'm not sure I buy into some of this at all. My codes are just going to get leaked. I don't think that... I don't know. Does that really happen in America? It never happened in Overwatch League. Like, the comps would, but the codes, no.
Not working out, but as soon as he went over onto the Sojourn, he was just like, okay, this is way more comfortable. I'm finding way more value, and he was just ripping people to shreds.
Yeah, I was the only Viper. I voted for Viper. I thought he had just just a overall better grasp.
Why do they always freeze on this screen for so long? Yeah, it seems a reasonable player of the match. I mean, to be honest, I think I missed big parts of it, to be honest, like exactly what was happening, but felt reasonable enough. Felt like 2U was actually struggling a bit on the Malga.
Shoot the Malga or shoot the enemy Symmetra. You focus on that single target. And Knife had so many critical.
What an entertaining match. I had so much fun watching this game. That looks like France, right? He's not posting. She's Viper for player of the match. Yeah, Knife Viper, I guess. You can leak codes on the tournament servers. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible codes were leaked, but I feel like my impression is, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but the impression is you guys were talking about like leaking scrim codes, like it happened all the time, or leaking replay codes. And from my experience, that isn't true. People would leak comps, they wouldn't leak for codes. So that's where I think, like, I don't know. I bet Hero Sim goes hard. What if Choice 1 transforms into Prime Michael Jordan just for a Falcons game? I don't... I mean, potentially, but also potentially not.
And not when he's just playing Malga and left and right clicking towards people. It is definitely a lot easier, and you can rest.
If you streamed LA Valiant, yeah, Valiant would always... Yeah, we'd always see the codes go up after Valiant. But you think it's even more? Well, the thing is, though, when it's like tier 2... I don't know, does codes actually get around, though? If you know what I mean, like, that's leaking to people who aren't in the same competition as us. Because you have to bear in mind that we had Landon on our team. And Landon is obviously friends with all of these people because he comes from NA tier 2 originally. So, I feel like my impression would be if the codes were available, we would have got them as well. Maybe the problem is nobody actually wants the Valiant fucking codes. Alright, let's see what our boy's saying.
Obviously receiving the player of the match here.
He looks fucking buzzing about it
Please
too.
introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 저는 예티 팀에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 나이프라고
And
합니다.
I am the DPS for Team YETI.
네,
Nice.
반갑습니다. 네, 나이프 선수 이번 승리는 연패를 끊는 정말 고마운
This win here today obviously breaks your team's losing streak. So how do you feel?
연패를 끊어서 너무 좋았고
I'm happy that we broke the win streak or the losing streak.
너무 간절했는데 이겨서 좋습니다.
And we were desperate for today's win, so we're glad that we won today's match.
Oh, he's happy, that's good.
어지러웠어요. 정신이 없더라고요.
High
Today
five.
was obviously today's match was very chaotic.
승리를 오늘 거머 주셨습니다. 이번 패치 어떻게
So how do you feel about the patch, the recent patch?
일단 이번 메타가 마우가가 너무 좋아서
I think Malga is really good in this meta,
Mm-hmm.
in the current meta.
하는 것 같아요.
So I
True.
think that's it fits our team well.
Oh, Malga guys. Donghack was never the Winston Bull guy. He was the Malga guy. The hero just wasn't out in time.
So we're seeing a lot of Symmetra, Malga. And how do you rate some of the heroes that are coming into the meta?
그냥 쓸만한 게 마우가 정도밖에 아직은.
I think that Malga is definitely viable in this meta. As for the other heroes, I'm
viable.
not sure yet.
Yeah, Malga's viable though. Good take, Knife.
So we have to talk about your hero pool. You played Cassidy at first, and then you switched to Sojourn.
Oh, this might actually be it's an interesting question, actually.
So can you tell us why?
처음에 힘의 맥크리로 걸렸는데
We were going to
소전이 조합이긴 하더라고요.
go with Symmetra Cassidy, but we decided that
네, 그렇군요.
Symmetra Sojourn is a little better.
이번 좀 경기에서 마우가가 너무 막 돌진하고 그러니까 딜러들이 살아남기가 좀 힘든 것
So
같아요.
because Malga obviously charges
I thought he was going to tell us something
towards
interesting.
the enemy front lines.
Oh,
and
we
the
picked
back line.
Sojourn because it's
So
better?
how does the
뒤에 마우가가
DPS
있으면
players
마우가 옆에
Maybe
붙어
Sojourn's better, I guess.
survive?
Since he said so.
And can you give us some tips? And he says, just stick to Malga.
넣으면 되나요?
Stick to Malga. That's the tip.
Deal damage. Next turn.
The tip is just play Malga.
자, 오늘 오랜만에
Fuck's sake, Knife.
A lot of fans have been desperately waiting for Team YETI's first to break out of the losing streak. So, can you say a few words to the fans that have been waiting?
3패하고 첫 승리라서 너무 기쁘고
I'm very happy that we took a win after a 3-game losing streak. And please continue to watch us until the very end.
Yeah, we'll keep watching.
That's it for
Since you are so nicely, Knife, we'll keep watching.
interview with Knife. And before we head into match 2, I'm going
100
to
for a
go
highlight seems
back to the
cheap.
casters.
Everybody seems to use it. There's just this one guy called what's his name? Shilme. I mean, he just highlights his message every time and says, "Bold man is speaking. I'm listening," or something to that extent.
Falcons, so don't go anywhere.
All right. Let's see. These players have the best tips. Oh, they sure do. You'll abuse it and ruin it for everyone. Good. Good. This meta is so cooked. Unless they play too much Malga, then I might stop watching. We just need to reframe. We just need to reframe our. We just need to reframe our thinking. You know. We need to watch more overhead, and they did. Maybe I should I tell Blizzard to watch more overhead? All right. Overwatch. Oh, fuck. Now we've talked about it. Do Koreans stream any of their scrims? No. Korean culture, I think, is a lot more like... as much as, like, NA in Europe would be quite happy to share comps and all of this, that stuff is seen as very much a big faux pas. Big faux pas in Korea. At least publicly. I don't know what it's like really behind the scenes, right? Because I guess presumably it's also meant to be a faux pas in America and Europe. So I don't know what happens behind the scenes in Korea. But publicly it's a lot more shamed. Client of the week, X? For what? They would rather stream themselves in the shower. For insinuating... Why? No, but I am right that the public... The public... I don't know what you call it. Like, the outward projection is very much... very anti all of this stuff we're sharing, right? It's very much a frowned upon topic. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but I feel like they frown upon it a little bit more publicly. Whereas in Europe and America, we're here saying it on a podcast, and also, you not see Goomba's interview? Where he was just like, yeah, that's the way we'll beat Korea, is we'll just leak all their comps and share their codes. All of this. Did I cash out that bet? Yeah, okay. Who we got next, then? That was the Falcons game. X is mixing South and North Korea. Fuck. Well, it just says it's for Korea OWCS, right? So that presumably means both Koreas are eligible. I know I'm not meant to get into politics on this stream, but it's probably about... It's like, well, it's 9:30. It's probably about time to solve the North Korea-South Korea problem. You think Majid will play? No, not if it's a Kiri Lucio thing. You feeling a Majid mapping coming? I don't think so. I mean, we saw what? It's all Kiri Lucio, right? So, yeah. I think we'll just see more of that. I mean, double flex maybe isn't out of the question. In theory, it's good against the Malga. But even last week when they did the double flex, from what Majid said, that wasn't their intention. They just sort of put him in just to play. But we actually have Majid spotting. New trim. New trim. We've got him. Fresh trim. There we go. He's back. Have we seen a Orisa against Malga, and does it work? We saw it in scrims last night and it seemed reasonable. The unexplored theory from at least the scrims we saw is that in theory, if you play Orisa versus Malga, you can play into him pretty well. You can counter his cage a lot better. Terra Surge is good into cage and all of this. But the question that Seeker proposed, or the other theory that Seeker proposed, was what if the Malga team starts running a Sombra, and the Sombra just fucks up all the Orisa because you can hack her out of spin, you can hack her out of a ult and everything. Now, would an Orisa just, Sombra just stop the Orisa being able to play into Malga, and then the Malga is unstoppable? You think M80 figured out? I mean, they did start to win more maps back, but also not all of that was necessarily into the Orisa. I don't know. I didn't see anything that really made me think, like, M80 have cracked this, you know? I think the Sombra theory probably makes the most sense on paper. Hack only lasts 1.5 seconds? Yeah, but you cancel the spin. That's the important thing, right? You cancel the spin. Or you cancel her ult. So it doesn't need to last long. It's all about cancelling the ability. Yeah, Seeker's actually cracked it. You think it won't last for long? Give it a week? Yeah, I mean, some of these games this weekend are going to be like... This is going to be the least amount of practice teams are going to have on this patch, so... Easiest solution would probably just be to play the Malga. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sombra too as well. You've heard from the homies JK has a nasty Orisa. Can we put JK in? Yeah, let's get G... I think JK might be making like a... I think he's on a 30-day contract with Falcons for this patch now. Honestly, you should have seen... I know, obviously, JK gets a lot of stick, and maybe he deserves it for that performance, but JK in warm-up? Whoo! He actually did everything we asked of him. He was playing it really well. That's why we had so much faith in it. Everyone was playing it well. Felt like we had it. Who is the Malga for Falcons? JK Scrim Warlord. I don't think so. I think there's like an element of like there's different things or different challenges. Like if you're playing a hero you're super comfortable on and super experienced on, it's a lot easier to do that in a match. Whereas if you're playing a hero, now say in JK's case, you have 24 hours on a brand new style, brand new hero essentially, and we need to try and do this thing. I think it's a lot easier to get nervous and fuck that up, or you know, not perform as you did the day before, compared to like something like how many fucking, what does he have? Literally years on Winston, right? So yeah, so it's more understandable. Obviously, it's still disappointing, but it's more understandable. I mean, to be fair, if he had just done the stuff we told him like he did the day before, it probably would have felt a lot better at least. I don't know if we would have won, but it would have felt a lot better. Yeah, and I think as well, one thing that happens if like, because the way we lost that first map is we just like turbo-inted. So, once it goes so wrong immediately, it's actually a confidence shatterer, right? Like if the way it went wrong, it actually just fucks, I think, with our confidence then in both our fucks with our confidence individually, and then there's no way back from that really. But yeah. Can I put the Preds on? I can, yeah. So, I mean, Genesis are going to be so fucked, right? Genesis, Team Falcons. Well, exactly, yeah. It was one of those things, right? As soon as I think it's the same for everyone. Like obviously Backbone was another one with a big underperformance. But again, like Genji's a high confidence hero, right? Really hard to play like Genji and Tracer if stuff starts to go wrong and you don't feel good about it. Genesis value betters. There's no... Can we do Preds if they play Magid or not? Well, he won't play map 1. If we're quick, we can do a map 2 Will Magic play. We can get a bet before the bet. A bet before the bet. Alright. I'm going to go get another drink while you guys load up your money. We'll see how it goes. We're counting down. Come on, guys. Falcons win these easy. Midtown Magic. All your money on Genesis. Alright, we're going to get the walkouts. What are the actual odds right now? Oh, 7.2k on Genesis? Alright.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time now to go into our second series here of the day. We have Genesis going up against Team Falcons. Genesis, a team that, despite the lineup...
There'll be no payout for betting on Falcons is boring. What did we say we were going to do before if the maps were super one-sided, right? We were going to do... 1 was going to be an Ajax. 2 was going to be... It was 2 a C9. And then 3 was a full cap.
The coaching staff is leaning towards Falcons right now, so they do have a lot of advantages.
Right, that's what we said we were going to do. If the bets were like just going to be like... Because there's a real potential this is going to be a pretty one-sided affair. Believe Sunjacks. There's no way we see a Sunjacks.
Whereas Falcons, you know, I feel like they might have their own take on the meta because they know everyone is playing
Ajax plus a Kjax? There's no way.
Do you want to show it here? Maybe not necessarily.
Might as well vote for the Jax.
One team out of our remaining 4 is going to do something different. Might be Falcons.
I don't know, it's a new meta. Maybe Kalios is like the guy on Malga. C9 can get very hard to decide though. Yeah, yeah, it's true. So what else did we do? I swear we did something else before as well, but I can't remember. Yeah, I think because it's a brand new meta, so we never know, and also the nature is this type of meta. It's maybe like harder to. There's like a different. You can still gap teams, obviously, but it's maybe a little bit harder, right?
Oh. They've been putting up some fantastic performances in their series, and then other times they're made to look absent in the lobby. So it's been.
I mean, what would it be like? Choice one. It depends if they do the sim as well. Like I think the fact that we've seen the fact that we've seen both these two teams, who I think should be pretty towards the bottom of the food chain in the Korean scrim ladder. Both playing like Sim Cass or Sim Soja makes me think that maybe Sim is actually just locked for a load of these teams. But here's gonna really, this will really help us decide. So we saw a Terra Surge come out of Sim Prisa. Matching Genesis jerseys. Are these new jerseys? New jerseys? Let's see. New jerseys. Everyone's names it. Rare Kellen sighting. Alright, not too bad a bow. Shun the Tracer non-believers.
Like I said, even winning a game against Falcons would be more than any other team has done, so could certainly be the beginning of something.
Oh, hands in the middle.
This roster is packed.
Alright, we didn't seem too excited about it, but the sync was okay at least. See, what I was thinking of, what if it's just like Sombra Sojourn? What if that's the Sombra Sojourn? What if those are the DPS?
That is crushed at a team that has, as you mentioned, 2 great
Nothing to be excited about. Just another day getting beat up by Falcons, huh? Let's see. Oh, here he is. Majid walkout. New trim. Right, let's see Majid bow. He fucked up the last bow. He fucked up the last bow. He doesn't bow, he waves? He waves instead of bowing? Oh my god. Alright. A pretty hand in the middle. I think Majid's actually thrown this walkout as well. So I think early advantage here to new match in Jersey Genesis. Yeah, Falcons. Why would he wave instead of bow? Why is he so anti-bow pilled? Is it a religious thing? Is it actually? I can't tell if you're trolling or not. I'm actually gonna Google it. I feel like I'm getting trolled though. Because I swear he bowed before, right?
Actually, I say unsurprising. It's tough to know actually who's going to be playing what going into this.
Oh, okay. It's not permissible to bow to anyone when greeting them, whether in the context of sports or otherwise.
Some additional time to prepare that, so could definitely be the take as Decay and Choice One. We'll see what they end up playing.
Bowing should be reserved for Allah. Oh, okay then. All right. I'll take it back. I'll take it back. Client of the week. I was learning, aren't we? Yeah, no, you guys are right.
It might not mean anything, but it could mean everything, and that's what I'm leaning towards. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, let's go with the glass half full. Maybe.
Yeah, they don't even do it in like a younger to elder thing either.
Decisions of last week here for the side of Team Falcons, or maybe Hunman is just really good at Malga and Smurf is like, nah, you go. I don't know. We'll find out though. But I'm curious to see what the map veto looks like, because that might tell us a little bit more.
Yeah.
Chat is client of the week. No, chat was right.
Especially if Team Falcons have.
So I guess what does this mean then? Does this mean who wins the walkout then?
Pretty strong for this Symmetra Malga composition though, so time will tell us.
How do I factor this in? Because I guess he did wave at the same time as the bow, so we have to just treat them as like two equal equivalents of greeting. Did Genesis still win because they've got the new jerseys? Yeah, I think you might be right, Jubiok. Alright. Maybe Genesis have still edged it.
We are back with the team rep interview for match 2 between Genesis and Team
Let's
Falcons.
see.
네, 안녕하세요. 제네시스 팀의
And
팀장이자 탱커를
This
맡고
Where did he
is
get
the
that
team
coat from?
captain for Genesis,
He didn't have
Callius.
a coat on the walkout. He's got a new coat.
자, 다음으로 팀 팔콘의 크러스티님
And
자기소개
for Team
부탁드립니다.
Falcons,
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘의 코치를
and
맡고 있는
this is
크러스티라고
Krusty
합니다.
from Team Falcons.
We've heard of this guy.
네, 자, 양팀 분들 모두 너무 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 제네시스 팀의 칼리오스님에게 먼저 질문 드리겠습니다.
This first
Rusty's got that
question
real
goes to
dad look,
Genesis'
hasn't he?
Callios.
Like he's just dropped his kids off at soccer practice.
And Genesis is showing significant improvements since over the past matches.
오늘 경기 어떻게 보시나요?
And how do you foresee today's match?
일단 저희 선수들이 제가 뽑을 때도 잠재 가치를 보고 뽑았기 때문에
I picked
저희 실력
our
그래프가
players based on
우상향을
potential,
지향하고 있어서
네.
점점 나은 경기력을
and I
보여드릴 수
think
있도록
that we
이번 주에도
are
준비해왔으니까
working
조금 기대해
towards
주셔도
an improved
좋을 것
gameplay.
같습니다.
Okay.
네, 자, 그렇다면 팀
Kallios picked for players based on potential, so he picked himself. I only pick players with big potential,
They are
like
on
me.
an undefeated streak
네.
with undefeated map streak
오늘도 그 상위권
as well.
달리기 이어갈까요?
Will they be able to continue that streak today?
전 저희
As
팀이
coach for
제일
Team
강하다고
Falcons.
생각하고 그리고 저희 스태프분들과 선수들이 얼마나 열심히 노력하는 걸 알기에
And
전 문제 없다
we
생각합니다.
are both the management and the coaches
네,
and the players are
문제
working
없는
towards
오늘 경기 볼수
keeping that streak
있을지
alive.
기대가 되는데요. 자, 그렇다면 양팀 모두에게 오늘 경기에 대한
So this next
What's
one
Kallios got under
goes
the
to both
coat?
teams. What's the prediction for today?
사실 이런 말을 하게 될 줄은 몰랐는데 잃을 게 없는 사람이 무서울 게 없다고.
오.
I
저희는
didn't
잃을 게 없기
know
때문에
I would be saying
모든
this
걸
here today,
보여드리고
but
가도록 하겠습니다.
자, 잃을
there's
게
nothing to
없는
lose for us
팀에
here,
오늘
so we're
고춧가루
going
뿌리기
to
가나요?
그냥 통째로 뿌리겠습니다. 그냥.
we're just going
오늘
to
한통
work hard.
뿌리시겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데, 자,
He knows their
팀
thoughts.
팔콘의
Team
각오도
Falcons.
들어볼까요?
저희는 특별한 각오가 필요 없다고 생각합니다.
And
그냥 평소 하던 대로
I
자리에
think that as
임하면
long
될것
as we
같습니다.
just
아,
stick
우리는 이
to
자리
our
그대로
gameplay, I think
묵묵하게
we'll just be able to
경기를
continue
임하겠다라고 말씀하셨습니다.
dominating.
경기 시작 전부터
Yeah, that's fair.
That's it for the team rep interviews.
All right.
Before we head into the map veto of match 2, I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
All right. Why am I not? Yeah, I don't speak Korean, so my translations would be probably not like miles worse than Quest's, but still slightly worse. Kalios, Krusty looking at the girl. Kalios about to crack out the yaki baki. Interviews too boring. I mean, his interviews are always when it's like this type of team, right? It's like it's just, one team's just gonna smash the other team. I feel like the shit talk potential is limited. Like if you're Falcons in this, can you really shit talk Genesis?
If you're the first banner, Genesis in this case, you generally end up banning.
Like no sign language translators who just sort of make it up. Which is
Very strong for these compositions that we've been seeing so far today. So I think Falcons are just going to be sticking to their guns. Genesis picked Lijiang Tower. I think you could still play this on the ball. So
I mean, you feel a bit forced at times. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's because it's really turn by turn based interview, you know, because they have to do them both at the same time, and they ask like, but they're not asking them to interact to each other. Like they're not asking a question that sort of, or most of the questions aren't ones that would like cause Kalios to interact with Krusty or the other way around, you know. They're just sort of like, now a question for Kalios, now a question for Krusty, now a question for Kalios, now a question for Krusty. So it's like a very like wooden structure.
Has very much regained favor, much like King's Row.
yeah, definitely true.
Midtown is banned, Magic out.
Here, at least for
Yeah, I think to be fair, I don't think Magic had any maps, Midtown or otherwise.
we could see something like a Reinhardt May Symmetra style of play. I think that could also be quite strong at this moment in time. A little bit more susceptible to disruption.
Bro hates wood, must be a concrete guy. A concrete structure wouldn't be good either. You don't want a wooden interview, you don't want a concrete interview. Kellen is in though. Kellen's the Malga guy, Kalios is not the Malga guy. So maybe actually when Kalios said we picked for players with the most potential, he actually didn't include himself in that category. Midtown or Blizzard World on Magic maps for sure. I really don't think so, Thunder Shadow. Based on the based on when Magic came in last week and said, I have no maps. I feel like he might not have any maps. I feel like he just got like the Midtown was just for token gesture and that's why he was on Alare.
I'd say the last two series for sure. Definitely more one-sided 3-0s, but that first one versus Runaway.
He's just a humble guy, I wouldn't get it. Oh, okay, I don't understand then. Let's go, Troy. Bet your house on this? Oh, you shouldn't have bet your house on this. Yeah, Kellen in. Kellen on the Malga versus Hambin on the Malga. Alright. So I guess the big interesting question here is what are Falcons going to play? Is the Sim the meta in Korea? Or was that just a little bit of a unique thing we saw from the first game? My presumption is if the bad teams are playing it, they probably copied it from the good teams. Zakay's going to 1v5. Alright, with Lijiang Tower because that's the only map in this game. If Proper's on Sim. Oh, good news, Goomba. Don't worry. He's not on Sim. Wait, he's going to go Queen? He's going to go Queen? Alright, so obviously the Sim's going to be for TPing out, so I don't think he's going to keep this if they go... Maybe they're actually going to shout. They're just going to shout and TP, right? Yeah, they're just going to shout and TP and then he swaps Malga and he catches up with a charge. Or are they actually going to go... Yeah, okay. He's on Sombra. Sombra Reaper. I knew Sombra... Yeah, Sombra Sojourn, Sombra Reaper versus Reaper Sim. Alright. Well, Proper's not on Sim, so I guess we're locking in. It's a Malga mirror. Alright, let's see. Early fade forced onto Stalker here. They are forced back as the cardiac overdrives have traded. Oh wait, I forgot to close for predictions. Don't manipulate the market. Alright. Alright, coming around the corner. Look how fast this EMP is from Proper, by the way. We're going to have EMP in his first fight. They did get first cap at least since they forced out early Wraith. Maka's going to have Blosser the window too. Decay dies though. EMP now available for Proper. Committing in here with the Coalescence. Don't even need it actually. They're just going to push him back. I feel like in theory the BAP should be okay. Pause. Yeah, I feel like in theory the BAP should be okay into this, right? You get to shoot stuff a lot. Window should be quite good into this. Lamp probably useful too. Bap not going to be alive. So does the Bap not have like decent outplays to the Mauga? Because he can like jump for charge or jump for like pin in, right? He respawns every 15 seconds, they'll never see it come in. No, is Bap not? I don't know. Maybe it is. You've probably experienced it more than me, but I feel like the Bap should have an okay matchup into the Mauga. When they buff EMP charge in the latest patch. Moira is too good. Yeah, it's possible that like the Coalescence is always good in these things and that the Moira is just better. It's probably really hard for a Moira to die in this meta as well, right? Lamp over cleanse every day. I mean, I guess what we saw earlier was Kiri, right? But I guess the Suzu's really nice against this. But I guess if you're just on like, Reaper Sombra, do you need the Suzu? If you know what I mean, like everyone has a way to deal with and save themselves from the overrun anyway. So maybe the Suzu becomes slightly less valuable.
Back and forth though. I mean, think about some of the impact he was having at the beginning of the series versus Runaway as their last matchup they were playing, and then just basically just being invisible.
Cole goes through Cage. That's also true, actually. Yeah. It depends. What's for HB on Cage as well? Would you just blow it up with Window too? No, I don't think the hack doesn't cancel Malgary. 1k? Yeah, if you have Window, you probably just kill that Cage, right? Probably not that hard to kill the Cage. I guess it depends how many people are in the Cage and how many people are each side of the Window, right? But maybe that's a little bit harder to do consistently than it sounds on paper.
Gives the Symmetra just a little bit of extra life. She will do an insane amount of damage. He was just spamming turrets off cooldown into the entryway where Falcons were trying to get in, but it did not ultimately end up winning them the fight. Did get them 19%. Now Sombra also
supports that don't have some kind of like immediate save yourself from everything teleport. That's a 2023 thing. Fuck. Isn't the bat for one getting caged? Well, it would be a lot of the time, but I guess even if you window in the cage, it could be okay. I mean, I don't think it's an awful matchup, but I can see why Moira would still be good. EMP over the top. Beats is good from Tero, actually, so they just trade 1 for 1. Now beat advantage, but Hambin's going to get focused down as well, actually. It's a sim world. Blossom comes through. He's just trying to beam something. Chio! Alright, the Cage and a full beam sim. So actually, Genesis just win that one. Needed more out of the EMP, right? Because that's got to be the theory here, essentially. Now, in a pure, just we're all shooting the front line. Genesis's comp should win. But then the hack and the EMP win you more fights over the course. Maka's now also gone Moira as well, so maybe Bap is too hard. Maybe I was too much of a Bap believer. Fuck. It can still work, I'm sure. Coming back in though, Decay has this. We're going to drop the Cage. Hambin's just getting focused down by this Cole and Reaper. He's just deleted, actually. Cole and Reaper, and it doesn't feel like anyone was really able to stop Decay just shooting into him completely. They'll force them all back, and oh my god. Falcons are done. It's over. There is another EMP, but all they have to do is outplay 3 or 4 EMPs a map. Another EMP and Cole comes through. Boop is big. They're all so low. They're all so low, but they're all living. Okay, there we go. Oh, they were so close to living, actually, but they couldn't actually get out. This is on live patch, yeah. All right, so they retake, but now huge ult advantage for Genesis, right? Just don't die to Blossom like an idiot. Just don't die to Blossom like an idiot, and we're gonna feel okay. I don't really know exactly how you Blossom in this. There's not great ways to stop the Blossom either, so I guess you just Blossom anything you want. TP onto point now, flipping. They're going to drop a symbol. They just want the flip. Beat in from Chio. Terry's going to have the later beat. Blossom's now available for both. Maka still has this Cole to go over the top. Just Cole push now, Maka, and you should feel okay. They're just trying to win with the symbol, though. There's the Blossom. Counter Blossom comes out from Stalker, but Decay's is bigger. The damage was done, and it was just a really difficult ult situation for Falcons to win there. EMP will break it. It will break symbol as well, yeah. Okay, so Cole coming back now from Fielder. Maka's held on to this Cole, so we're in a straight... It's a Cole v Cole, but Kellen's got the cage gap. Just a good Cage and Cole. The old CC combo. A bit of CNC, and we're good. We're going to Cole super early, actually. I don't know about this one. EMP over top. Kellen has the Cage to turn it, actually. He's too low to drop the Cage. They're going to give a retake. Oh. Yeah, I didn't actually see. Yeah, forgot about the EMP. So now, actually, it's a Cage Cole advantage for Falcons. I don't know how you win this if you're Genesis. It's going to be tricky.
Yeah, this really is going to be the final fight. It's all about Kellen's ultimate here, but again, Hanbin now, with his almost up, could just lock them away. And he's got much better control. They have the choke point set up here. They have coalescence.
I think the idea with the EMP is if you can save it, if you get it when they have Cage, you use it for that, but also don't just hold it forever for Cage, you know? Alright, initial Cage, counter Cage comes out, but there's a Cole in play, so Kellen's just going to get deleted here, and yeah, Cole Cage beats just Cage. Alright. Yeah, so I guess for against the Sim Wall, against the Cage, the EMP actually has a lot of value in this comp in terms of that, and Proper can just get one every fight.
Much more successful builds on his coalescence and having
You really liked where the Reaper guy uses. He's got the dualies going on.
In Maka, and the coalescence timings here for Fielder were just so fantastic as well.
So yeah, the Sim obviously got a little bit of a buff, does loads of damage. The Reaper is pretty durable in all of this. But I can see, yeah, I can see, we were discussing it before, that maybe like a Sombra hit scan was the best. I mean, you have to remember we were on Control Center, right? So Control Center, Night Market, Garden are actually all maps that really suit these type of heroes in terms of Sim and Reaper a little bit more. So as we go on to like the more open maps, we'll see if we actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that Reaper maybe even becomes something else. Yeah, it looks like Cass actually here from Decay. Cass Tracer. Reaper Sombra still from Falcons. Downtown Virus, and ooh, Chio's going to have to skate out of there. We're a little bit split here, Falcons, either side of a bridge. Going to try and make their way through, but Decay has this early pressure. Now the overrun onto him, and he just crushes Decay. This is maybe the problem we thought Cass might have, whereas at least Sojourn has a better escape, but they trade Hanbin for it, so it might not be too bad. Oh, it's just a dogfight now. Stalker's on point with his boy Chio. Proper's trying to regroup with him as well. Kellen is coming back in, but yeah, he's just getting deleted by this Reaper. And I guess the Reaper just can't miss a shot on this Malga. You think WAC are 100% the best team right now? Well, yeah, but I feel like this side of Sombra isn't that hard, right? Because he's just Sombra 76. Surely anyone can play this. Surely Lip doesn't have a distinct advantage in this type of Sombra thing. He's crazy tracking, but you're just tracking a Malga. Alright, Proper's going to have EMP. Genesis are on the BAP and don't have a counter to this EMP. Playing it slow though, Falcons. Don't want to commit too early. Alright, now the overdrives are gone. Virus over top. EMP to keep going. And, I mean, it's just... The lamp was not quite in time. Pulse Bomb to retake, actually. Choicer one's going to try and make it work. Window through against the Cole. Oh, Decay gets deleted for it, though. Yeah, Cole obviously really good and difficult for Baptiste as well. Maybe the cast just doesn't live.
Maintaining control, now pressing past 50%.
And if they win this next fight, it's basically just a 2-0 guaranteed, because they're going to have sound barrier, they're going to be able to build up another...
Yeah, he's just holding M1 down main. Yeah. Yeah, like, Lip does have crazy tracking, but if you're just in this brawl meta, it's not as big an advantage for Lip. Also, you got to bear in mind, we've not seen Lip on new Sombra as well, so it's a very different playstyle on new Sombra compared to old Sombra. Here we go, hiding over top, gonna get stomped to cancel it. No problem for Hanbin. Beats over top, now they want to keep pushing back. Stalker has this Blossom. Hanbin's got the cage, Kellen's got the cage, but one of these cages will have a Blossom in it. They still have control of point here, so Falcons don't need to do anything. Now they go aggressively, they get 1 for 1 actually. The cage is still there, but no healing really for Kellen because of that. And yeah. Yeah. I can see how this Bap's life can feel quite hard. But I don't know how they get back in here. Chio's marking it. And it might just be that easy, huh? Might just be that easy. Alright. Falcons won. Oh wait, let me do I'll do another quick prediction. We won't have long for this one. Majid in? Yes. No. Alright. 1 minute. 1 minute prediction. Majid in, yes or no? You're buying this Reaper Sombra ship? Yeah, the Reaper actually seems really good, and the EMP seems outrageously fast. And also, because of the nature of the comps, the EMP isn't just really fast, it's actually so easy to nail the EMP. What's the map? Let me see, can I go back to... Where was it? Oh. Where do we get the maps? There it is. Kings Row. Kings Row is the map. Kings Row map. Oh wait, Krusty's here saying Madge is in map 3. Can't believe Krusty's in chat mid Madge is not playing.
The main thing that I'm thinking about now...
Magic's the closer. Maybe he's the closer. Oh, a few people hitting the Magid value bet. Magid for Hope of Europe. Well, EMEA probably more accurately.
If that Sombra ends up sticking through, but for now though, Falcons a very
super sub Magid. Got to come off the bench and score a last-minute winner against Genesis, who find themselves 8 goals down.
From the side of Genesis, feeling a bit wonky. Without Decay, just basically hitting every single headshot there. But we're gonna go.
Madge only comes in for map 3 and map 5. Ah, I see. I see.
With a 1-1 scoreline. Don't go anywhere.
All right, let's take a quick break. What are we doing? We go into a break or we go into a thing? Doesn't look like Madge is coming out, does it? Doesn't look like it. We'll wait on the cash out just in case, but it really doesn't look like it so far. Madge is going to come in for Lucio. Maybe not. Badgered on Malga? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, in theory, this becomes a little bit like a... At the moment, it feels like if you have the ult advantage in the fight, it's actually really, really easy to confirm it. Like, to just push and win with the ult advantage. So... Yeah, I don't know. For Cass and Bab didn't feel like they really had a chance to do anything in this map either. Yeah, Reaper seems good. Sombra seems good. I think the Sim still seems good. I'd be interested to see Sim versus Reaper. Does the Reaper just do more damage? In this kind of situation where he can just perma-shoot? Probably, right? What does Malga's E do? It gives him a little bit of overhealth, and it gives everyone in, like, his circle. What do you call it? Like, vampire healing. I think that's probably a better word for it. But, like, you shoot damage and you get a certain percentage of that damage back as health. Yeah, the DPS passive nerf and I guess a Malga buff is just mean he lives a lot of these. Do I think EU teams have advantage in this type of rush? Yeah, for the most part. For the most part, yes. It's probably fair to say that this may be the exception. If any team is the exception, it would be this Falcons team because it's got the Dallas core. But in theory, I still think the EU team should have advantage in like the general archetype. All right, I'm just gonna nip to the toilet and grab some water. Actually, I'll be right back. Wait, I should put the... What are we doing for the poll? Oh wait, we're waiting for Magid to... There's no way... None of those guys look like Magid, do they? These guys really don't look like Magid. Lifesteal, that's the word, thank you. They're all Magid? None of these people are Magid, I'm cashing it. Choose outcome. No Magid. Alright, and then... Magid has a new haircut. And then... What are we doing? Who wins map 2? Or should we just do... I don't know. I don't really know. We'll do who wins map 2. I'll put 2 minutes on it. And I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Whoa.
Alrighty, we're back and ready to go into map number 2. We've got Kings Row for our hybrid map in our second series of the day. Falcons up to a fairly hot start there on Lijiang Tower. Was bit back and forth, but as soon as we got over into that second round of Gardens, they were just steamrolling them.
Yeah, I think the read on running the Cassidy there, it's a little bit tough to pull off just because you're going to get bowled over every single time. And if you want to run Tracer, then run Tracer Sojourn, so at least you can get some different angles and fight away from the composition that will absolutely just turn you into a pancake. Because again, the main reason, or one of the main reasons I think Mauga is so strong when Cassidy is also so powerful, and we're seeing it so much, is because Immortality Field just disappears. You just burst it down so quickly, it's so hard to actually keep that cast alive. And I want to see Genesis.
Imagine if they put Magic in now. Oh, and I've frauded you out of a bet. That would have been upsetting for you. If they put Magic in now. We did have an uprising last week, didn't we? The Ajax uprising. Was it the Ajax uprising? Yeah, the revolt last week. Surely we won't have back-to-back revolts. Oh.
The Mauga fight will just continue because, I mean, again, typically we'd be talking about high ground, low ground contests when it comes down to King's Row. That's where we see, you know, Sigma's attempted on the
all right, a few Valley betters on Genesis, but that's about it.
Have a Symmetra, or if neither team does,
revote. Stop the count. All right, King's Row. Probably Mauga as well, right? Still a pretty compact map. Interesting to see now. Does it? Do we shift away from the Mauga or away from maybe like don't know. Yeah, something like maybe Bap Cassidy makes a little bit more sense here. Kellen on the Sig as well. The Kigma, as people often say. I've heard many people say that.
How about we go back to last week?
Who's Majid? He's the other flex support on Team Falcons. Team Falcons won map 1 XS7.
They're just watching Teru.
All right.
I think they were giving us a Sigma foot view. So let's see what Falcons are going to go with ultimately.
Some cheeky toes to start it off, and it looks like Genji Reaper Mauga. Ah, new comp. So yeah, obviously the Genji matches up quite well into the Baptiste and the Cass and can contest for high ground. And they're going to try and go underneath him here. And do they just want to barrel through? Going to be a rotates of a low ground here. Decay and Maka trying to keep themselves with a bit of an angle. But it's tricky. You want this fight to be, I don't know, I think a little bit slower. Yeah, you want it to be slower if you're Genesis. Just give them time. But they're trying to rotate into him here. They cleared him out. Choice of one harassing behind when this happens. Genesis have kept Falcons at arm's length fairly well now. But they're going to run onto Decay and they're going to demolish Decay. And now, oh, this Matrix can only do so much. They're still coming. They're still coming. They've run him over. Yeah, they've run him over. Okay. Is he the world champion? Yep, Majid, World Cup winner. And we're going to get Kellen go on to Orisa. Okay, so keeping the Bap, keeping the Cass, and now hoping the Orisa can do a little bit more to help his Cass survive. So obviously remember, the overrun from the Mauga can be stopped. It can be stopped by the Fortify. It can be spun as well, I think. So there's a little bit more opportunities for Kellen to stop these aggressive plays from Hanbin. And he's going to have to, because Decay needs a little bit more space. He needs someone to create some space for him. Here they come. Doesn't connect it. High noon lamp. Everything going to be used. They're booped out of the lamp. Pulse bomb's good, but oh, the cold's just over top. It's going to do so much. Yeah, couldn't quite. I mean, they didn't really stop Hanbin there, as they would have want, as they would have liked at least. Okay, so use window for that one. Use pulse one for that one. Coming back with pulse. Oh, come back with beat. High noon and terror search. High noon and terror search can kind of use together, but I don't know, like beat blade or something. Tough to deal with. Let's see how they choose to start this one. Probably don't start with blade, maybe. Maybe just take a neutral. Yeah, they're going to beat in aggressively, actually. They want to try and force this beat out. Yeah, beat out from Teru. Now they can finish with Blade. Coming over the top, and they're just going over him. Like, Kellen's just being left. He can't do enough. They're just going through him. They are just absolutely obliterating them. You think Genesis just needs to heal Decay a little more? Can't Genesis just mirror? Yeah. I mean, they did just lose the mirror in the previous one, so they're trying alternative options here. Yeah, just a little bit more healing for Decay. Yeah, it's just a bit more pocket. He's gone on to Sojin now as well. Sojin Kiri. Alright. Now maybe in theory looks more reasonable, but the Sombra's really good against the Orisa. This is what's colloquially being referred to as Seeker Theory. Now, the Orisa's okay into the Malga, but the Sombra ruins this. So we're going to see the spin come out here as well. Fortify used as well. Kellen's had to use all of his cooldowns getting pushed back. Now he has no cooldowns and he's just in the open. He's under so much duress. They're somehow keeping him through. And it's actually a pulse bomb onto Hanbin, but he'll just tank it. Cole over the top from Fielder, and it's quite far away actually. So they... they killed Choito one behind. Now they're pushing forward. Cage advantage. Do it for Terror Surge here. We've seen Terror Surge be successful against Cage before. Kellen's just going to keep everyone at bay. Now he drops the Terror Surge, but it's not good. There was a chance. He should have just dropped the Terror Surge in there, I think. Now an EMP in the back pocket for Proper, and I don't think anyone can touch. He's going to EMP Maka, take him down. All right. 3 minutes, 53 seconds. Is Genji a legit pick, or does Proper just want to have fun? I think on first, I can maybe see the argument for it, because if you think how King's Row first is, where you've got like this high ground here, and this is point, and this is like hotel. Now, you kind of have to do something about the BAP Cass up here, so if you do the rotate under the stairs and come around and push them, having a Genji that can sort of just dash through or dash in from the side and get behind him is probably a great way to kill this BAP Cass. I don't know if they really needed it, but like the map geometry on first is like a lot nicer for Genji than it is for Sombra. Like Sombra and Tracer, even when they're really meta, are just a lot weaker on King's Row first because of how it ends up being a fight for high ground so often. So I think it was just like a first round pick, then he just kept it for the Blade, and then he got onto Sombra when he got the chance. So that's my take, at least initially, on the Genji on first. Who could stop Falcons? I mean, I think WAC will be competitive. I think FTG will be competitive. The two matches that are actually happening, FTG have like a crazy hard schedule this week. FTG are going to play WAC today, Runaway tomorrow, and Falcons on Sunday. So we're going to get a real big test of how good the FTG team is, which is the Alpha Yi, Finn, Violet team. Flora and Bernard as well. So we get a really good test of them, obviously, in a new patch and stuff.
On the wrong side of this first week.
Can we fast forward past this match? No, look, Kellen's going to mirror it now. All right. Reaper Sojin this time from Falcons. Okay, Reaper Sojin. No Sombra in sight. Going to be coming in the high ground. Choice of 1 is on Sombra, actually. So Genesis now have the Sombra pick. Going to try and... Oh, it's going to be a big fight. It's going to be a tunnel fight. Nobody can get through the tunnel, surely. Yeah, Genesis opting not to try and force their way through that tunnel. Will force point instead. They nearly catch Chio, actually. Risky from Chio. Gets away with it, though. And now Proper has this big line of sight on point. And they need to try and close this distance on Proper, really, to get true value. They're going to try and bait him down. They want to rotate above him, but they're going to push behind him here. Falcons with no chill. They catch Decay. So the logic here is... The logic here from Genesis is actually good. Because... Alright, so both teams are on high ground, right? So what Genesis are going to do is force point, and therefore Falcons have to drop to meet it. But the route back up top for Genesis to get high ground is much quicker than it is for Falcons, because they'd have to go, like, all the way round and stuff. That's not the extent, that's not the path, but you know what I mean. It's a longer path. So in theory, it was good theory from Genesis, but Falcons knew that was the case and just chased and pushed them and caught the tail instead. So good decision by Falcons, but the idea was really fine from Genesis. But now they're going to die on the walk-in. Proper's going to get easy 3k. And this will be a full reset.
You know what? I'm feeling a player of the match in Proper's future.
Would WOC and FTG be worth watching this or warming up or something? No, I imagine they'll just be warming up. They would have all scrimmed each other and stuff, so they're probably not. They won't be like surprised by the comps they're seeing, I'm guessing. Best DPS line. Sombra Reaper seems reasonable. Sojin Reaper probably seems reasonable. Yes, remember when we had like brawl metas in the past, Reaper Sojourn was like the season 5 go-to DPS. Reaper Sombra has been meta before as well in these kind of like brawl ones. So it's really possible. Both seem reasonable. Sim also seemed pretty reasonable when we saw it earlier as well, honestly. So all of these could work, and all of the ults in the tunnel. Blossom going to be used. Counter Blossom. Stalkers is bigger, but he just trades 1 for 1. Kill him with the cleanup, but it's not over yet. But Malga advantage in these situations is such a big one. Maka trying to come through, and actually he dies for it. Oh, they've made a mess of this. They've gone into spawn. Kellen's going to drop the cage. Why would he drop the cage? Oh, why would he do that? Why wouldn't they just like play on point and play to group with their respawns and have another fight and have cage with a point fight? Oh no, now it's a huge cage advantage for Hanbin, and how do you play into this cage now? Oh, it's a rough one. It's a really rough one. Alright, they've got underneath. Proper's going to have this overclock as well, so many tools now for Falcons to win this. Do you need to just die super quick? Oh, the boop on Kellen's really annoying. They can't keep going. Cage misses actually from Hanbin. They bait out the cage. Now they want to try and come top. They still have to push into this overclock though. Proper, they're peeking so aggressively. Yeah, Proper's going to try and drop it in. They disengage this as well. Genesis is going to outplay every ult. They're going to keep pushing though. Pushing coming over the top. Cold to keep going. They might just have too many ults. Maka's going to use his back, but it's a messy Cold. Everyone's on top of each other. Blossom comes through. Decay's going to find it. Maybe Genesis have found a way here. They're chasing down Chio. They're going to catch Chio. Now they're going to force Fielder out, and somehow, some way, they've outplayed all the ults. Now we have, yeah, both teams have beat. There is a recontest opportunity here if they want. Obviously, Malga's quite nice for recontesting because he can just run on in and drop the stomp and cardiac overdrive. Coming back through, here he comes. Oh! Hits for Rail as well. Beat not quite in time. Player advantage. Now Stalker has it. EMP over the top from Choice of 1, but where are the kills? They're all so low. No kills! No kills with the EMP. Decay was down, so we don't have a follow-up, and Stalker's Blossom is going to seal the full hold, and Falcons World. All right. Falcons. All right, we're going to have to do a full cap bet, right? Going to have to be a full cap bet because, yeah. Will there be a full cap? Yes? No. We'll do a big one on this because I think they're going to take like a break and stuff. But yeah, we're going to be a full cap because we're going to push now. Really want to see first person with these comms. Hanbin through with that cage. Yeah, they actually managed to bait out a lot of the ults really nicely. Oh, flashpoint. Oh, fuck. I'll be so rough, right? Because yeah, it'll be so rough. It'll be so hectic. First time you ever see a cage miss. Yeah, well, I guess out of all the maps, right, King's Row is the one where it'd be easiest to make Reaper work. You know, like, are we really going to be playing Reaper on, say, Blizzard World or something? Like, I feel like I can see a world where on, like, say, like, your Blizzard Worlds and maybe your Midtowns as well. Now, maybe something like Sombra plus Sojourn is the better one rather than Reaper. Maybe. Don't know how. But Reaper does seem to absolutely shred Malga in these situations, so I don't know if it is just like too good even on these maps, right? If Genesis full caps, would it count? Yeah, full cap by either team. Full cap by either team will be valid. Why do Wolf and Achilles look like accountants? They look kind of like, you know, in movies where you see like some sort of shady big investment companies being like investigated by the government, and the government send in 2 auditors to go and try and solve the problem or get to the bottom of these dodgy accounts. And these are the 2 auditors they've sent to do the job. Here come the auditors. Does Cage hold Reaper in when he's in shift form? So you can't press Wraith once you're in the cage, right? If you've been chained, you can't press it, but I don't know what happens if he's already in Wraith. Does he get out? I guess not. All these cage interactions we're having to learn today. He gets cage still. Okay, so his Wraith doesn't get forced off, but his Wraith will still expire, but he can't leave for cage. Okay. Yeah, so your Wraith will still last its full duration, I guess, but you're just stuck in the cage while in Wraith. Alright. So the only cage breakers, the only chain, the only breaker of chains, no, I didn't think he could shift in cage. I thought he couldn't shift while in cage. Oh, okay. If he's in shift when cage goes down, he can just walk out. So if you react to the animation, you just leave. Can we test it? Wait, hold on. Is anyone online? Yeah, you can TP out of cage. I think you can TP out of cage at any time. What was the map for push? I think we're going to Esperanza, but I can fact check that for you.
So Falcons banned Samoa.
Yeah, Esperanza. Got 1 minute to test it. You can walk out, I think. Gonna ask my quick play mates to help. Test it. All right, let me launch the game. I need help though. Is anyone online? Anyone useful? Anyone useful online? Maybe not. Maybe it's too early for anyone useful to be online. I need a viewer help. I need a viewer assistant. Let me set up a custom lobby while we do this. Wait, let me change it so you guys can see as well. That'd be nice of me. There we go. Someone give me a battle tag. So we go in maps, Lijiang Tower, presets, heroes, general. What do we want? Just no cooldowns. We want to start with ult right. Ultimate generation, super fast, super fast. Spawn with ultimate ready. Where's Christopher when you need him? There, Chris isn't. Who's online? Yeah, Chris is away. I think Hunter's in Call of Duty.
We're going into map number 3.
All right, Frogio, you're the first one in.
Will be yet another 3-0 because good God, Falcons good at Overwatch, as it turns out. And
Oh, why don't they let me paste? Let me paste. Copy.
I was
Paste.
consulting my tea leaves earlier, and Smurf is coming back in for
I'll just type it then. Fuck. Frogio.
Him playing it last time around
Two.
with the soldier. Yeah, I think that will probably happen again. They're very good at it. They're very
All right, let's do it. We can do it.
not show anything new here.
5 endorsement is crazy. Thank you. All right. Go Reaper. I will press Malga.
And game 1, you know, there were a few moments where I was like, okay, a bit of a meta read mistake here from the side of Genesis. Game 2, it wasn't about that.
Where is he?
I mean, it was kind of about that a little bit, but it was mostly just about better team coordination, really careful, calculated play stop on the Reaper. Also, just knowing exactly when to use his ult. I loved his follow-ups when the peel is like a Lucio move with the fight right to the back line.
He can't get out. He can't get out.
And I look at this upcoming map and I'm like, okay,
Can't get out.
Winston in the tournament. He's
Can't
gonna do it.
leave, right?
Doesn't matter what Kellen wants to do. Doesn't matter what the rest of the team wants to do. I hope I'm wrong. Push to the left on the long map. You can get the ult on the edge.
Oh.
He can do a million different things coming into this.
Now, and now he can't even trigger it.
Alga and he just comes out and also puts up a strong display. He can play the Prisa, he can play the Winston.
Wait, I don't quite have it yet.
Available to the side of Team Falcons. The only option right now for Genesis is
Go.
to get this win and
Press for Wraith. Do it. He can't get out. He can't get out. You're in the cage with me, buddy. All right, let's go enjoy the game. Good science, though, everyone. Good science. Oh, I've just closed it, sorry, before I saw your question. Yeah, the chains don't show if you can leave it. I guess you can start... Oh, yeah, sorry, I missed these questions while we do it. I guess you can start a TP before cage. Yeah, I guess if it's already in animation, then maybe he's okay. Alright. Sombra Reaper versus Sombra Reaper. Lifeweaver pull time? Yeah, I guess Lifeweaver can probably get a guy out of cage, right? Smurf's turn. Smurf's turn to take on Kellen in the Malga Mirror. Yeah, Weaver can. I feel like you'd probably also then obviously hard throw in. I guess if he played like a double flex with Weaver, oh, you'd probably just die, right? You'd probably just die. In hindsight, you'd probably just die. Oh, let me end this submission. Alright. We tried it, it's not good. Oh. What's the take then, Cal? Is it a Malga wave for you guys as well? EMP race. Proper with the hard gap so far. Way too fun. Yeah, EMP first. Yeah, the thing is as well with these, like, this type of Brawl Mirror, in like... I don't know if it's because we're just early on in the Brawl Mirror, or in this type of Brawl meta, right? But all the ults, like, if you just have ult advantage, you just win half the time, right? It's, because the EMP is just like a guaranteed 5-man EMP. Like, how do you counter it? You just hide beat, right? You hide beat, you can shift the EMP, right? So Reaper has outplays, Moira has outplays, you can hide a beat, you can maybe shift then Cole, you know? So the outplays versus EMP, I guess, aren't impossible. You've only seen Tracer Sombra. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Reaper, especially Reaper, and we've also seen a bit of, like, Sim as well. Sim Sojourn, we've seen EMP over top now. Cole already going. Chio hid with the beat. Terry's got the later beat now. Kellen's going to drop the cage. Smurf doesn't have the cage. Smurf's fucking exposed as a Malga fraud. Blossom over the top is booped back, but the damage is done. Alright. Proper is now going to have his second EMP. One more EMP. EMP advantage, Cage advantage, and yeah, no ults from Genesis. So how do you play a fight with no ults in this comp? The disengage is brutal, I feel like. I guess you just need everyone to try and react, and the Malga to somehow... How does the Malga survive? EMP over top, they're coming through, and Mac is going to be deleted. Yeah, how do you survive this if you're the Malga? Do you have to just, like, pre-run? Like, you have to hit the overrun if you sense the Sombra is near? You die slowly on point. I guess you just, like, tank the fight, right? How come Malga's being played right now? A combination of the DPS passive nerf, combination of mostly probably the Malga buffs. So Malga is now really effective against dive, and Malga's also really effective against most of the tanks. Quite effective against Ram, definitely effective against Rhine. Can bully Sigma a lot too, so Malga's just kind of like the default, or maybe the best ground tank going right now. Orisa seemed reasonable into Malga, but also the Sombra can really fuck up an Orisa. So right, coming through, Virus over top, Cole going to be used, EMP Ned, doesn't cancel the Cole, but they just kill Smurf through it anyway. Alright, Proper's about to have another EMP, and they actually get traded 1-for-1, so it's 4v4, but Malga advantage for Genesis as they want to try and walk onto point now. EMP over top, though. Proper's going to die for it. Can they trade for kills? Maybe not. They just tank the EMP. And this might be a swing factor, right? Because now they get cleaned up.
Bot still needs to get some distance here for the side of Genesis, but this could be a potential big swing.
Oh, it absolutely should be. Falcons definitely a bit overzealous there on the follow-up EMP stock.
Is that the third EMP? No, we've had 2 EMPs each, right? An EMP, is that right? Or was that third? No, that was the third EMP. I think you're right, actually. Maybe that was the third EMP. Yeah, you're right. That's third, yeah. Fuck. So Choicer 1, about to get his third EMP as well. Does Malga need a nerf? Maybe. Coming over the top, Cage is going to be dropped here. Choicer 1 doesn't quite have it, but the beat is good. EMP is going to be there soon, as Falcons desperately trying to stabilize. EMP over top of a Blossom, though, and that doesn't really work. Counter Blossom now from Decay. It's actually, it's just 2. 3v3 as the Cole comes through from Mac, and now maybe they can clean up with the Cole. They're all so low, though. Has to try and keep his Sombra alive. Desperately trying to keep him alive, and I don't think they can actually turn kills off this. But Chase now onto Choice 01. Oh, Stalker's having a bit of trouble. They've managed to stabilize. Okay, yeah. EMP doesn't get the value it wants. Now it's Proper's turn with the EMP.
They were able to regain control of Volt's economy. You know, Genesis using a lot more there.
Alright, Proper's turn with the EMP. No great answers again for Genesis here. Gonna be potentially Cage as well. I don't really know what you do about that. Have to try and bait a bad one. It's not easy. Choice 1 gonna be forced out. Oh, he's caught as well. They maybe don't even need it here now as well. They can just play front to back. Yeah, bullying them back. Trying to disengage here desperately, Genesis. They're gonna have to concede all the ground. And most importantly, because Choice 1 died in that one, they don't actually get any closer to getting their EMP of their own. So they're still struggling for all of their ults here. Still a Cage, still an EMP, and it could just be a finish. EMP over top, combined with the overrun timing. Terry's going to get deleted. Cage over the top. They surely cannot survive now. Decay's traded one, actually, for Smurf. So, as far as trades go, this is actually about as good a trade as you can get. So, they'll get one more recontest. And I don't think Smurf will be there. So, they maybe actually just have to give the space here, Falcons. They're going to try and hold it, but surely, yeah, now they give the space. Okay. So now they're coming up to their ults. Choice 1's going to have their EMP. Can you even kill an ult in Reaper with a Malga shift? As in if he's got the Malga E plus his own lifesteal? Don't know. They're going to Cole over the top now. EMP is available for Choice 1. Looks to try and cancel it. Gets... Oh, he dies for it. It's a one-way trip, that one, but they've killed the Reaper. Beat now comes back in from Chiyu. Terra's going to meet it as well. Just trying to focus her down. EMP over the top from Proper, though. But the EMP stop timing has been good from Smurf and Proper. Now they're walking back. Cage will be used by Kellen. They want to try and turn it, but Kellen's so low. He's so low. Oh, they're going to lose their own Cage fight. They're still stuck in the Cage. They do trade Smurf again, at least. So they'll lose the fight, but they get another one here. We'll be able to stabilize. Falcons are going to have to regroup. Smurf shifted out. Did he not get affected? What about Malga pin? Does it stop him getting affected by EMP? I don't know. I don't know if if the EMP cancels it. Almost another EMP. Yep, both EMPs actually right around the corner. Cole's going to be coming out. Translocator is forced, actually. Proper goes up into the air for a second. Does have EMP here. Wants to try and cancel this. Pushback with the EMP. Decay gets crushed again. The EMP stomp timing, really nice from Falcons. They've hit it every time. And that's a full wipe. And they do have EMP coming back here, so still a chance to stabilize it. They changed Malga pin to be immune to hack interrupt. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So let's see. Choice 1 has this EMP. They're going to stabilize here. What's the play? Chio probably hide with beat. Seems the most reasonable one. Actually, they're going to beat early and aggressively now. So Choice 1's just going to have to hold on to this for a second. Now we can hit the EMP. Smurf has just been absolutely deleted. Stomp comes back in. All over him now. And I think they're just going to try and save the ults. No, they think they can win it. They end up just trading Blossoms, though, so don't get all that much out of it. They hold on now. They'll go clean up Proper. And it's a long way back. Why did I vote for no full cap? Am I dumb? Well, you might not be dumb. 1 minute 30 seconds? I mean, it's only one more fight, but I can maybe hold on. All right. On the high ground, Choice 1 has this EMP first, but can he find a way to engage on this high ground? I kind of want Falcons to drop, but Falcons in no great rush. Choice 1's going to set up now. Cold over the top, they can cancel it. No, Fade is good from Fielder. He dodges the EMP. They focus down Decay as a result, and looking good for Fielder, actually. Just a skill play by Fielder. Cold aggressively, just be ready to dodge the EMP. If you can do it, you look good. Now it's Cage versus Cage. EMP advantage for Proper, which means Kellen... I mean, he kind of just... I don't know. How do you use for Cage in this situation? Stomp's going to come in. Cage is going to be used on Kellen. Does he just tank it here? Yeah, he's going to have to die. They're all going to die. Do they get a touch? The touch is going to be awkward. Decay's going to die late. Oh yeah, the robot's been taken away actually. Terry stole the robot? Okay. Alright. EMP, Blossom, beat. Just a cage, which is going to be cancelled by this EMP. Kellen's 1 HP. He kind of needs to touch. 1 meter, EMP. Over top. Does have the cage, but can't even get it down. And yeah. Oh, it's a full... Wait. Full cap? Yeah. By a second. By a second, it's like a full cap. 30-second EMP. I mean, they're fast EMPs. Which of Proper's 8 EMPs was your favourite? Let me think. Don't know. So yeah, full cap. Fuck. Alright, and now we get FTG versus WAC.
Even with Symmetra, it feels very ultimate based because if you have that photon barrier advantage, you're always going to be able to warp fights to your advantage. And when you're the better team, you naturally get that ult charge lead, right? As we're seeing Fielder lead in that regard, we're seeing proper...
Yeah, it was actually so close to not being a full cap as well. It was really neck and neck. First EMP was quick. If anyone plays something else, it would be WAC. Yeah, it's this weird situation where I feel like this FTG versus WAC game has actually been set up for quite a while. Probably a proper player of a match, right?
It's a big old miss. It's proper.
There he is.
Look, I will say, I think that you could put a really, really hard argument up for Fielder.
So I think Coach Moon, when please save us, Coach Moon. Will WAC play anything different? I mean, we don't know how. Obviously, we don't really know. I don't have like an internal power ranking of all the different Maugas in Korea. Don't know if Jumpin or Max are with it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we'll see. How's Proper Sombra? It's good. He played Sombra quite a bit last year. He played it mostly in these Brawl comps where teams were doing like Mei Sombra and like Mei Sombra Ram in these sort of rush mirrors. And I think Proper Sombra looked fine. Proper's good at every hero. Oh, Torb instead of Reaper. The right click and then Malga ult. I wonder if a Torb is still too killable though. Because we saw a little bit of Cass and he was super killable. Maybe the Torb is more durable still. It's not like the worst suggestion I've ever heard. But obviously he can still do a lot of damage to Malga. His ult's still really good. It's just whether he can live is the big question. It's why, like, even though I feel like BAP is okay on paper, if he just can't live, then it's just no good. Are there any EMEA matches today? No, just Korea. We'll be doing a Scrim co-stream later. Let me see what... Let me see. Where's my schedule? What scrims do we have today, huh? What scrims do we have today? So later on, we're going to have Spray Check versus Toronto, and maybe some Timeless Toronto as well. Torb Reaper could eat the Malga. Yeah, it's just whether the EMP still becomes too much of a problem, like if you don't have your own EMPs. Genesis has a better t-shirt design. Yeah, we gave him the edge on the walkouts, as we're going to get another proper interview. Maybe he'll give us some Sombra tips.
So we'll go ahead and hand this over to Quest for the translations.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are back with the second PLTM interview of the day. And on stage,
Malga's actually fucked versus Torb Reaper as well.
From Team Falcons.
Like, he will die.
And please introduce yourself.
Yeah, tell us who you are, mate.
And I am the DPS for Team Falcons proper.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 팀 팔콘 정말 체급 차이가 무엇인지
Today, Team Falcons put a complete dominating victory over Genesis.
오늘 제네시스 팀이
It was dominant.
좀 뿌리신다고 했는데
Very clean.
고춧가루 하나도 못 묻히고 깨끗하게 승리하셨어요. 자, 질 생각이 없어 보이시는데 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
So, can you tell us about the victory?
인터뷰 때 그 칼리오스 선수가 고춧가루를
He said Kalios.
네.
Kalio said we'll throw pepper flakes in your clean win-loss or win streak. So, but I think we prevented that today.
이렇게 승리를 기록하셨습니다. 자, 이번 패치 팀 팔콘은 과연 어떤 퍼포먼스를 보여줄까 너무
And
궁금했는데
many have been anticipating
게임이 너무
what
빨리
Team Falcons would
끝나버려서
showcase in this meta.
물어봐야겠어요. 이번 패치 어떻게 적용하고
And
어떤 전략으로 뚫고
What
나갈지
can you
didn't quite
tell us
answer that
about
previous
what
one.
your take is on the meta?
Oh yeah, give us the meta proper, will you? What's the meta proper?
Maoga's obviously strong in this patch,
True.
스크림 때부터 좀 마오가 기용을 좀 많이 했던 것 같아요.
and we've started
좀
practicing
마오가에 좀
Maoga
어울리는 딜러들
or team comps around
좀
Maoga during
생각하면서
scrims.
되게 많은 디테일을 좀 찾고 여러 가지
We've
조합에
looked
이제
into
어떻게 해야
details
되는지
and
그런
we've
것도 다 찾은 것 같아요.
experimented with a lot of different
네,
comps.
자, 그 와중에
and
솜브라가
it's today's the result.
있었습니다. 자, 오늘 프로퍼 선수의 솜브라
Okay.
나도
Your
할수
Sombra today.
있을까? 과연 이런 생각이 들었는데
Yeah, live patch
Your
goldfish.
Sombra look, you made Sombra look very broken
오늘
today.
솜브라 어땠나요?
So can you tell us how your
EMP가 빨리
performance?
차는 거는 어쩔 수 없다 생각해요.
왜죠?
그냥 본대에서 딸깍하고 있으면은
I
그냥
think
EMP
that
차가지고
Okay.
되게 쉬워요.
in terms of my ult charges, I think that the rest of my team will be able to
네,
has
알겠습니다.
played very well
자,
for me so that I was able to get
이렇게
EMP charges
솜브라도
off
보여주시고 소전도 보여주시면서
quite often.
이 영웅이 사기캐인가?
He did get a lot of EMPs, that's true.
혼란스럽게 해요.
And
사기캐 맞나요?
Do you think Sombra is actually
사이키가
broken?
맞아요.
사기캐
And-
맞나요? 오늘 경쟁 전태 좀
And
보일
Proper says
예정인데
he believes Sombra is broken.
꿀팁도 한번
Oh,
알려주시죠.
it's broken.
Can you give us some tips?
Oh, tips, Sombra tips, hold on.
조합이 달라가지고
네네네.
힘들지
In ranked, actually, Sombra
조합
is
보면서
very
하셔야
reliant on what
된다.
team
나의
comp
솜브라는
she fits in.
딸깍하면
So,
EMP가 차지만
그건 아니고 이제 제가 할 때는 좀 쉬운 조합이어서
네.
so
그렇게
when I
하는데
play
좀
it,
경쟁은 이제 여러 가지 조합들이 많이 나오다 보니까
I
네.
obviously play it
힘들 것 같아요.
into team comps that
네,
fit her well,
알겠습니다.
but
저의 공격도
for
바로바로
ranked,
받아치시는데
you just have to be mindful of which team comp that you pick Sombra into.
네 그런 것 같아요.
Okay, so alright. Thanks, Proper. I guess we'll only pick Sombra into good comps to pick Sombra into now.
And Team Falcons matches are
Thanks,
always
Proper.
end very early because of their complete dominance. So
Who was the better, Malga, Smurf, or Hanbin? Hanbin.
can you please say a few words to the fans?
항상 경기 좀
Let's get Achilles, Achilles to do it.
It's,
Yeah,
it's
승점을
I feel like I've
it is a
seen
bit
Wolf,
regretful that our matches end very early.
보러 와주신
We're still
분들
going.
Thank you very much for supporting us and
Right.
coming to the venue to watch our
That's
matches.
enough screen time. Proper's on screen every. He
And
gets
that was
player
the
of a match
PhD
every
interview
week.
with Team Falcons.
Doesn't need this much
Proper.
attention.
And before we head into match-
Yeah, Achilles and Wolf. I'm pretty sure I've seen Wolf do translation stuff before as well. So I don't know, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Quest. Well, proper. I mean, I guess you could just slow things down a little bit.
No ticket value for those Falcons fans. They're like, man, I got stopped by tickets. It's not
Yeah,
worth
the other
it."
guy got 2 questions. Yeah, wow.
Nice meal, perhaps, but we
Wow.
still, of course, have one
Next game is actually FTG versus WAC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get a sandwich, but I'll put up a big old poll first. Map 1, FTG versus WAC. Which combination of 3 letters will be better? We'll find out after this break. But this is the big one. This is the one we've all been waiting for, right? So get your bets in. I'll go get myself a sandwich. And we'll be right back. I'll leave you with the music. Oh. Alright. Lip Sombra. Could be Lip Sombra. Yeah, I think that's a good point. At this side of Sombra, even though Lip is the Sombra guy, there's like a lot more limited. There's a lot more limited ability to show as much difference between like Sombra ability. In theory, it's a pretty straightforward meta to play Sombra in. Just got to make sure you win these EMP fights. Aruna forces him to play Winston. Nope, it's Malga time. It's Malga time. Yeah, I mean, obviously Lip's still going to be good at it, right? The bigger thing, I think, for the Sombras is just not getting caught in, like, not fucking up their translocator, or sometimes we saw it happen to a couple of them, like Choice of One fucked up once and just cost them big time. Not making those kind of mistakes is probably going to be, like, obviously key to not fuck over their team. Other than that, it's going to be mostly macro decision making about, you know, when are we saving it to deal with the cage? Are we going to try and use it into cold? Can we ever get a cold cancel or something, you know? Lip's always been one of the Sombras who does free fires. Yeah, I mean, Lip's has kind of obviously been, make sure he farms EMP, all of this. Always been a big part of Lip's style. And we're always seeing these metas as well. Like, even in dive metas, eventually it ends up being a lot more played through the tank anyway. Lip says he doesn't particularly like to see version of Sombra. But I imagine that would be mostly trying to play it into dive type, or playing it with dive type comps rather than playing it like this. But yeah, I don't think he's probably. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Obviously, as most people have, is like way less Sombra playtime since the change. So Proper could play Sombra. Yeah, he played it last year in Overwatch League as well. Mainly in like Brawl Mirrors, kind of similar to this as well. And we played like May Sombra. Yeah, but we saw a lot of the time. Hold on, let me take this last bite. Yeah, so we didn't really see too many cancels on the beat or cancel on the Cole. We saw one attempt, obviously, where Fielder dodged it with Fade. I think the problem is with Sombra is if you're super deep, your escape is really hard, right? Because of any translocate. It's not just like old TP where you could just be behind them and then TP back to your team. You have to kind of throw it across everyone, which can be really scary. You get chased down a lot. I think as well, because most Sombras are just playing like frontline. So if these are Maugas, the Sombras are just playing like here, right? And just farming EMP. Now, to actually get deep enough to hit like a Lucio or a Moira at the back of the formation, you either have to throw your Translocator in, which is a really scary way to die immediately with EMP. Or you just EMP the front line. And honestly, they just kill the Mauga through it anyway, right? If their Reaper's ready to go, their Mauga's ready to go, they can actually really just kill this Mauga before, maybe even before the beat comes out, or the Cole can save him a lot of the time. Be interested to see if there's any, like, much more counterplay in terms of outplaying all of this. Because I really don't know what the Mauga does. I guess the overrun stuff is the interesting bit, right? If he can, like... It's not scary if the Mauga presses E beforehand or she goes in. I mean, even if the Mauga presses E, I think she's really at risk of dying. I mean, we saw Sombras throw EMP in and die immediately for it as well. So I don't think it's, like, impossible, but it's not... She is still really killable if she does that. I think more of the ones where she just walks in feel way more consistent. Yeah, I feel like Proper's not chucking his EMP that deep, though, if you know what I mean. Like, he's not trying to go past for Mauga or anything. Like, he's still not intending to EMP cancel anything. He's just EMPing the Mauga every time. He's not throwing it that deep, I don't think. Yeah, it's more just like, it's probably just much closer to like a hit scan style. Like, I feel like, let's see if I can find an example. Well, we've got 2 minutes. We've got time. We can like rewatch some of these EMPs. Yeah, so Choice One gets caught here. Okay, this one maybe Proper is going. He's on top right here.
There's no sound barrier.
Yeah, this one hits everyone. So now when he did actually do a bit of setup. They'd won the previous fight, he already had EMP. Oh, hold on, it's lagging a little bit. Alright, so this one starts with Cole. See, this is when Choice One throws his deep, but Choice One is going to immediately die for this, right? I don't know if Kellen had already used E. It's hard to see. Is this the E right here? I think this is his E. I think. It's hard to be sure. But obviously he's now outside the E anyway, right? That's Smurf C. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's going to immediately die. And then Proper's going to get the EMP mid-fight. They're going to beat to counter the EMP. Now Proper hits everyone. EMP and the Stomp timing. And that's something we saw a lot as well, right? Just the Stomp and the EMP at the same time. But here they just survive it, right? Because they still have the tail end of a beat. I guess the important thing is actually because Stalker's dead, they're missing a lot of it.
From Proper, catching the remaining players in decay, going to get pounded down, going to get taken out of the equation here. Cage fight now coming in, the virus chucked in, just looking to try to deal with this enemy.
Yeah, I mean, so far all the Propers have been like 5-man ones, right, essentially. Alright, so then, yeah, because this one I think, again, Proper just walks in. I think Cole was just ending, but again, it's a 5-man, right? 5-man and the Stomp timing's good. But again, if you look at, like, Genesis don't seem ready to deal with this at all. They get 5-man EMP'd. Now Choice One doesn't have this one coming back. So now if we look at like how easy it is for Choice One versus how hard it is, we're going to beat aggressively here. So this is what teams would used to do as well. Don't try and like hide for beat to counter EMP, but let's just beat push or something. Doesn't really work out with these ults, like this ult situation. Yeah, because Terry's going to beat back, and now Choice One can in theory just win it. Maybe I don't even need it, actually. Smurf's just going to die. Oh, yeah, just the Blossom one. Okay. Now Choice 1 has EMP advantage. This is the problem. Even when you don't win a fight with EMP, like, Proper's nearly just fucking caught you up again, right? So this is why, like, I know some people were asking earlier about why not just save, EMP for Cage every time? It's that, like, it's so fast, it's almost just like, just fucking win the fight with it as soon as possible, get as many as possible. So now I really just wonder, at this moment in time, is it not just a timing to do some kind of... I guess we can't really stomp around corners, but there has to be a way that we can just sort of, like, walk up and take a stomp or something and take this fight. Because we end up playing it slow. Then again, Falcons are actually going to choose to go first in this situation, aren't they? You see, they go with a Cole, and now it's just like a skill check. EMP doesn't remove beat over health? No. It still does damage to it. It does remove the over health, but it does... I can't remember the numbers. Somebody in chat will correct me with the numbers. But it removes a certain percentage of health. So if your health is like 800 because of a beat, it will still remove 40% of that health, but obviously you still have decent health afterwards. So if a team beats first and you have EMP, if you immediately EMP, most of the time it just feels shit, right? Because it just absorbs a lot of the beat health. If you want to EMP afterwards... what you want to do is you want to let the beat health sort of trickle down a little bit, so it's only like, you know, instead of being like all of this, you're only at like this or something, if you know what I mean, and then hit the EMP, it can still be okay. Yeah, it's off total health, so it does take a chunk of the beat health off, but obviously it can take a chunk of the beat health off and you still have beat health remaining, so it doesn't actually get that much value. So beating in aggressively versus EMP is a really valid idea. Alright, so now the EMP, Fielder's going to dodge it though, because Choice 1 does actually hit everyone, right? Doesn't hit Smurf, but he hits everyone else, but Fielder dodges it. Fielder will pocket everyone through it. Decay dies in the midst of all this, and now Proper just has EMP. And they're C9ing him. And now Proper has EMP, where's he going? Oh, this is the one where, yeah, just Kevin's just alone. And then it's just over. Alright, let's check we're not missing it. Oh, we missed... Oh, fuck. We'll go back. We won't miss the walkout. Alright, what are we saying here? FTG, jerseys looking good. Baggy jeans. Baggy jeans are back. Alfie's got them. Ooh, bunny jacket. Is that bunny? That bunny's flipping off. Are you allowed to wear that? Was that bunny was giving us the middle finger? Waves from everyone. That bunny was giving us the middle finger.
This guy's career is very, very elongated compared to a lot of the other players that are here in the tournament. But always has been a bit of a...
It looks like the, yeah, it looks like the Duracell. Oh no, is it Energizer? Maybe the Energizer bunny's just giving us the middle finger.
With that Malga that is looking so prevalent here today.
Exactly. All right, here's the big man himself, Mr. Sombra, going the wrong way. Fuck. It's an ugly walkout, if we're being honest. What is this? They've tried to cover the brand with tape, but they've just used one piece of tape. Look at this. Hold on. See, obviously you don't want to show brands. You don't want to show brands or other brands on broadcast that aren't official sponsors. So you tape over, like, if you have, like, the Adidas logo, you'll tape over it. But what is this tape doing? This tape isn't doing its job. Alright, the bow's okay. And what we got? Yeah, Lip is a genuinely tool. Here we go. Just a wave. It's an unenthusiastic wave. All right. Let's go back to live. Yeah, he is really tall. If you've not met Lip before or seen Lip before, obviously a lot of the times you see Lip, he'll just be sitting down, but he's actually really fucking tall. Unarguably tall. But this is the big one now, right? Yeah, Lip has got the height advantage. Jumping in, so that's the first, I guess, interesting thing to note.
Yeah, that's again, I say surprising.
Tactical lineup from Lip, standing next to the smallest teammate as well. Yeah. Jumping is their Malga guy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you never know. They might have something different cooked up, but obviously, WAC starting with Jumpin. Unless he's going to play ball. Maybe he's going to play ball. I feel like, does ball go into Malga? I feel like, I don't know. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I feel like the cage hard fucks for ball, right? But maybe outside the cage, it's not too bad. Will Shu force Anna? Malga crits ball? Ah, true, actually, yeah, because he can set him on fire. Fuck. Alright, let's see what the gang's saying. Let's get a close look at this fucking bunny that's been flipping us off this entire thing as well.
Thank you very much, casters. I am back with the final team rep interview of the day. And we have FTG versus WAC. So, FTG.
Oh, they've taped up his finger!
FTG side, we have the team, or head coach for FTG, Neko.
Fuck's sake, Neko. Chill out. They taped the finger. Censorship.
We have Pavan.
I feel like it's been ages since I've seen Pavan.
Coach for what?
Pavan.
They are on an undefeated streak for both teams. What can we expect today?
일단은 저희가 최소 패배를 생각을 해둔 게 1패거든요.
And the maximum amount of losses that we have thought of is 1 loss, so we're going to make sure to play hard today.
Okay. Don't think of more than 1 loss.
I think that FTG is the strongest team that we've faced up to this point.
That's true.
And I think that we'll have to play hard in order to put on a good performance.
Alright, everyone's planning to play hard. Everyone's planning to play hard, which is good.
If you had to pick a weakness from your opponents, what would it be?
Ooh.
일단은 아무리 생각해봐도 솔직히 상대 팀의 약점은 없다고 생각을 하는데.
I don't think they have a
그래도
weakness
저희
on
팀이 더
WAC side.
잘한다고 생각을 합니다.
Oh, very respectful. No weakness. Fuck.
But our team is perfect, so we're just kind of have to play our game. On WAC side,
이번에 큰 패치가 있었는데
we recently had a patch.
큰 패치가 있고 나서 첫 경기이기 때문에 상대 팀의 뭐 경기도 못 봤고 뭐
And because we had to take our time adjusting to the meta, we didn't really have a time to watch other matches.
Right.
So our time was focused or spent on focusing on figuring out the meta.
Okay, they spent some time figuring out the meta. Yeah?
And they said they're hoping to win today.
Oh.
Fan anticipation is at a very high, so please say a few words to the fans as well. Thank you for all the support, and we'll make sure to repay all that support with our great performance.
Okay, great performance coming up.
On Pavan's side. And we'll also make sure to repay the fan support with our performance. And that was the final team rep interview.
Lots of fan repayment going on.
We head into the map veto for match 3.
All right. So yeah, Neko and Pavan giving us pretty default interviews. Pretty default interviews as far as things go. It'll be a Lijiang Tower into a King's Row into an Esperanza. Who would have guessed, huh? Lijiang Tower into King's Row into Esperanza.
I actually didn't realize that Neko was coaching this squad. Neko is one of my all-time.
Watch one of them bring out a comp that hard counters the meta. You hope one team isn't playing Reaper Sombra so you can watch them lose. Haven't seen King's Row in a while. I know, right? Yeah, I mean, obviously Anna would be good for Shu, and it is buffed, but I feel like the Anna buff was a bit shit, really, compared to some of the other things. We saw Toronto struggling with the Anna quite a lot in the scrims recently. So I think, I mean... I think it might be a Malga meta. That seems to be the theme of the day, the theme of the last sort of 24 hours. Never heard my opinion about the ban system. I like the concept of bans. I think the inherent system with the ban... Well, the inherent problem with the ban system is that, one, doing it all before the game is a bit shit. It's better if we can do, like, game 1, do the bans for game 1, play it, see what the result is, then do the bans for game 2, play it. I actually, not to self-promote, but I talked to Bailey about this in my interview that's coming out after this event. I think the other problem you have with the ban system is because we're playing by modes, like banning in control is reasonable because there's 4 maps, right? Banning in hybrid is also reasonable. But once we get to like push and flashpoint, there's no bans in flashpoint because there's only 2 maps. So we need more maps to make it viable. The one I would prefer to see is that we have a way smaller map pool. So we have like 2 maps from each mode or something, right? So we only have like 8 maps in the map pool, but all the maps are available in picks and bans. So we could play like control or cough, hybrid or something, right? But all the maps are available in the pick and ban system or something. And we do something like that instead. That's what I would like to see. I don't know how it would work out in reality, but I feel like there's a version of that. Cough, yeah.
He's not too happy about it.
Please, God.
He's getting wrecked.
Yeah, I still worry the Ana's just like too easy to kill. There seems to be a big theme in this meta that Ana's, Baptistes, anything like that, Zens, the killability is too high. Interview with who? Interview with Bailey, who was she's the... If you remember the announcement video, when they announced OWCS, Bailey was the lady in that video. She's the esports product lead for Blizzard.
I think if Lip comes out and he's just playing Sombra, I'm guessing that this could end up being a 3-0.
It's on my YouTube, Wilder. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? Moving up in the world. I know. I had to speak to Blizzard PR and everything. Me speaking to real people with real professional jobs. Fucking hell.
They're united in their support of
Yeah.
So that's at least good to see.
You really want the ball meta so you can see jump in rolling everyone? Yeah. I feel like unfortunately the ball meta was just a brief shared experience for all of half a week.
Would love for this to go to 5 maps. So Lip, don't play Sombra.
A real person with a real job hard out here. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Don't do it. Yeah, hopefully I've got that part of my life out of the way until I think my first full-time esports job I would have got when I was quite old actually, so I had like significant real-world experience under my belt. Yeah, no great rush to go back to that. The only person Strider is afraid of, I always hear this Strider hype. I think we warmed up against him a few times back on London, but most of the time when you warm up against a team, you don't just let him dick around on ball because you're not going to play a ball in the match. But I feel like Hattie and Molf were always the best balls back in Europe.
I think we have a couple other.
But yeah, I know he has a strong reputation as a ball guy. All right, are we loading in? What's the overall poll vibe so far? Ooh, overwhelming favourites for WAC. Bernard locking Orisa out of spawn. It's Malga in time. Get Malgi. That's what he always says.
Overwhelmingly whack fans.
Oh yeah, not getting to see as much double flex. I mean, they looked really good. Looked really good on the Ana Brig anyway. All right, so Orisa. I imagine Alfie's going to go Tracer after this TP out of spawn as well. All right, let's close the polls. Maybe FTG knows something we don't. They've gone Genji as well. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. It's a Genji mirror. Anyone have any side bets on a Genji mirror? All right. Coming in. Straight over top. Alfie's going to immediately kill Lip. I guess it's a Genji world. If you kill the Sojourn immediately, it's a Genji world. No Sombra as well, remember. So the original theory we had was that the Orisa does pretty well into the Malga, but the Sombra can really fuck up the Orisa. And that was original Seeker theory. But without a Sombra, maybe the Orisa's probably actually really okay. No Reaper required. Alright, coming over. Lip with the rail. Alfie a little bit closer to the blade. And we're in an Orisa mirror now, so do what you want with that information. Turns out, in 2024, no matter what happens in Korea, all roads seem to lead back to an Orisa mirror. They've finally shed their label as a dive one-trick nation, and are now an Orisa one-trick nation. Kiriok from both teams as well. Alfie has just left this earlier blade. They're going to trade these. Violet has beat. I presume they want the beat out first. Oh, Heesang's just going to dive. Oh, actually. Alfie still has this blade. Both Lucios still have beat. Pressure on, but it looks like they've actually trapped jumping in here. They'll repush as well. And maybe FGG are on top. Alfie doesn't have to use this blade. Beats are still both there. Gives Heesang a chance to get a blade of his own as well. They got scarred from the World Cup. Well, now we're just in this funny question. Was like, should we just go Sigma again? Should we go Sigma now into the Orisa? Can we keep swapping the attack? Maybe. Alright, coming up White Room. All the ults available. Early B actually from Tarong. Violet's going to mirror it. Blades are now both going to be available afterwards here. Terra Surge is going to make them hard though. Heesang looking for it. Overclock will be used by Flora, trying to work his way back in here, but doesn't look like all that much. Now the blade, it's gone! Got no blade. Alfie's going in with his own one now as well. Doesn't find anything, but he doesn't immediately die, so I guess a net win overall for Alfie. Flora with the shutdown. Now the Terra Surge comes in, but they just disengage, and now Burner's got this one in his back pocket. Can finish it if he can find it. They're trying to work Bowie in. They force for Fortify. Force for Suzu as well. There's the chance for Burner. He's so low, though. He's going to get killed before it goes off. Kiriolt's now being traded too, and WAC, they've just about got a way back into this. Couldn't find the finish in the end there. All the ults traded, they'll eventually win.
I don't agree with Finn's usage of that Kitsune rush there. Does force shoes out.
Alright, so yeah, no real ults. Beats will come up next. Slightly earlier for Violet. I don't know if it'll end up being a tangible difference. Trying to swing round. So again, expect a lot of these fights to maybe just start with Orisas and Genjis trying to limit the Sojon's impact. There we go. Lip's going to be forced to shift backwards. All the way back. They're just trying to poke Jumpin actually out from this White Room here, but he doesn't want to give any space. They're all just on the main angle right now, FTG, so they're struggling to clear too much. Alfie's going to start touching point. Violet's going to have this beat, going to beat aggressively. Tarong's going to match it, though. Push back in now. No ults just yet, but Lip's getting close to this overclock. Terra Surge going to be there for Jumpin as well, as the pushback's really good. Burner is so low, he's in huge trouble. They've just won the tank trade there. Now Lip will finish it, and they have to reset, actually. Going to try and get Flora out here, but Heesang's considering... Then, are they with him? Yeah, they've taken Alfie behind. They want the staggers. Nothing doing, though. Now it'll be Kiriol for FTG. Blade and Overclock as well. I mean, for both teams, really. Just for Terra Surge advantage here for Jumpin. So if they want a chance to go aggressive quite early with this Terra Surge. Combine it with a Blade, maybe. No beat to save anyone from this as well. Early Javelin. They're going to walk in now with it. Here comes the Blade. Blade and Terra Surge over the top. Heesang finds one with it as well. Heesang looking for more, and Heesang will finish it, actually. And just when he thought FTG were in cruise control in this round, they find the Terra Surge Blade timing, and they just win the fight before FTG can use any of their ults.
I think if Vin holds that one Kitsune rush, they have a lot more opportunity, but even though Bernard had the initial ulted managed, he had the faster Orisa with the swap coming through from Junbin. Junbin was able to
the Korean teams always cap to 99 then lose. Yeah, it's not the greatest system, you have to say. Are we really going to count Maj in a team of Field on you? He's on the team. He's literally on the team.
really just Heesong's blade that was the difference maker. The spin is killed instantly. And the timing,
and he's on the team.
Of course, really unfortunate for
maybe they'll find a way to use him.
because if they had a little bit more time, if they had one more fight, they would have.
And big news is, though, big news isn't about Majid. Big news is about the Orisa mirror we currently find ourselves in. Alpha, you're going to go Tracer now instead of Genji. Both teams going to fight over near Dojo side, but FTG have it first, and it's going to be a flip to point. Oh, thank you, Blazing Storm. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you very much. Why are we in Orisa mirror? Because they don't know about Seeker Theory. They don't know about Seeker Theory with the Sombra and the Reaper and the Malga to stop the Orisa, so nobody's told them. Confirmed Seeker has no friends on WAC or FTG. Coming around the corner. Lip's going to cop a headshot, but we'll be okay. They're walking all the way in now, and WC actually have most of a map off this. She's got a slightly faster Kyriot coming through. Oh, no follow-up on that rail, but another opportunity. Heesang's got the big angle now. Going to try and poke Burner out. We'll have his deflect force, but they're just bullying Burner back here, and quite often we're seeing Burner lose this early HB trade. Alfie is coming through. Kyriot now going to be used. Finn doesn't have it for a little bit, so they have to disengage. And I think the disengage is good, but it means they'll probably... Oh, I was going to say they're probably going to give a flip, but no, Lip's going to go down for it as well. They do give a flip, but now the repush with Sojourn advantage. They're walking the way back in. Burner's taking so much damage. Beat comes through. Chorong has one of his own as well. Now they're all over it. Should be able to push back with this later beat. Yeah, now Lip pick out of nothing really ends up just putting him over the edge. Why do you have 2 minutes of ads? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I normally try and trigger the ads to go between, when we're between maps, but sometimes it doesn't let me. Sometimes I don't quite get the timing right. Yeah, Seeker's Bros were proper, but doesn't have a Lip connection. Flora's going to just die to Shu now, so Sojourn's just dying before each fight. Trying to go big over the bridge. Where is Violet going? Where is he going? He's going to live! There's no way! Finally, Heesang finishes him off. Jumpin's died in the meantime, actually. Violet took so much attention. I think they should still be okay thanks to this overclock. Flora's got one, actually. It's maybe not done yet. Trying to find it. Alfie's going to go on top of him. Blade now. Nowhere for Flora to go. They will finish it. I don't know if they needed that Blade in the end. It feels a little bit heavy-handed, really. Now they've just got the Terror Surge. And, oh, okay. Well, what's he up to? He got a Blade kill, maybe it's worth it. Not tolerate any Violet slander. Alright, it's going to be a retake. Terror Surge, Kitsune Rush coming up for both teams. Beat advantage for Chorong as Violet's been spending a little bit more time in the enemy spawn and a little bit less time building beat. So will be a big beat advantage here. Hold looks reasonable for WAC. Initial rails doesn't confirm a kill. Kitsune's will be traders. Flora who goes down first. Actually, they find that one. Now they're in complete control. Can just push back with that DPS advantage. Nice and slow. They should win the frontline battle. Violet's going to get up to his beat as well. But FTG, they just have to play it slow, really. Can't do anything just yet. Alfie's going to have a pulse in all of this. Not the easiest comp to pulse into with the Suzu and the Fortify and the Spin. Lip's going to look for the same angle. Doesn't quite find anything. And Alfie's been focused down behind. They clear Alfie. Jumpin's going in with a Terror Surge. Now he's separated them. Violet does get the beat off. Chorong's going to get a later beat. Jumpin does actually get the beat as his Terror Surge comes in. But I don't think Jumpin's going to find anything with that. Manages to reset on his side of point. But WAC have got it to 93% and counting. And Chorong's going to get the boop kill. And that might just be it. Chorong's going to get another one. All right. The Chorong takeover. WAC in control. Now it's just desperate touches. They're coming back with Doom, but should just be clean up here. Blade to finish it. And that should be it. There we go. WAC in the ascendancy. Let me cash that one. WAC win. And we'll get another one going for map 2. Alright. What are we saying then? I just got off from a 2-minute ad and come back to this. Violet's paper account got to look crazy. Violet on the Lee J Gong VODs. A lot of Violet hate on the go. Did I explain the Orisa mirror already? Well, so I think the theory is that Orisa is pretty good into Malga. She can spin obviously and eat all of his damage, so she can play around that and play around cover a little bit better than Malga. She has Fortify as well, and that can counterplay the overrun charge ability. And obviously, like, the fact that she can javelin him all the time and just knock him back as well is actually quite useful and stun him slightly. The same reason Orisa's good against Bastion and these, like, big gun heroes, right? She can do a lot of things to interrupt and play around those sort of spin-up timing heroes. And also not only can she fortify out of a cage, she can actually, her Terror Surge is really good for fighting in a cage. So she's got a lot of good answers to cage, which is one of the biggest things. The original theory Seeker had which we're now patenting a Seeker theory, is that if the Mauga team goes Sombra as well, they can just bully the Orisa, and the Orisa can't do any of these things anymore. So why we're in an Orisa mirror, I guess neither team wants to play Sombra. Maybe that's not a great explanation, but there's sort of, it feels like if one team was to go Mauga, Sombra, Reaper like we saw in our previous match, it probably beats it. I feel like it should just beat this Orisa, Genji, Sojourn comp. I feel like it should. At least in theory. The Korean tanks need to play for Winston. He doesn't crit through Fortify. Oh, okay, so no self-heals. That's good as well, actually. Good point. Learning so much about how all the Orisa and Mauga interactions work. Why don't we see Bull? Dive isn't he good now? I think Bull's okay, but the Mauga is just the Cardiac Overdrive is obviously a very good counter dive tool. And we see now when teams run the Mauga, they're able to bully the dive team a lot. The Winston, the Doomfist, or whatever can really get chased around a lot by the Bull. I think as well, even though Bull normally can't get headshot, Mauga can still crit him because of the burn damage. So he still takes like decent damage against Mauga compared to other heroes. There's also the bug you charge on Gold Orisa, you're stun on the floor. What does that mean, sorry? If you charge on a Gold Orisa, as in the Mauga gets stunned if he charges a Gold Orisa? I'm not really sure. Oh, so if you charge on a Gold Orisa, you can actually stun yourself, essentially. Oh. Maybe that's why they're... Okay, then. Yeah, the conflict logic is bugged. Yeah, because you presume it would just be, like, a classic, not even a counter pin, but, like, they both just bounce off each other, right? Like, yeah, unstoppable versus unmovable. They just bounce off each other, and nothing happens, but they at least stop each other's momentum, right? Like, the Orisa works as a body block for it. But I guess if he actually stuns him as well, it's actually, like, an even bigger shift in the Orisa's favor. If FTG lose, their mental is boomed tomorrow against Falcons. Don't know, they'll obviously get to watch the games. I have to presume FTG and WAC have scrimmed Falcons and stuff though this week. So cooldown war on the tank side. Test it. No, I trust the chat. I think I can see it. Well, if they say it's bugged, it's bugged. I'll trust the good people. Doom punching Brig Bash would stun the Doom. Yeah, it looks like it is Max. Well, as the only sub they can make, right? Unless they've subbed out like he sang for Max or something, or they're on their full crusty arc and are putting Jumpin on BAP or something. So maybe Max is the Mauga guy. And Jumpin is the Orisa guy? Maybe? We'll have to wait and see. Is the Orisa Mauga matchup more preference than it is, or is one currently better if that bug is true? I think the Orisa doesn't... I don't think I would say the Orisa counters the Mauga, but it's like... It's a way more playable situation than other tanks. I think like stuff like the Sigma just gets bullied. A lot of the dive tanks like Doom or Winston or anything we see just get bullied and chased around by the Mauga so much. Yeah, Jumpin did start on it, you're right, and then swap to the Orisa mirror. Alright, I guess we'll find out. Drop the music. Drop the font. Here we go.
And we are back. WAC able to take down FTG on Lijiang Tower 2-0.
You believe in the Max Genji? Yeah, I don't know. In theory, I think the Orisa does look good into the Mauga, but I think the idea that Sombra, if the Mauga had a Sombra on his team as well, it would fuck him up. I think it's true. So in theory, the Orisa playing into Mauga is just like one more hero swap away from being stopped. Yeah, Mauga just really bullies every other tank. We've seen him bully... You would kind of expect a Mauga to bully the dive tanks, you know, like that kind of ground tank. It's the same with like Ram, right? Can actually just chase a Winston around and make his life annoying. Can chase a Doom around, make his life annoying. But the fact that Mauga can do that, but also can actually bully like a Ram and a Sigma as well. Feels really rough. So King's Row.
Whichever iteration.
I just like to say FTG, and when I have to say the full thing, I always mess it up.
All right.
I'm right there with you. I just stick with
Fire
FTG.
to gamers. Yeah.
We'll wait and see.
I think that going into this one, expectation.
Will Max play Diva? It's not impossible, right? But feels like, I guess out of all of the dive heroes, maybe Diva would be the most reasonable because she can eat and like maybe stop herself getting crit a little bit more than others. But I don't know. It's I imagine we're gonna see Mauga. I'm gonna stop living in a dream world where Mauga doesn't get seen in most games.
Yeah, I mean the guy is just the best in the world at it. When it was the last time it was in the meta, so I think that would be.
You think we should have a pro players and coaches balance for game? I don't know. I know what the best way is. I mean, ironically, I think we were actually in a pretty good patch before all this, right? Like, even though the DPS passive felt pretty oppressive for a lot of tanks, comp-wise, we were actually in a pretty varied place. A few different comps working. Maybe it was slowly but surely becoming a Ram meta again, or leaning more that way. But we saw a lot of different things. How did Genesis Falcons go? Super roly in favor of Falcons. You'll be surprised to hear. Yeah, both the previous games were actually pretty roly. Third set of ads in 15 minutes. I did press the ad button just then because I thought it'd be better to run the ad now before the game starts. Because normally it should roughly work out as like there'll be ads between every map essentially. That's how it's set up, but I can't always dictate the timing specifically because it's on a sort of like cooldown, so I have to try and like hit the cooldown button at appropriate times.
Bernard's playing the Sigma on defense versus Whack on.
Imagine having Mauga. No shot if I put Max in. They're just gonna play double flex. Is it just gonna be a double flex mirror? Did these guys not get the patch? Did these guys not get the patch? Wait, let me close the polls. Nobody told them. Alright. Violet on BAP. Churong on Zen. Alrighty. Vivali bet now. Vivali bet on FTG is now a double flex mirror, and it's Finn and Violet. Alright. Hesan gonna get the early kill. They're streaming last week's game. Thank you, Sour. Appreciate the tier 1. Alright. So a nice easy first point. Yeah, great point, Langu. When they were saying in the interviews, yeah, we've been trying to figure out the meta. We've been thinking real hard, and we're just going to do the same shit we did last week. We've come to the conclusion, probably nothing's changed. Just lock it in again, boys. One more round. Fuck's sake. Oh well. Nice to see some different heroes, I guess. Pulse Bomb is good. Got no Lamper. Finn too far away to get lamps on that one, so it'll be a nice early pick, and FTG are going to have to concede a whole bunch of place.
Really easy there. The push, as you mentioned, just does continue here.
Every game's a mirror, but it's a different mirror. I don't know. Alright. They'll have to give a load of cart push for free, but they'll still have time to get Finn back here. Churong's going to just kill Alpha Yi, and that's just a kill before all of these fights start. And again, FTG, just as they get 5 people back, they're going to lose someone else. They have to take a step back. Window is good, though. Catches Heesang. No chance to get that copy up. And just a picks are being traded back and forth, and FTG get a little bit of breathing room here. Don't have to give up any space. Shu now has that nano online. Trying to pocket his Tracer on the left as well. It is a Flora Lip Tracer battle, so maybe not the most high-end Tracer battle. Alfie's going to try and interrupt that, but Alfie's going to kill Churong as well. So it's just going to be another pick before the fight really starts, this time in favor of FTG, though. So WAC are the ones who are going to have to take a little bit of a reset. Pulse Bomb attempt from Lip is no good. Pulse Bomb attempt from Flora is no good. That's what you get for putting hit scans on Tracer. And now, finally, we'll maybe get a 5v5 fight where someone doesn't die before the fight. Maybe. Working their way in. Discord is on top of Max. Will be cleared now. Tracer threatening from behind here. Shu's going to send it back. Goes for it. It's going to be a copy forced out with Alfie here. Has to immediately recall as well. Now the Sticky's above, and Heesang's got this really dominant position. Flux is going to come in. They want to focus him. Copy BAP. They're going to both trade lamps. Transcendence was used as well. Heesang's stuck in the back. He's going to get demolished. Meanwhile, Alfie's copy actually lands the pulse bomb. And FTG are going to hold strong on second here. Just winning on both sides, right? Copy's going to get more value, and then they just demolish that BAP copy here. I don't know why he copied, but yeah, crazy rock. Burner hits him on the fade away as he shifts away after the copy. Just absolutely dominated by Burner. Maybe it's a gentleman's agreement. Maybe. Maybe they've not unlocked it yet. Somebody get these guys. Somebody get these guys Mauga. Alrighty. Now it is actually a pretty decent advantage here for FTG in terms of ultimates. Not a lot to do, but you can still win fights without ultimates in this type of mirror. Pulse bomb. It's good from Flora here. Chiron going to die again. And now FTG have a lot of breathing room. Pulse bomb attempt from Lip is pretty wild. They're going to pocket Flora Freeness as well, so we can maybe even chase Lip. And yeah, nothing going for Lip. The Zen Tracer flank getting completely shut down by FTG. They'll walk forward on main. Can maybe get all of these kills as well. Considering it, Flora's actually really aggressive. Violet's going to have to try and get his way out of there. So we'll take a step backwards now. They force the lamp out at least. Kinner's man on Sombra. I mean, Lip's pulse bombs, I think, are some of the worst. He's gone hit scan now. There we go. Lip is solved the Tracer problem by going Cassidy. Alright, gonna see this Tracer battle on the flank again. Both Tracers gonna get orbed, so will be a stalemate for a while. Flux gonna come in. Does catch Shu in it, actually. There we go. They're gonna kill Shu before he even dies. Alfie was there for the follow-up. Flux is just a straightforward kill. Window no good. Will be another reset, and FTG starting to look rock solid. Now, what do they have coming back here? WC just for Transcendence. Finn still holding on to this Transcendence as well. Lip goes Sombra. No Sombra, just Cassidy. In theory, Cassidy is a good, good into the Echo, but also this part of the map for Echo where she has all the roofs and high grounds to play around, it's still a really good part of the map for an Echo, so it's hard. They're going to try and swing out this left-hand side here. No great ultimates. Alfie has that copy again. Probably expect a copy Tracer if he can get hold of it. If we want to try and clear this Tracer out behind, Heesang's going to have to try and get the space. We'll be forced to recall. Forced all the way out. Flora considering the pulse bomb attempt, but Max is actually 1 HP here. They've had to lamp as well. They have to be careful. Burner is just harassing them and spamming them. They're stuck in this tiny corner. Gonna keep bullying them down. Sticks are good, actually. Thinks he can kill Lip, actually. He's wrong. Gonna turn his attention to the point. Tracer, Zen are actually available on the point here if he can find it. Gonna get the copy as well. Goes for the Sigma though. Max has got the Flux. Transcendence is available by Finn. Good magnetic grenade. Alfie's gonna have maybe... is he gonna get a pulse bomb here? Has to rush this pulse bomb attempt now, I think. Goes for it. No good. Oh no, Heesang's on it. How does he do it? How does that kill Heesang? Oh, Alfie somehow, some way, just ends up killing everybody, and it's going to be a hold on first point. Jumped on the pulse bomb to save Lip. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was fine, right? It looked like Alfie had to rush this one so much, right? Because he's really running out of time. He's just going to get it. He doesn't have recall or anything. Yeah, everyone's fine. It just blinks back onto it. I guess... Because she lamps as well. I guess she's... Actually, no, sorry. She's lamping a different pulse bomb. Flora's going for pulse bomb at the same time. Yeah, I can't see exactly where the other pulse bomb is. But yeah, then Alpha Lee just deletes Max. Yeah, it was just on the ground.
usually, you know, we see a slow up, you get that arch control initially.
Bro thinks he's Captain America.
Hold him in front of B, but the cap comes
Maybe he is Captain Korea. Alright, so double flex looks like it's going to be mirror again. Don't expect Solari to stay all that long. Floor going to take a single shot. Hit the Sonic. She stopped forcing Hannah. Never underestimate power of Burner. Yeah, I mean, Burner looks rock solid there. Obviously hit for one big rock in that one fight. Flora going to stay Hanzo. So Hanzo's actually broken on his first point. If you can get the Hanzo into... Where's my pen? Into this area here. The Hanzo can actually just win this. If they can get Flora that position, the Hanzo will just win this first point. Maybe it's less true now since the Hanzo can't one-shot as much. And there is a Tracer here in this position as well. So they have to clear Lip out of here before they do that. Looks like they want to fight him, actually. Violet's just gone to fight him. Violet's just going to go and kill Lip. Did he just push a one-on-one Lip in this corridor and just kill him? Violet literally could have asked for so much help. There was so much chance for Alpha Yi or Flora or Finn to come and help Violet. He doesn't care. Violet's just going to push and clear the Tracer himself. Alright. Violet's going to die afterwards as well, so the great balancing has been done. Burner is going to run into an Echo, and kills are still being traded. Lips died again. And it will be a bit of a reset here. And yeah, okay, will be a full reset despite that early Tracer kill. Lip will be back fast again, and he sang from downtown. Okay, so yeah, normally Hanzo very strong, but we've not really seen Flora have much influence here. Gonna hit the body shot onto Lip as well. Lip's not gonna recall, just have the mini available. Lip is still behind him right now. He's gonna go in, recall his force. Can they camp this? Yeah, push this Tracer, he dies again, I think. Is he still behind? Alright, Lip now has a pulse bomb behind as they start to try and move their way onto point. Flora's looking for him. Tracer's coming behind now onto Flora. No problem. Alright, Lip's dead again. Doesn't get a chance to use the pulse bomb. Now a window on point to keep forcing it. Copy Sigma's going to come in here. Going to have to drop that Matrix early. Rock is not going to connect. There's going to be a window back as well. Transcendence has to be used, actually. Blocks for Rock as well. Now they're going to try and push forward, actually. They want to try and catch Heesang after this. It looks like they're okay, actually. Max has still got Matrix on point, but Alpha Yi's behind him. They're trying to push it back. Pulse Bomb's good, though, from Lip. Lip coming back. Is it enough? Burner is still on point, but it's a difficult fight. Heesang's going to die for it, though. Violet is 1 HP. Lip's going to get forced to recall. He's in a 1v2. Violet's 1 HP. Just about has the shift. Burner and Violet clutch out an absolute dogfight there.
Almost had the transcendence that would have been so good for them to actually defend, but they're not able to do it in the end.
Lip struggling. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons back when we were in Doom Tracer Echo meta, I just thought it was sort of fucked for WAC because Lip is never going to be on the same level of any of these good Tracers. His pulse bombs, I think, are really bad. And he certainly seems to be struggling a bit now. Gonna stick the Hanzo here. They do it for Dragon Strike too. So there was actually a decent hold on first, right? We got a lot of time off the clock if we're if we're WAC, sorry. So FTG don't have far to go. And they will get a lot of this first cart for free. Burner's going to try and clear out Heesang, but can't really. The Dragon is very scary in these street stage, because you can just send it through the buildings. Looking for this initial space on the right-hand side. Doesn't... Okay. They kill it before Lamp, and I think probably just slow down now. The Dragon's going to be traded. I don't know if Flora swaps at this point. He's going to kill Lip, actually. Maybe they can just stay in this fight. They're still shooting. Burner's going to peek now. They don't have it, but the sticky's onto Max. Going to force him back. Max has to give all the space, and despite all of that... they've actually got it to one fight territory. So 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Flora's going to get a pick. Picks all seem to be coming FTG's ways. Churong and Lip on the wrong side of these opening picks. More often than not. Now they're chasing this Tracer out as well. Where is... Wait. Where is Max? Pulse Bomb's going to be good. Burner's just going to push forward. There's a copy Bap and a Sigma behind. Pair for Alpha Yi. The Flux is good, though. Rock on top. Alpha Yi's now behind. Meanwhile, Shu's trying to hold point with Window. What a messy fight. Max is back now. Max has come all the way back and he's killed Burner. Can he hold it? Max has taken the longest trip in the world, but he's held on. How did Max go all the way through the spawn and all the way around? And he's managed to hold it, at least for now. I don't know how Max managed to, one, live that, bait all the attention, then come back and kill the Sig. Felt like FTG really had different ideas between what they actually wanted to do and what side they wanted to deal with first. And they've now dealt with this. Transcendence for both teams. 1 minute 30 seconds left. Tracer Echo versus Tracer Echo. Full mirror. Max went to point via Mordor. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, Burner also could have just been more aggressive and just killed that Baptiste, surely. If they weren't busy dicking about trying to clear a random Sig behind him and just ignored him. Like, Alfie's copied a Sig on the Sig in their backline. Just go kill this Baptiste on point. Anyway, Transcendence is available. Max is going to have this earlier Flux. Peek out now from Chorong. Pressure onto Flora will clear him out. Just want to hold both sides. Chorong's going to go around a bit of a rotate now. Finn's on this kind of aggressive angle, and they're trying to come in the backside here. Have to respect this Flux. Violet's nearly going to have window. Expect when this window goes down, the Flux to be hit in response here. Max is going to have his shift forced. Rock's going to miss. Now on the high ground. No chance. He's trying to Flux. He's 1 HP. Max is 1. Flora's going to kill him. It's a Flux, chat. Transcendence and Lamp used at the same time, but it might be okay. Chorong still has his Transcendence, but they've lost 2 people for it now. They just focused down Max with the window, and now, yeah, Chorong's got nowhere to go. Shu's going to have to hit the window. He decimates for Tracer, but it's over.
I'm not entirely sure why we didn't see the Chorong Transcendence come out when Max was caught there.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf's right, isn't it? Like, where's the Chorong Transcendence? I mean, it's like, you don't expect to have to transcend a window, though. Like, if you look where... Because where is he? He's one of these two, like, kind of reddish blurs, right? Okay, I don't know. It's like, it's such a... You don't expect to have to transcend this. Did I surely Max... Because does Max not have... I uses Eat there. I guess once he uses Eat, you have to be really scared. Like here. But also Max should kind of know this, I think. Yeah. Yeah, no shift, no shield. I think he does have shield, though. Does his shield die here? He takes his shield down. Okay, now yeah. I don't know, but I feel like it should still be possible that Max can actually just manage his thing here. I mean, obviously, like, they could have lamped in time as well, right? Like, Shu's lamp is late. But I think the fact that you see, like, the late lamp, the late trans, is that they don't expect Max to have to die to this window. Like, I imagine their plan is, if I'm WAC, is they're going to window, I'm going to Flux for window, right? Yeah. So I think to be fair to Chorong and Shu, it's like a hard one to react to, because you're not thinking about this, right? And then, yeah, then I don't know, like, what you just... the fact they do still force Transcendence, maybe there's a timing earlier to, like, trans and save Heesang, but yeah. Alright, but yeah, sorry, let me cash that out. Let me go. Choose outcome. FTG win. Yeah, well, what you want to do now if you have a Sigma is you want to save your E, and then as soon as there's a point where you feel your E is forced, you go, oh, okay, I need to back for fuck. Is it E? No, your shift. Whatever matrix, whatever button matrix on. You save your matrix, and then if you don't have matrix, you have to really get back to the corner. 22k, nice. Yeah, let's give a prediction up for the next one, because, I mean, I'll let you guys vote now, but honestly, if you want some gambling advice, wait until, like, the last 30 seconds, right? Wait until the last 30 seconds and see what comps we have. 17k from 1200. Not too bad. Yeah, well, they should be holding this right side for him as well. We can go really into the minutiae of this fight. Because in theory, this side I think is, like, Lip's holding this side, right? So it should be okay. Like, Lip's holding the side, so it should be fine. I think it's just mainly Max's mistake, honestly. Yeah, I think Lip is there. The problem is, if you look at Max's HP, Like, Lip can't stop Flora doing this much damage to him, right? You know? Like, even if Lip marks this side as hard as he can't stop this much damage coming on to Max. So it's just like a mismanagement of cooldowns, and then it's an easy kill for Flora to finish in the end. Yeah, because I think he even has space to depeak, right? If he just depeaks a little bit, he can get shield, he can maybe get Matrix and just come back and touch, yeah. Like, I think he's got space, he's definitely got space to work with, right? Like, he's stopped the cut here, not here. So we can just give a little bit of space. But I think even in general, right, we look at the course of how that map went, it's like, well, Lip died first a lot, Charong died first a lot, and then they just lost, like, the important ult trade at the end. And they also held him on first, right? Like as much as, it was still a pretty good hold as well. They held him right there as well to set up that win condition, so. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could have gone either way. It was actually really tight, came down to that last fight, but yeah. There were loads of situations that WAC could have done better in before that as well, just in terms of all these like first picks they're giving away and stuff. Heesang's Echo didn't keep with Alpha Yi2? Yeah, no. I mean, Alpha Yi's a monster. But we have seen Heesang look previously good on Echo, but it definitely seems to be... I think you're right. We are in an Alpha Yi favoured world. What's the swap now? I don't recognise all the players. Are we just back to Jumbin? Is this it? Just a Max and Jumbin going back and forth. I thought Krusty was coaching Falcons, not coaching these guys. Why are we just seeing Max and... I guess Max was the Sigma guy, right? Because it was a double flex map. So I guess Jumbin's in, so we're back to Orisa / Mauga. So I guess the swap system does make sense. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Too harsh on WAC. Yeah, I actually think I take it back. On the basis you're going to play double flex Sigma on King's Row instead, it does make sense to put Mac in if Jumbin is still the Mauga guy. So the swaps make sense based on the comps you're playing. The fact that we're still in a double flex mirror on King's Row, that's the bit that doesn't make sense really.
We have seen Max play Winston here. The fact that he's out.
All right. So what do we say it was? Esperanza. So presumably a hard one, in theory, to play. I guess either. Like, in theory, it's just hard for the ground tanks, but I guess if they're both playing ground tanks, it's okay. So I think it's probably going to be an Orisa mirror then, based on what we've seen. An Orisa mirror. Do what you want with that information, I guess.
You know, I don't know if it's really necessarily going to be what you want on Esperanza. It was working obviously there before.
Maybe Bull.
Teams are prepared a Sombra comp, or if they have prepared one of these Mauga Rush comps, I think that might just
should be an Orisa mirror. Yeah, I mean, based on the decisions they made on Li Jiang, I feel like it should just go the same way, right? Now their swaps, are still the same.
Tougher to play Symmetra into, I would say, but we'll see what their plan is.
Violet wanted to play BAP, she wanted to play Anna BAP, and in Korea you give a ton of importance to your seniors. Yeah, Vienna didn't get all that much done. But I don't know. I think they had bigger problems. Why not Mauga? Honestly, Dan, not sure. I think from what we saw from the Falcons game, it's the theory should be now if you can just run a Sombra with the Mauga, you just decimate everything. Because the Orisa can't use her cooldowns. But both of these teams actually, Jumbin started Mauga on the last map, Burner started Orisa, and then Jumbin, instead of swapping someone to a Sombra, like say maybe Mr. Sombra himself, Big Lippy, instead of swapping him to a Sombra, they actually just went to the Orisa mirror. Both teams are hit scan enjoyers. Yeah, shit. Yeah, well, it feels like the new wave might just be Reaper Sombra. Reaper Sombra Mauga. You don't believe SSG can keep playing Monkey? Yeah, I mean the advantage SSG have is they actually don't need to figure it out for a week and a half, right? So they've actually got time to be wrong about still being able to play dive and swap to a comp and catch up on it. As long as they don't hang on for it for too long. You're the #1 FTG fangirl, and you're still not betting on WAC.
Hopefully be good. Just waiting on confirmation. We should just play the dubstep music again.
Let's see.
We didn't really get the satisfaction.
What are we saying? Still WAC favored.
So I think it'd be cool to fly it again, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to go right back into this.
Crazy Nanny teams refuse to play Margarita Sombra. I mean, yeah, to be fair, we only found out about it an hour ago ourselves. So, like, we had Seeker Theory last night when he was like Malga plus Sombra, or like counter any Orisa comp, but we didn't see it in action. We didn't get to see it in action. But now we actually got to see Sombra Reaper in action. So maybe Falcons have set the meta. It's Orisa. Seeker is Plato reborn. It's possible. All right. 5 seconds. Closing the Preds. All right. So last time we had this, it was a WAC gap on the Orisa. Tracers from both. Cass from Flora. Sojourn from Lips. So in theory, what we saw in the previous one was Decay played a bit of Cass and had a really hard time living into the Malga. But I don't know if it's as extreme versus the Orisa. We'll wait and see. I mean, obviously the Orisa can still push, but versus another Orisa, you can kind of just get like bullied in if you go too far. What's the newfound meta? Depends what time of day. If you watch the first couple of games, it's Malga meta. But actually, now it's an Orisa or double flex meta. That's the theory. The Malga, Reaper, Sombra, Moira, Lucio is just good against everything comp, in theory. But, you know, we'll see how it lasts. Alpha E trying to come in, just looking for any damage and pressure. We'll have his recall forced and we'll chill out now as a result. Strong's low. They're going to speed forward away from Alpha E after they forced out recall, but not too much to catch on the other side. They do have slightly better space now. Early spin and Flora is low. Still just trading it, and Alpha E's killed Hisang somewhere. Now window advantage for Finn as well. That's probably the other thing to note, really, is now we're in a BAP versus Kiri situation. So BAP obviously just... We did see the BAP from Maka and the Cass from Decay both have problems living against a Malga, but maybe with no Malga, it's just okay. It's just okay. You're just free to play BAP, free to play Cassidy. And they've inched their way forward here, but WAC will get another stop. You have to be careful no one's coming above them here, but they've actually got Lip on the high ground. They're going to swing out aggressively here. Lip does nearly have that overclock. Doesn't find anything with his rail. All the ults online now for both teams. Window early on. Everyone's going to DP. Can they find anything else? Are they going to rotate and flip the map with this? Maybe they swing out. Jumper's going to try and close it. He's actually the only person not with his ult. Kitsune Rush comes through now. Beat from Violet. Trong still has his beat, though, if they want to keep pushing. Chance to repush here if I'm Chorong. Have to respect the Terror Surge as well. They're going to slow it down. Lips on the high ground with Rail again. Pulse Bomb's good, though. Alpha Yi slides into Shu. Oh, sorry. Lip slides into Shu and takes the Pulse Bomb with him. Ends up being a twofer for Alpha Yi. Ah, dear. All that slow, patient, back and forth, trading resources, push and pull, push and pull. Pulse Bomb? Pulse Bomb just beats it all, especially if it gets a little bit of a delivery. Lip MVP. The Lip hate seems to be even stronger than the Hydron hate from last night. Some people just can't win, huh? Hisang has gone Genji now in all of this. So I guess Genji into BAP feels okay. Genji into Cass. It's not great, but it's not bad either. Probably better than Tracer, maybe, in some ways. Yeah, Hydron actually played fine, but people won't hear it. But people won't be willing to accept that Hydron had an okay game on Sojourn. All right, Beat's gonna come in over the top now. Terror Search in response. Jumpin still has one of his own, but they're gonna drop it. Lip's got the overclock with this as well. He's just trying to plow through. Violet's caught for window in response. They've managed to get the cap out of this as well. They're still flipping the map, but they have to de-peek. Now the high noon as well, if they want to keep flipping. Could just drop it here if you want Flora. Try and create some space. That's exactly what he's going to do. Body block from his buddy, but his buddy can't do it. Burner just came to give him a kiss, but not able to save him through the high noon, and he will be taken down. They're still trading kills, though, and they're still getting this cart. Oh no, have they lost the robot? They've lost the robot. They're going to have to go back high ground now, FTG. Now they have beat. Now they have Pulse Bomb. Javelin scary for Alpha Yi. Heesang does have the Blade. Now beats Blade. So I imagine if I'm WAC, I want to start with Kitsune Rush here, try and force the beat, and then Blade to finish it. That maybe seems the most reasonable. Coming around the corner, they're just going to force it back. They do Kitsune Rush. Alpha Yi behind doesn't actually drop the Pulse Bomb. They don't force this beat out of Violet, so they've disengaged and kept this beat for the Blade. But now they have a window to come back with. So Heesang's just going to force it. They're going for him. Boop up top. They deny him, though. Heesang's going to try and cut through a Blade, but there's just too much health. Sorry, cut through a beat, but there's too much health. And it ends up being a convincing one for WAC. Have I lost quality again, or is that just... There's just a lot of stuff happening, right? Just a lot of stuff happening. Okay. So now FTG with a chance to put a little bit more distance on the car here. Now they have a decision. Do they go round the corner or do they just hold high ground? Time to find out if FTG have been watching Uncoachable and listening to what we say about Esperanza. And it looks like... Looks like they might be Uncoachable heads. Yeah, Burner's going to stay on the low ground, but they're just not looking to push around the corner. Just going to play it nice and slowly. Alfie is behind him. He's given away his position, but he does have a Pulse Bomb. If he can force for Suzu, he's going to feel good about it. Early pressure onto Lip. Lip has to be careful. Rico is forced. Alfie has to be careful now. Lip wants to chase him down as well. He sees him! Alfie thought he was harassing them, but it was actually Lip who harassed him. Now a chance to walk back in. Burner's going to be forced all the way back. It's a long cross for Burner here. This is why you start on the high ground, Burner. He manages to get out. Lamp is used, though, so now an opening for some of these ults. Spin forward. Terror Surge available for jumping if he wants to, but FTG are just giving him all the space. They can walk up here, and we'll get a big ult fight, but beat advantage for WAC. Might be, but oh, they're going actually. Jumpin tried to use the Terror Surge. They're still going forward. They still have this beat. You're going to get Pulse Bombed as well. Jumpin's going to be demolished. The beat is not in time from Chirong. The window focuses him down, so now they've got this tank advantage. Terror Surge over to catch Lip too, and FTG win the big fight. WAC. Every time they get up the top of this hill and Jumpin is pressed, he's pressed the Malga button. Is Jumpin the Orisa guy? I feel like this is the first time I've seen Jumpin play Orisa. Like, today is the first time I've seen it. But Jumpin is struggling. WOC is going to win because they've got the Malga. They've not got the Sombra, though. They need both. It's Seeker Theory, surely. Beat comes in from Violet on the top of this Kitsune Rush. They're just trying to hold on point. Overclock to keep pushing if they want here from Lip. Thinking about going top. FTG aren't really holding top. He can just go top if he actually wants Lip. I think it's okay. They're just going to bully their way through this Cardiac Overdrive. Overclock over now. Spin has been used, so everyone has to play scared. Don't get headshot. FTG still managing to DP, and they've dodged all of the Overclock. Burner's taken a lot of damage, but they have dodged it. Heesang now has this Blade, and no great denial on this Blade, really. Oh, Javelin's good. Yeah. The counter to the Blade is just playing well. They maybe have the Terror Surge up into... They could drop a High Noon as well, actually. The High Noon, Javelin, lots of good ways to counter this Blade, actually, now I think about it from FTG. Blade just not that scary. Oh, here we go, trying to cut through the High Noon. The Lamp is there, but Boop is good away. Flora cancelled it, actually. Oh, did he get stunned out of it, maybe? Maybe he got slammed out of it, actually. Yeah, it looks like he got the Malga assist, so he got slammed out of it. I was going to say, I don't think Flora should have cancelled it there, but I don't think he had a choice, maybe. He played it with Shock. I don't really remember. I don't have a clear memory of it. But I imagine you guys are very much right. But yeah, I have no strong feelings on like Jumpin's Orisa going into the matches today. But I also have no strong feelings on his Malga as well. Hold on, I need to get flashbanged a little bit by the sun. Alright. The cage is nearly there. Both support ults for WAC as well. So a very tricky fight. Chance to convert it. Terror Surge comes in. Beat over the top. Now they're going to hunt down this Orisa. Where are you going, Burner? Nowhere to go. Now the hunt is on for the backline. Clears them all out. No way out here. They're going to have to lose this fight. 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the clock. They had to use both support ults, and they do actually lose Chirong for it as well. Now, Cage versus Beat. In theory, Cage beats Beat, right? In theory. Alfie's trying to work his way into the back line.
He's very far away.
Jumbin needs to find the cage. 40 seconds left. If they win this fight, they'll take the lead. They're going in. Body block is good. Burner's kept him out. The beat comes in. They're going to cage anyway. They've got Violet trapped. Violet's going to be executed in the cage. The beat is no good. Overclock over the top. WAC at the last minute. They're going to do it. One trade. Can Alfie get another one? No. That's it. They're going to get lead off that. They get a touch though, right, FTG? So it's not over. We will still be in like one fight territory, but if WAC can get the blade, finish the blade here, they'll be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible. It's a Cinderella story if it happens. WAC have done it, I think, here. Let's see what this last...
Laura's coming back from this overclock. Burner's taking a lot of damage. Trying to come around the corner. Heesang has this blade soon. Finn has the Kitsune rush. They're going in with the blade in the back. They're looking for it. All over Flora. He takes him, and WAC just going to finish it. They come back and deal with the point as well. Easy blade finish in the end. And they just ended up getting a little bit split and divided because they were trying to manage the touch there as well. Made it harder to deal with that blade. Well, we don't know if Seeker Theory was wrong. Because we've not seen the Sombra. I mean, maybe the idea is he could just beat it anyway. How will they play Mauga if they are against a poke comp? They probably won't play Mauga, I imagine. It's still an argument on some maps. The Mauga's like overrun can catch like a Zen Bap or something. But I imagine most of the time what we'll see is the Mauga will just go Diva or Winston. And then they'll just all in dive and kill this double flex. And then once this double flex maybe swaps to like a Bap Lucio or something, then it's just one swap back to the Mauga. And you can sort of just have one swap either way. So unbelievably, it looks so good for FTG, but WAC come out on top after pressing the M button. So we'll get, what was that? We'll get the next prediction up. Start prediction, map number 4.
Yep, I mean, does this back and forth continue?
And what was, I think it was New Junk City, if I remember right.
You know, a push here. Into that map 5.
Does Burner not have it? I mean, there's no reason Burner can't play Mauga, from what I understand. Yeah, so New Junk City, then Dorado if we get there. Okay.
Warming up a little bit. It took a
New Junk City.
Find his footing, but those last few fights, those last two really, those rail headshots were just so important. Getting picks onto like Finn, etc. To be able to just close things out was really crucial for them, as well as that final blade coming out from Heesung.
Brand new map. New Junk City just released.
I do think that's pretty funny, but no.
You wonder what Burner's going to play? Yeah, they do seem really Orisa pilled. So clearly they must feel like they've had some success against it.
FTG, maybe they end up winning that map, and I think that's going to be the most painful part of this. Is
but we're not seeing that quite come out here.
So long on that map, you were in complete control, and you let it slip through your fingers. That's a frustrating.
What's the meta now? Well, I'm thrilled. Despite what we're seeing, I think it's still a Mauga meta. We're just taking a brief detour through Orisa. But Mauga seems to be the flavour of the day. There's a chance this changes over time, right? Like, you got to remember these teams have had, what? When did it come out? Like, 2 days practice, then have a match. So going for something like the Mauga seems probably, like, the safest option, because it just seems immediately very strong and quite hard to deal with. So it's possible it does change over time, where people find more ways to go around it, but some of this looks really hard. Yeah, I guess the scary thing is not just if Mauga with Sombra beats Orisa, but what if Mauga can actually just beat Orisa sometimes as well, you know? Like yesterday when we watched Toronto have success with the Orisa against the Mauga. One, the success was also limited to like a 3-3 scrim, right? So, you know, success with an asterisk next to it. And also, there was more success at the start of it. Hawk did better towards the end of that scrim block in the Mauga versus Orisa. And again, that wasn't with a Sombra in play. The Sombra might just make it super easy for the Mauga, but yeah. Mauga is the Apex tank. Yeah, top of the food chain right now. Top of the food chain. It really feels like it as well. Like when I watched... it was when I was watching Spraycheck try and play the Ram into the Mauga. And I was like, this Mauga's just demolishing Ram. Like, I've never seen Ram get demolished in these type of matchups before. He's normally so sturdy and durable, but not this time. Sombra was used with Orisa against Mauga in NA, not with Mauga. Okay. Yeah, well, I think in theory the Ram's not too bad if you're just playing like Ram here and Mauga here. There's a chance here that the Ram can just poke slowly and bleed stuff out, you know? Like, I think we saw a few fights on New Junk City from Spray Check where it was like the very first fight, and then the Ram would just shoot, doesn't use his form, just uses his little jingly bells, presses for Mauga, chunked for Mauga's HP, then walked up using an aggressive shield, kept chunking for Mauga's HP, then eventually when the Mauga was on the back foot, used the Nemesis form to try and finish the fight. Those ones looked okay, but it kind of relies on the Mauga just taking a lot of poke as well, or being in a position where he can take a lot of poke in the fight. Whereas what a Ram likes to do in every other meta is find timings to go past the other tank and just using like an aggressive slow on like a Cassidy or a Sojourn or a Moira or whatever it is. But if he ever does that versus a Mauga, the Mauga just absolutely shreds him from behind. So it really takes away a lot of that aggressive capability. Belos Rhea is in? Wait. Everyone check their bets. Belos Rhea is coming in to save the day. They're gonna put him on. You think they're gonna put him on Ball? New Junk City Ball? Oh. 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 Big money time? Well, big money which way? The Belos Rhea side or the anti-Belos Rhea side? You guess he's their Mauga player? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be true. It could be true. Maybe Belos Rhea's the key. Has anyone factored in that Belos Rhea might be the key?
Into what could be match point here, as Wack narrowly scraped by with a victory, but well.
Another boring, easy Belos Rhea W. He can also be their second Orisa player. Ah. We need the backup Orisa player. The main guy's not cutting it. Get the backup Orisa guy in. Wait, it's not even a joke. There's no way that's what's happening. Fuck off, are they going to put him on Orisa too? Legit, he's going to play Orisa? No. I mean, I guess I also don't know what else he would play. But surely he's just going to play Mauga, right? Right? Winston. I'd actually rather him come in as the second Orisa player than come in as the Winston player, honestly.
Belos Rhea or the Belos Risa.
Yeah,
those are the two things
what I think of when
that will come to your mind.
Has he played a map yet? Yeah, he did play a map. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like week 1 or something. It was like the 3rd map, and they'd erased, like they were just stomping the series, right? So it was like Belos Rhea, I think, had like a Magic map before, where he just sort of comes in to get the stage time.
And you know, he punished Lip a lot, even though he wasn't able to secure the kills. Just kept pushing him out of line of sight. And maybe
He's gonna be the hog.
definitely not. Yeah, that last team fight was a little shaky, but I thought he played very well. So if he's coming in to play Orisa, I'm a little bit surprised by this choice.
But here is potentially and unfortunately what could be the case. Maybe Belos Rhea has been the one who's been grinding Mauga.
This is their most important game, and they put in the Ball player during Orisa Mauga meta. I mean, to be fair, like this stage is like it's an important stage, but the important thing to happen in this stage is to get top 4. In this group stage, it's only top 4 that matters, because if you get top 4, you go to the seeding tournament. It's the next seeding group that's the most important. I actually released a video explaining all this on my YouTube if you're interested in the Korean format. But yeah, so top 4 is the most important thing for all of these teams right now. So Falcons, FTG, and WAC are probably actually they're all going to get that top 4 no matter what. Not only are they playing the wrong tank, they have 2 separate people dedicated to play time on the wrong tank. What does the sign say? Belos Rhea? Let me get a sign check. What does it say? What is this sign? Can we just take it? What is this? A guy with a bird mouth kissing a dog? What does it mean? Guy with a bird mouth kissing a dog.
It's really good. Also, it's
Bellows-Re ad. That's what it says. Oh. It's so obvious. Fuck. I can't believe I don't know what guy with a bird mouth kissing a dog means.
It was absurd. So if you guys want to play that, then I would be.
You didn't know Bellows-Re would play? Don't worry, nobody did. I'd be surprised if Bellows-Re knew he was playing this map. How can I not understand? Fuck, I'm being exposed live on stream.
Bellows-Re also is like 10% better at Orisa right now. They think he's so good at the pick.
I don't know what these ones are saying. It's probably they've probably just written the text version of guy with a bird mouth kissing a dog.
I know you've been giving me love all day long. I do appreciate that. I do notice you. We do occasionally when we are pauses and stuff like that.
Oh. I see WAC are already destabilized. Yeah, they already don't know what to do. They already don't know what to do. They're fumbling.
This is going 5. I feel like this is going 5. Achilles.
The answer can't be that Finn learns Lucio. Come on now.
It very well could.
When will people learn their lesson? Only very few individuals in the world are capable of playing both Flex Support and Lucio. And it might be mainly just Violet.
It would be awesome. It would be another 5-mapper, something that has been avoiding us pretty much completely in Asia. I think we've had maybe 3 in total so far. So it has been.
Why isn't Finn cashing out on the Japanese Overwatch wave? He could be the proper of Japan. Wait, doesn't he stream a lot? Who was it? Whose Twitter was we on the other day? Who's just doing loads of Japanese, like tweeting in Japanese and stuff? Who was it? There was a Korean player's Twitter who's just tweeting a load in Japanese now and obviously doing quite well because there's such a big market for it. Dreamer's trying to coach Japan. Ans and Finn. Maybe it was Ans, yeah. But I remember seeing someone and they were tweeting only in... Oh, what's Ans's... What's his Twitter? Yeah, well, Overwatch is really popular in Japan right now and it's quite... aggressive. Oh yes, yeah, it is Ans. It was Ans I was thinking of. Yeah, Ans tweeting in a lot of Japanese as well. I think obviously there just seems to be a bit more money out there at the moment, or a bit more opportunities. So, not completely surprising. Dreamer just trying to coach it as well. Yeah, it's probably a super easy way to just get well, to get paid, yeah, to get paid for playing the game. But fair play. I mean, obviously Japan's getting a little bit of extra representation with their own tournament and stuff as well. Yeah, I saw OG is looking for team. He's looking for Bellows-Re. He's the Malga guy. All you gaslighting Orisa players. He was the Malga guy. All right, lock in the votes. Lock in the votes. Alright, it's a Malga mirror, not a Sombra in sight. Genji, Sojin. For Genji, probably the bigger question mark here. The Sojin, probably a more reasonable pick. I feel like it's so hard to blade in this. Do you really need a separate guy for Malga? Apparently, yes. First point is bait. He's going to swap to Orisa. Yeah, the Genji's weird. They have actually got the initial space here, WAC. Rails... misses Lip. Lip now with a chance. Gonna try and take some space here with the overdrive, and Jumbin's lost their health trade initially. We're gonna take a step back though, trying to just force point. Both Genji's forcing point, which will mean a stalemate. Trying to find a way to clear him here. Gonna work his way around. Alfie putting him under pressure here. Will have to dash backwards. Deflects are gonna be traded too. Rails are available. Body shot onto Heesang, but just slow and steady. And actually, WAC going to beat aggressively here. Violet's going to match it, though. Forces them back now, but WAC got the point during all of this. Trying to come back around the corner. Headshot doesn't finish the kill. Now Kitsune Rush over the top. Kitsune Rush going to do a lot for these Malgas. Deflect. I mean, that's probably one of the big advantages of the Genji, right? Being able to deflect a bit of Malga's damage, but... surely it's not worth it. Alfie's actually going to have this. He dies for it. It's 1 for 1. So he was going to have Blade first, but now Heesang's actually got Blade advantage if he wants to drop it. Overclock over top. Can he find the kills? Flora needs to shut him down. Heesang's got the blade. They drop the cage as well, but the guy in the cage has a giant knife.
It's going to be Junbin winning out.
Cage blade beats cage no blade. Which I guess is maybe obvious in hindsight. WAC had control of the point that entire time as well, so they're actually going to get a massive advantage off that too. Now they have Overclock from this fight, and it's Overclock versus Blade, and Blade should be hard, so I think Overclock mostly works. Alright, deflecting his way through. Alpha Yi looking for an opening for this. Cardiac overdrives are traded. Pressure onto the Genji now as well. Deflect comes out. He just wants to hunt the Genji down. Suzu's good, but Alpha Yi keeps on slicing him. Overclock available for Lip, but he doesn't find any kills with it. 1 for 1 now, though. Alpha Yi's trying to push forward here. They've got the flip now, so they can slow it down. They don't need to rush it, but there will be a Kitsune rush coming up, and they're diving in. Alpha Yi's demolished Lip, actually. Wow. Oh, wow. Well, I guess if you're this good at Genji, you can probably just always play Genji, but yeah. They'll slowly kill this Malgaroth, maybe even try and stagger someone if they find it, but it has to be, I don't know, I feel like obviously like the Sombra and Reaper just feel like they would just be more value on the whole, but Genji is pretty good into Sojin. Yeah, because, I don't know, even though the Genji deflects this Malga damage, it feels like he deflects it for such a short amount of time, right, then has to leave anyway. Maybe it's just more like they feel like it's better into the Sojin. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Alright, Kitsune Rush to try and force point here. Finn's going to be able to match it too. They do get this initial flip, trying to come out the choke here. Deflect B over the top. Violet doesn't have his yet, remember, so they're just going to have to try and back up. WAC has a hefty ult bank. Now the cage over the top. Nowhere for Jumpin to go. He tried to drop the cage too. And they do trade it, actually. Alpha Yi's got the blade. He's 1 HP. Heesang's blade's bigger. Alpha Yi, he gets 1. He gets 2. Alpha Yi. Oh, Heesang. He shuts it down. Alpha Yi can't believe it. He thought he had the clutch. Alpha Yi thought he had the clutch. Oh, Violet does have the touch, though. Quick play check, not quick play. Violet got legitimate touch. Heesang takes him down, though. Woo! Alpha Yi does not have the clutch genes. He's got the baggy genes, not the clutch genes. All right, good start to Flashpoint. Heesang really keen to BM. All he bear in mind, even though Heesang was able to salvage the clutch, what Heesang actually did was win a 3v1 against a Genji. Alright, trying to force their way out in his choke. Beat's going to be used actually here, but I mean, only using it to get out of a choke. They don't really got out of a choke. What's happening? Violet's behind here. So's Charong. Alright, everyone's gonna regroup on point. Oh, Bellisri is super low. They just kill him before anything happens. Now they come slamming in. Heesang will finish too, and that was a really confusing fight. First cap for WAC. Alpha Yi showing more emotion in this match than the entire season of Overwatch League. Alpha Yi tried his best. He tried his best. He nearly dragged that Washington team to mid-table. Nearly. Unbelievable that Alpha Yi and Heesang were 2 of the players on, like, bottom half teams in the West last year. Alright. All the ults coming back. Kitsune Rush and beat advantage. WAC do have a support ult advantage here. So they might just play it slow, actually, FTG. Wait for some of their ults here. Jumpin's going around aggressive, though. Kitsune Rush will be dropped. Blade over top. Beat Blade as well. Alpha doesn't have his yak yet. One big slash. Can he finish it? No. They're still piling in. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Bellisria with a counter overrun. Takes down Heesang. Now a chance to go in, but they're still low on ults. Even when it's overclocked, the cage is there. Beat will come out. They beat it in the cage. They're trying to focus down Jumpin, and Jumpin is low, to be fair. He's so low. Can they finish the kill? Oh, they can't. I mean, they do get him eventually, but not before Lip can take over. And WAC, they'll lose the point briefly, but they will win the fight. They need to be careful. Alpha is back in, actually. They'll deal with him, surely. They'll deal with him, surely. There we go. And that'll be 2 rounds. And obviously 2 rounds. 2 rounds up. 2 maps up. if my math checks out, WAC just need to win one more round. FTG are actually on the ropes. Finn has got Moira. They have Blade, they have Cage, so it actually should be a straightforward first fight for FTG. If I'm FTG, what I would really like is not to have to use both ultimates in this. I don't want to use both. I want to maybe just win with a Cage is reasonable. If I just Cage him and win, I probably feel okay. Finn is 1 HP. Here's the Cage. No answer out of WAC. They Suzu. They get the counter slam. Belos Ria's going to die for it. Alpha Yi's going to Blade. Alpha Yi needs to clutch. Oh, the TP's good. Alpha Yi might just about be able to do it. Alpha Yi's going to kill at least 4. There we go. Maybe he has to kill 5. Jumbin's full HP. Give Alpha Yi the ace. Give him the ace. Don't take... Oh, fuck you, Violet. Give him the ace. But, okay, they had to use both ults, but it was a good clutch. It was a good clutch. Violet actually toxic. Alright, Kitsune Rush coming back. Beat advantage. Oh, only a slight one actually for Chirong, but yeah, no Cole for Finn. So still a support advantage for WAC coming back here. Tricky fight. They're trying to come around this corner. Will be a lot of damage onto Jumbin. Cardiac overdrives are traded. Dash comes in. Beat has to be used earlier now as well for this Kitsune Rush. Chirong has the later beat. He's going to drop it in. They've lost Lip though, so it's 4v5. 4v4, but they have this beat. Violet is in trouble. Heesang is on the hunt. The Boop's good, actually. He's going to get out. Now Heesang's on the backline, but they've lost Belos Ria. The tank advantage could go long, but they've lost the heals. Blade is available for Heesang. They're 1 HP, though, and I think it will be a successful retake. Alright, had to trade both support ults there for that, but they do win the fight, they should have won. Now Coalescence coming back, Blade and Overclock just around the corner. The big problem if I'm the big problem if I'm FTG is I've got to try and play around this Cage. Maybe Belos Ria is the reverse sweep flashpoint specialist. Now it all makes sense. Now they've got him in the perfect situation. This is Belos Ria town. Coming around the corner. Got to care for Cage. It's a big one. Cage, has he got him? Counter slam comes out. They're going to focus him down. Blade is good. Heesang takes down 1. Can he kill the Coalescence? He can. Heesang's got 3. It's going to be one more retake now. One more retake. Blade and Cage advantage. But it will still be a hot minute before Belos Ria gets in this Cage. So it's kind of just Blade versus Overclock in this next fight. And if this fight goes long, it's going to be both support ults up. And this touch is actually also going to be horrendously difficult. Jumbin's had to go Doom. Or to get back in time. Oh, well, I guess you just win if Jumbin's on Doom, right? Does Mauga just win this situation? Alright, they come in up top. They're going to get on point. They've got the touch. Doomfist is behind. Lip's got this overclock on top. They just need to not get obliterated by this. One body shot is scary. Heesang's half as well. Or sorry, Alpha is half as well. They are just forcing the point now. Going to regroup behind it. Have to deal with this. Where's he going? Violet got the boop. Oh, it's a nice easy one. Don't even need the blade now. Survive the overclock. Send Jumbin for a big trip. Get on Mauga again, Jumbin. What were you thinking? Get back on Mauga. Or does he think he can touch? You can't touch this, surely. Chirong thinks he can touch? Oh! Violet's too good. Jumbin does get the touch. Chirong's going to die for it, though. Punch is good, actually. Can Jumbin turn? No. No good. That touch seems so hard. I mean, I guess at least they didn't commit any ults for it, WAC, but now, yeah, Mauga's back on the cards for Jumbin. Belos Ria is the reverse sweep specialist. It's happening. Finn's gonna get Cole here as well. They've got Blade. Cage advantage here for Belos Ria too. Coming around the corner. FTG no longer has a hit scan. You're right. Fucking Tracer now. Okay. Looking for the big Cage. Wants to try and trade. He's overdrives. There goes the Cage. The slam. Oh, it doesn't catch most of them. They bait out the Cage. They're going to beat back into it. Belos Ria has been outplayed. Do they have the ults to clutch? Beat was used. They still have Cole. Both support ults used. Are they just going to hold it? They're just going to hold it. They knew the Cage was coming and WAC were just baiting Jumbin. They don't get Cage. Then they come back into the Cage anyway, right? But they beat over the top. Violet's not able to save Belos Ria in time. And they now have support ult advantage, but They're in the clutch situation again. I mean, I guess, like, Cole Blade into... Yeah. Into just Blade. Just need to be careful about jumping, getting this cage mid-fight. Alright, coming around the corner. Once this initial slam, Cole's going to come through. They just need to chase down a kill. They're going to chase this Genji out. Blade will come out from Heesang. He catches Violet, actually. Looking for more. Alpha Yi's going to come over the top, though. Alpha Yi's Blade looks good. He's 1 HP. No problem for Alpha Yi, though. There we go. We'll get the recontest. What's the time? You probably can't really afford to lose a fight here. They've got no ults now versus Cage. Versus Cage Overclock. It's such a difficult situation for FTG. Heesang's gone Reaper. Ah, fuck. Fuck. They know. Somebody told them. Overclock through the right-hand side. They've got so little ults as well. They need, like, a crazy play from Alpha Yi or something. Or they just need good disengages. Cage is going to come out. Belos Ria's in the cage. Do they just sacrifice Belos Ria and try and stall it out and clutch? They have to die on point here. Don't give a flip before you die. Yeah, don't give a flip before you die. Everyone has to die on point. Flora's still on point. Okay, Violet's going to die on point. Alright. Oh, we still don't have any ults. WAC have both ultimates. Belos Ria is not going to get to Cole. Maybe a pulse bomb. It's over, surely. It's over, surely. Oh, okay. Need to rush this. Need to rush this. Going into a beat. Doesn't get the charge. Flora's got the touch way. Flora's going to get a pulse bomb soon as well. Chorong has beat. Shu has Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush and beat. Or just the beat used aggressively. They demolish Finn, actually. They're so close to all their ultimates, but FTG aren't going to get any of them. No. No chance to use any of these ultimates. And it's just over. It's WAC. 3-1. 3-1.
3-1 in the set. WAC are victorious.
One of the closer series we've had here in OWCS Korea.
All right.
There will be no Dorado, there will be no
WAC. 3-1. GG's. Decent series in the end, I guess. A bit of a weird series overall. Looking at Jumpin and Heesang here makes you wonder what happened on Shock. Yeah.
Hard-fought victory, but an exciting series. And even though it didn't go to 5, for me, this did deliver.
Oh, for sure.
Good series. Well, it was an entertaining series. Doesn't matter as long as the games are like back and forth. There'll be some fun to be had, even if it's not. I guess what would you call it? The optimal meta. So glad Belos Ria is on this roster. Fuck me, Jumpin is cute. Who's the player of the match? Who is it? Heesang? McDonald's. Big MCD fan, Heesang. One of the few things people know about him, but he's actually a massive MCD fan.
As far as the Genji was concerned, but throughout the series, some really nice moments from Heesang to be able to take this one away.
In the first few
well, Alpha Yi's back has done a full rotation and now looks like a fold-in share. You think it's not a heart, it's quite clearly M for MCD. Moon fan? Yeah, maybe he's a moonhead. Yeah, it's Moon or MCD. He's a fan of one of them. M for Majid. There's a lot of good M's to be representing. Let's see. Blade and Deflect look good with an into cage. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel awful, but I feel like Reaper and Sombra will just be better, right? Yeah, that's my feeling. I feel like if I had to put him there, like I feel like, I don't know. Maybe even Tracer's above it. It's a heart and an M for I love Malgameta. Sam has 2 M's? Fuck. What am I getting at it about?
Could potentially just be that one extra game score ahead for first place. That's the race. They'll face off against each other.
Oh, okay. I'll respond to that later.
Out of the regular season undefeated.
Not sure the letter M was yeah. Maybe if he'd been saying Nat, a word beginning with Nat, Letter instead, he would have been okay.
The Genji with that echo coming through. Just a huge
Alright, what do I make of all of this? I feel like this entire second series was just a bit of a... The first 3 maps were just a bit of a fever dream. That don't really count in terms of our meta-analysis. I feel like the Reaper, Sombra, Mauga felt the most impressive, and I'm also, when I'm looking at Reaper, Sombra, Mauga, and I think, well, what comp would I play to stop it, right? Even if I was playing a... Because if I can't play Orisa because of the Mauga, Sombra, I can't play Sigma or Ram really either, right? What can I really play? Do I just have to play Mauga? I mean, if I'm in a Mauga mirror, what's the argument? Maybe hit scan's better, like Reaper hit scan's better on some maps? You're drawing blanks on it? We'll see it. Yeah, we'll see that scrim, so we'll see it in action. Well, let's see what Heesang has to say. Maybe Heesang has some tips for us.
Wax Heesang on stage.
Thanks, Heesang.
Oh.
He receives
I should hold my Diet Coke like this as well.
So, please introduce yourself. And I am Heesang from
네,
Wax.
축하드립니다. 자, 오늘 경기 정말 치열한 상위팀끼리의
This
접전.
was
Maybe Echo. I think
showdown
Echo might be
between
dead
the
as well.
two top teams.
포지션 뭐 하나 정말
From the micro game, the strategies to positioning, it was all nothing short of legendary.
Nothing short of legendary.
Can you just tell us?
Yeah, I find it hard to argue with that.
너무 쉽게 이기지 못한 것 같아서 아쉬운 것 같고
I have a little bit of regret because we didn't win easily.
이기도록 하겠습니다.
But we'll make sure to work harder for to win the next match easier.
우리 희상 선수의 말이었는데, 자, 오늘 경기 조금 까다롭긴 했습니다.
Was today's match a little tricky? And
네,
he
그래도
says yes.
마무리는 다 왁이 가져갔잖아요. 자, 그런 만큼 좀 잘 풀리지 않았을 때 팀에서 어떤
So what
콜이
did the team talk about when
안 됐던 거
things weren't
있고
going
앞으로
your
하는
way?
거 잘하자 했던 것 같아요.
And we talked about the things that weren't
보통
working
그런 중심은
and
누가
focused on the
잡아주나요?
things that
아무래도
were
마청인 슈
working.
형이 잡아주는 것 같아요.
형님께 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
감사합니다.
And he thanks his teammate
알겠습니다. 정말 감사한
for
마음
keeping
여기까지
things in order
해주시는데,
when
자,
things
그렇다면
were a
오늘 좀
little
전략에 대해서
tricky for them.
얘기를 나눠보면 좋을 것 같아요. 겐지, 소전 등등 좀 공격적인 전략을 많이 선택을
You should
하셨어요.
Wax showcase
이게
Heesang and
very
Shio.
aggressive team comp
Same
with
team.
Genji and Sojourn.
저희가 생각하는 최선을 한 것 같아요.
And I think
네,
that
아무래도 패치
this is a
후에
team
새로운
comp that we
조합이 나올 줄
prepared, and
알았는데
I think we
잘하는
played it
조합을
to our best.
선택하셨군요.
그랬던 것 같아요.
오, 그렇습니다. 자, 희상 선수의 용검도 오늘 빛을 발했습니다. 1, 3세트에
Your Dragon Blade
정말
was
피날레
obviously
용검으로
highlighted today.
전장을 휘저으셨는데,
Dragon Blade.
그런데 중간에 용검 대전이 한 번 있었잖아요.
And
알파이
there was a
선수와.
showdown between the two
알파이
Genji
선수가
Dragon Blades.
네, 머리를 이렇게 싸매는 장면도
And
나왔어요.
Alpha E was
자, 오늘 겐지
doing
컨디션
the not like
본인
this
어땠나요?
with his hair.
상대보다 좋았던 것 같아요.
And I think that. And Heesang's answer is that I
머리를 이제
think
나는 좀 덜
he was on
싸맸으니까.
point today.
이제 오늘
But mine was
정말
better.
용검 날라다니셔서
Ooh, reckons he had a better Genji he does.
겐지를 한번 해볼까라는 생각이 들었는데,
Let's see.
유저분들에게도 한마디 부탁드려요.
Can you give any tips to the Genji or
Fun
the
tips.
fans?
Everyone shut up. The tips are coming.
Who wants to play in
재밌는 겐지
ranked
많이
today? And he
즐기셔라라고
says
말씀을
I wanna play Genji.
plays
해주셨습니다.
Genji a lot.
오늘 용검 피날레 후에 팀원들의 반응도 궁금한데요.
How did your
Just
teammates
play a lot.
react to the Dragon Blade finale?
이렇게 좀
And they all said
한타를
good?
Guess it probably
끝낸
helps.
이후에 팀원들이 칭찬을 좀 많이 해주나요?
Do they always compliment you when you do well, when you play well? And he says
좀
yes.
해달라고 해요.
네, 그래 볼게요.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 귀여운 이상 선수에게 칭찬 많이 해주시고요. 자, 오늘 좀 가슴 졸였던 팬분들이 많으실 것 같아요.
A lot of
이기실
fans
거라고
obviously
무조건
were
생각을
on the edge of their
하셨지만
seats.
그래도
We
팬분들의
were
가슴
actually.
졸였을
I need to
것
see at
같은데
times.
안심 멘트
Their hearts may have skipped a beat, so
다음
can you say anything to them?
What we got for
이것보다
us?
더 준비
In our
열심히
next
해서
match, we'll
이런
make sure to prepare harder,
상황 안 나오게 노력하겠습니다.
and that we'll have
팬분들
more
앞으로는
dominating
좀
victory.
외쳐라라고
More dominating
말씀해
victory.
주셨습니다. 자,
Okay.
지금까지
And that was
와게
it
희상
for the
선수와
PLTM
이야기
interview
나눠봤는데요.
with
다시
Heesang.
한번 축하드립니다.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting theory, actually, Godly Oblivion. That actually, they're giving really good tips. They're getting really good tips about the respective heroes, but the translator is refusing to tell us. They're keeping all the tips to only Korean speakers and not sharing it with the English-speaking audience. It's important we don't jump to conclusions here, but I can't see any evidence to the contrary. They won't tell us. They won't tell us the tips. This is why we can't win on dive. They won't share the tips. If we had the tips, we could play dive. Fuck.
Keeping us from a 3 series 3 Overwatch fest.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't. Not to incite another race war. There needs to be some system to force them to give real answers. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a Counter-Strike head, but I feel like when I watch the player interviews in Counter-Strike, you get like a lot more real answers about the sort of flow of the game and the way it goes back and forth. And maybe some of it is just like translation error and stuff or something, or like we're not getting the full detail of what they're saying. But I feel like the questions aren't necessarily setting them up to give like big insight either, really. The crowd should vote on whether or not the play gets executed based on their sincerity. Would also increase attendance. So some sort of raising of the stakes. It actually, but the problem is as well, what actually happens then is because they always interview the player of the match. It's such a catch-22 to be player of the match. To be like, I have to play really well to carry my team. I've played really well. But now, if I don't get up on stage and tell the truth, I'm going to be executed. It would increase parity as well, because people... You'd have to be like you'd want to play well, but never play the best on your team. Happy to play well. And it's so risky to be a DPS player, right? Because DPS always gets player of the match, so you have to be a bit of a psychopath to be a DPS player. What time is EME on later? Not tonight. The official games are Saturday and Sunday, but we will have a Scrim co-stream later. With Spray Check v Toronto and Toronto v Timeless. Lucy players are so safe. Yeah. Supports will just always be alive. Yeah. Will out electric chair and a lie detector. Thoughts on Scotland? It's a nice place. No problem with Scotland or the Scottish people. The players need to come out with more philosophical answers. We still haven't topped the pain of not being able to die. Will make me smile. Thoughts on Germany? Never been to Germany. My fiance went to Germany last year though, and was very complimentary about it, and recommend that we should go to Germany sometime. So Germany trending up in my own internal power rankings, and it's possible we might even go to Germany at some point for our honeymoon. That's how high Germany has trended up in our internal power rankings. Might even be some of our honeymoon in Germany. Thoughts on Korea? Never been to Korea. Wow, traveling 5 minutes away to Germany. What a commitment. What does it mean a commitment? It's just a nice place to go on holiday. Korea, never been to Korea, but they seem like they're good at Overwatch, and maybe that's actually an indictment of how nice a place it will go to be. How nice a place it will go to be. How nice a place it will be to go. Thoughts on the moon? Well, it's made of cheese, so it's a good place. Good place made of cheese. Thoughts on Burnley? Burnley's fine. Thoughts on Cardiff? Cardiff's, all of my friends are actually, or most of my friends live in and around Cardiff, so I go to Cardiff quite a lot to see my friends. So Cardiff very high on places I enjoy going. What have I missed? Austria is better. I've been to Austria. I have a friend who lives in Austria. We went a few years ago now, but we went to see him and had a great time in Austria. We went to Kurtag, a local harvest festival, and I got too drunk and fell asleep in a bush. But it's still a good time. Still a good time. Thoughts on Dart? Hell of a player. Hell of a player. Classic. Well, I can tell you. I'll tell you the short version of the story. So we go to Austria. We meet my friend Giggs, and he's arranged, because he's from Austria, right? So he's arranged like a sort of like a bit of a mini tour of all these nice places to go in Austria, nice bars, nice restaurants to take us all to, really show off the city, show us some of the sights. And then at some point he's talking to one of his friends, and I guess they let slip, or they didn't realise they let slip, but they let slip that it's Kurtag that night. And Kurtag is like the local village festival at the little village, just like a village outside Vienna where he's from. So we were like, why are we in the big city when we could be going to some village festival? So we go to Kurtag. There's a bunch of people in, what's it called? Is it Lederhosen? Is like, I think that's the correct word. We have a great time. There's a DJ and there's some music. We're having drinks. We're having a good time. But I get too drunk and decide to go fall asleep in the bush, which is fine. My friends keep coming and checking on me because they're not ready to leave yet, and I'm quite content just to sleep in the bush. So I'm just sleeping in the bush, no problem. My friend's coming around intermittently to check on me. At a certain point, though, my friend's been doing laps every now and again to check I've not been like kidnapped or something worse. So one time he comes around, and originally I was in a t-shirt sleeping in the bush. But this time he comes around, and I've got a hoodie on. Now, where have I got the hoodie from? I didn't bring a hoodie with me to Kurtag. I've got no hoodie. So I wake up with this hoodie, and then my friend asked me about it, like, where did you get the hoodie from, Zav? And then I have this faint memory of, like, these two Austrian guys coming and talking to me, obviously seeing me in the bush passed out, worried I might be a bit cold because I was only in a t-shirt, and one of them just gives me their hoodie. It was a Hollister hoodie as well. I've still got it. It's a nice hoodie. So I went out, got too drunk, passed out in a bush, and the kind people of Austria gave me a nice hoodie. That's not what I have framed behind me, no. Do I have a picture from Austria? I don't. I have a picture of Austria from downstairs. But I still have... No, it was a Hollister hoodie. Oh, wait, what? I can't see what's on my camera. Let's see. Let's go to the big cam. Oh, yeah, no. That's just a Spitfire hoodie. Show us the hoodie. Oh, it's upstairs. Hold on. Let me leave you on this. Oh, I can grab it, though. I can grab it. Hold on. Too shabby, huh? Not too shabby. Can I get the big screen? Oh.
We're actually diving straight into the winners match.
Don't play this. Where am I going? Big screen. There we go. Not too bad. Even my size as well. Would have cost a pretty penny this, I imagine. Wouldn't have been cheap, Hollister. Even my size as well. You have a similar story, but the guy who helped you out was actually Dart. Fuck's sake. All this Dart lore evolving. So, let me go back to where am I going? Ever been to Sheffield? No, well, I had to... When I used to work at a cinema, I had to go cover the Sheffield site at one point. That's the only time I've been to Sheffield to do a work shift. At the Sheffield Cineworld. Sheffield Cineworld, actually, one of the biggest cinemas in the UK in terms of popularity. Yeah, Cineworld, yeah. One of the highest footfall cinemas in the entire UK. That's your local cinema? Yeah, me and my fiance, we were both working at the cinema, and Sheffield had a their staff had like a thing or like an event out, so we were drafted in to cover the shift, and cover the shift we did, and everything went fine. Thoughts on Nottingham? I actually live in Nottingham. It does have a Hooters. I've been to the Hooters. It's all you can eat wings on Monday. Pretty good deal. All you can eat wings on a Monday. I don't know if it's still there, but hopefully that's still the deal, because it was a good deal. I think for a long time, it was the only Hooters in the UK. I think there was one in Birmingham at a point, and maybe there's one in London now as well. But I think for a long time, it was the only Only Hooters in the UK. For all the, I know there's a lot of Hooter heads in the chat who will want to know the details of that. Nando's greater than Hooters? Yeah, but Nando's don't do all-you-can-eat wings. Think about that. What should we... Am I a Forest fan? I'm actually a Man United fan. I'm not originally from Nottingham. I'm originally from Kent, which I believe is the punchline to saying I'm a Man United fan. But my family is Mancunian. My dad's side is from Manchester, so it's in my blood. I promise it's in my blood. But I'm a Man United fan. But I've lived in Nottingham since I went to uni, and I live just down the road from the stadium. So went to a Forest game over Christmas, and I do sort of like Forest are very much, I guess, kind of my second team since they're so close. Which uni? Nottingham Trent University. Not the good one, I guess, is the is the caveat to that. Oh, I'm just a bit south of Kent. That's France, south of Kent, isn't it? France. You're describing France. Uni off for the win. What's the chant when we used to chant at freshers? It was because obviously Nottingham Uni of, there's Nottingham Uni of and Nottingham Trent University. So Nottingham Uni of is what most people would regard as like the smart person's uni, and Nottingham Trent was more of, what's it called, like a polytechnic. So the chant was, I'd rather be a poly than a cunt, in response to the uni of trying to brag about having a better uni. And you know, to this day, I think I agree. I'd probably rather be a poly than a cunt. All right, what should we do? Should we? Is it true that most of Manchester are City fans? I don't really know like the numbers. Experientially, I've not really felt that way. But obviously. Yeah, my dad's side is all Manchester United quite hard, so I don't know if it's just like the area they happen to be in is more Man United. Most of your schoolmates from Kent went to Nottingham Uni Trent, yeah. So it is relatively easy to get into Nottingham Trent, I think. I mean, to be fair, it's one of those ones where some courses are whatever, but some courses are actually good. Like it depends a bit on the department. Your Manchester family all love Man U? Yeah. Yeah, well, I think also you have to bear in mind, especially when the most of the time I would have been to Manchester to see my family, I would have gone a lot more when I was younger, when it was still very much Man United dominant and in their heyday. So there probably would have been additional support just because of that anyway. So I guess what we should do is we look at the scores, figure out where we are. Let's refresh this. So were my predictions right? Yeah, not the map scores right. I got obviously the Falcons one right, which was easy. This, Prisa didn't get a map, and I thought FTG. Honestly, FTG could have got that second map on Esperanza, right? But so all right on the scores, or what? All wrong. All only 1 out of 3 right on the scores, but all right on the result. Enough chit chat. What do you think this is? Some kind of social occasion? We're here. We're just here for the business. No more chit chat. So what am I doing? So yeah. So all these results are probably actually the results we expected going in. FTG maybe within punching distance of WAC. What have we learnt about the meta? Well, we've learned that Reaper Sombra Malga might be really hard to deal with, and I don't know. Yeah, I know Gumbo was saying the similar thing of like, well, if they run Sombra, Reaper, Malga, what's the counter? You can't really play Orisa into it. Sigma will get bullied. Ram will get bullied. Die feels too hard. So what's the counter then? You could play like maybe something that has a hit scan, like you play Sombra Sojourn or something. Like I still think a hit scan, like maybe Reaper not on some of these bigger maps for Reaper, it will be harder to connect. Maybe that. I forgot to answer the question at the time. We got distracted by talking about university. But is it possible that Diva is okay into Malga as well? Can obviously eat the damage, deny some of the life heal. Maybe? Yeah, I'm not convinced. Not convinced. But it's probably like, doesn't do enough. Yeah, I don't know. In theory, it'll be more survivable than some of like the Doomfist or the Winston or something, but I don't know. Maybe on like hybrid or something when it's like a lot of high ground to play about, yeah. Yeah, maybe the Matrix will just eventually run out and then she'll just sort of be a bit of a sit-in duck type thing. Because obviously D.Va can be alright into Sombra and obviously quite a nice matchup versus Reaper as well. But maybe if it's just Mauga, Reaper and Sombra, the D.Va just has too much to do. Like it's just impossible for the D.Va to actually do all that with her limited Matrix and all of this. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can see there's maybe. I think there's still scope. There's still scope on some of these like different maps, like for Blizzard World, for Midtown especially. Rialto's another good shout. Obviously Dorado and such. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll get to see more tonight in scrims. See how teams try and solve it. But yeah, for tomorrow, well, let's do it in order, right? Tonight, so let's do it completely in order. So the things that will be happening right here, right now, is after this stream ends, I'm going to put the Bailey video live, which is an interview I did with Bailey, who is the esports product lead for Blizzard. We talk about a lot of different things, obviously mainly centered around OWCS, including the broadcast, the tournament structure, some of the rules, some of the region lock stuff, as well as how they went around it. As how they went about building it. And then tonight we've got Scrim co-stream again. We're going to have Toronto versus Spraycheck and then Toronto versus Timeless. And bear in mind as well now, actually, because we're getting to the main event after this weekend, these might be some of the last Scrim co-streams we actually have for this tournament cycle, essentially. So get on while they're hot, I guess. Get on while they're hot. And then Saturday, we're going to have Korea in the morning, EU in the evening. And then on Sunday, Korea in the morning, EU in the evening, and maybe even NA if we're really feeling it. Because I think... Let me get it open in another tab, actually. But what are the games... What are the Sunday games for NA? It'll be... Wait, I need to go back to the group stage. When do I sleep? Yeah, I sleep between EU and Korea. That's my plan. That's why I'm not going to do NA on Saturday, I think, to try and avoid it. Or try and work around it. So what will we get? On Saturday, we'll have this game, and this game. But on Sunday... This is the big game. This will be the one we're waiting up for. The Citrus Nation LFO rematch. That's what we'll be waiting up for. That's the big one. The EU ones, they'll be okay. We'll get the Bingers, oh yeah. Celta versus Aomo, which will be, or Celtas, I should say. Which will be a bit of a dogfight. Yeah, and Peps versus New Age. So, you know. Maybe not the greatest. The Korea action will be good. Maybe not the greatest action in EU and NA. I don't know. They free Odin before, though, the left, right, good night ones. Like, they free Ode quick here. So they're probably just going to free him again. Yeah, it might be a lot of one-sided games outside of a couple. But we'll tune in and we'll figure it out. Peps v New Age might be good. Which one was... Oh, yeah, New Age could be competitive. Depends kind of who Peps have, right? If they've got their full squad back or not. And then Korea tomorrow. Where are we? Korea tomorrow, we're going to have Falcons versus YETI. Which maybe won't tell us a huge amount of, I guess, anything, really. Genesis versus Vesta. I mean, it might actually be a dogfight here. Maybe Vesta are a Malga team. Then FTG Runaway. I feel like it should be very FTG favoured, but maybe this is a more close game than we'd expect. I think YETI would beat Falcon. Don't think that's true. Gefreum strikes you as a Malga player. Well, maybe. What else was I going to say? In terms of other things we got planned, there's a couple of things in the works, which maybe a couple of things in the works now even you guys can help us with. So we're trying to set up a fantasy league. This is like a very early work in progress. We're just trying to figure out the scoring and stuff. So we're going to look more into that. So stay tuned for more on that. But if anyone does want to help us out, we're trying to put together a database of all the comps that are played. We're still backfilling it a bit. We've not really started. But if anyone wants to volunteer and just help fill in some of this, we're really open to, obviously, the help. So if anyone is interested in that, join the Discord. Join the Discord and I can sort you out of access. The plan with this is very much... it's not public right now because it's just like, as you can see, it's not... There's just no fucking data in it. We've not actually backfilled it yet and populated it with data. But it will be public once it's like up to date and ready. So yeah, it's comp track in Shazana. So I can show you an example, which is from one I made. This is what I made for Overwatch League last year. So this is what it maybe would look like, sort of fully populated and everything. So this is kind of the idea. But it obviously takes a little bit, and there's like more regions and stuff now. So if anyone is able to help out and wants to help out or volunteer, join the Discord and drop us a message, and we can figure it out. We'll just need to do some backfilling. I'll try and do some of it today. How does a team work if it swaps mid-fight? So this is what the notes section is for. I don't know if you can see it as well, because it's like a little bit small. Where's my zoom button? Zoom me in. So there's like a notes section here at the end where you would just be like, you know, oh, watching swap to Bastion, blah, 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 blah. Or like, oh, yeah, Dynasty swapped Bap to Ana on second. Dynasty swapped Echo to Sim on third. These type of things, right? So sometimes you do get screwed because there's a million comp swaps. But most of the time, especially once the meta's established, the comp swaps are a little bit simpler. So it's not too bad. This season would be a nightmare because everyone's swapping all the time. Yeah, yeah. But the idea is obviously I'm asking for volunteers. But if the more of us who do it, the easier it will be to keep on top of, or at least backdate. I'll do some of the backdating. And with the fantasy stuff, we just got to figure out the scoring system. I know Yiska was saying yesterday he might be able to put me in touch with some of the old ones, but once we figure out the scoring system, the reliable Toby will hopefully be able to put together some kind of front end, and we'll figure it out. But if anyone does have any... I think the biggest problem we're going to have with some of the fantasy stuff would just be some of the technical side of things. Like the scoring we'll get to eventually, but it'll just be a bit of work to set it all up and make sure the system's robust in terms of like easy to use and interacting. But hopefully we can get like some version of it working. If not for this tournament, for early next tournament, and then we can just sort of trial it out from there. Do you qualify for 401 game benefits? Unfortunately not. Fortunately, there's no such benefits really available. So this is the work of an analyst in a team. Well, yeah. Well, this is some of the stuff I did on top of coaching Spitfire. It's not that bad when it's your full-time job and it's the only thing you're doing. Because back in Spitfire, I would just keep this up to date myself, you know. Wouldn't be too much of a problem, but obviously a little bit harder to do all the other stuff at the same time. But yeah. What was I going to say? But yeah, that's it. So if you are interested in helping with any of that stuff, or if you have any, you want to be involved, just feel to join the Discord and volunteer. It's literally zero commitment because there's not a lot of reward. But yeah, once it's in like a more workable state. Yeah, I have to track the scrim comps as well, but we could access the data for that a little bit more because of a scrim code we use, so I could get it from like a log file with the comps rather than having to do it manually. Got any good codes where hit scan is played? Need it for a VOD? No. I don't normally get the VODs from the scrims I watch. I just kind of watch the scrims. Watching them once is enough when I'm not being paid to watch them. Otherwise, I'd just be watching. There's not enough hours in the day to do it and do the VODs and do all the content stuff. I'm trying to think if we saw any today. I mean, obviously, some of the codes from today, if you're looking for like a Malga mirror, really. If you're looking for a Malga mirror, then like maybe like the Junkertown is a pretty decent example. Because like both teams played Sojin for big parts of that. What was the second map? Oh, the second map was King's Row. Maybe the push as well. Like some of the FTG WAC there was actually a pretty good amount of hit scan being played in all his comps. Yeah, I think the FTG and WAC, not the King's Row, but the other maps, there was, I think, a hit scan in play almost all the time. Lip was on it most of it. Flora was on it a good part of it as well. So I think that's probably the best one from today. Falcons didn't really run all that much hit scan. Maybe a little bit on map 1. But yeah, I think FTG and WAC, that's probably like the most up-to-date, good level hit scan in play. And then, yeah, we'll watch more tonight. I don't know how much hit scan we'll see tonight, honestly, but we can take it as is. But I think that's all for me. So let me press the link buttons. If you are interested in helping out, feel free to join the Discord, or if you just want to hang out on the Discord as well, talk about Overwatch, that's really fine too. And then follow me on YouTube. I'll be putting the co-stream from this VOD up on my second channel as well. And that Bailey interview will be going live any minute now. Whenever I do it, essentially, right? Put you to work. Not a problem. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the support. And yeah, I'll see you tonight. I'll see you tonight for scrims. Thanks for watching, everyone. Where's my thing?